Hey guys, welcome back. Get ready because today we are jumping back into the world of Mushoku Tensei. In this video, we're covering volume 24, including chapters 12 to 21. Sit back, relax, and let's get into it.
Volume 23, Chapter 12, Looking for a Chance to Win, Part 1. When I returned, the conference was reaching its climax.
The enemy is at our doorstep. We must immediately start our preparations.
That's why I'm saying we should search for Rudeus first! Raising her voice almost to the point of shouting was Iris. She was quarreling with Sandor. Roxy was there as well. He has Doga with him. He'll come back eventually. We should first organize our war potential or set up traps during that time. That good-for-nothing is not useful at all!
Despite his appearance,
He's talented. Even if he's talented, why didn't you go along with them in the first place? They were probably talking about what to do from now on, whether to go search for me or wait for my arbitrary return and attack the enemy. Far from that, it looked like Iris was insisting on rescuing me. I was grateful for that. Fine, I'll just go down there by myself. Iris got impatient, stood up, and suddenly turned around, only to find me there.
If you're going to go down there, then descend the stairs that are in the shadow of mushrooms, go down into the altar, obtain the blue liquid, and then progress forward.
Rudeus! When I tried guiding her, Eris ran over and hugged me, with force. Force that could break my spine. I was worried.
sorry. When I looked over, Roxy was hugging me as well, and the others were sighing with relief. This response, by just looking at me being alive, I was really grateful.
By the way, what's with those arms of yours?
These are... No, I'll explain from the beginning. But first...
While saying that, I surveyed my surroundings and brought my vision to a halt on a male sitting over there. Who are you? I spoke to Sandor as I looked at him. North God Kalman II, Alex Ryback, the one who defeated the king of the Dragon King, defeated a huge behemoth, formulated numerous military exploits in various places, and was able to become one of the 7 great world powers. The protagonist of that legendary story of the North God. The one who was known as the world's strongest swordsman just some 100 years ago, and the most prominent person of the North God style. I was honestly not that surprised. I did think about just why such a talented person was here, but I consented for the most part. The reason Orsted remained silent about him. The reason Ariel sent him before Ghislaine and Isolde. The reason Doga was a North Emperor. North God Kalman II. I agreed to that fact. Why did you keep quiet? In case of an unlikely event. If Hitogami can read people's minds, I can hide the fact that I'm a Kalman. It was easier to move around as well. I see. Hitogami may have extracted most of the information about us when I fell into the valley, but even we didn't know that Coleman is on our side. Pause.
Really?
Nope, it is a little bit of that, but I thought it would be cool if I revealed myself in a time of crisis. Very well. Making a mistake when trying to be cool. That kind of thing happens a lot, really. Since they already knew that Doga was a North Emperor, wouldn't it make it all the more futile? I dare not say that many knew Doga as a North Emperor. But it left an adverse effect as a result of that. If I had known that these two were this strong, I would have acted as if hiding from them.
No, if it came to that, then Sword God and North God would have taken a different approach. In any case, I'll be relying on you from now on. Alexon.
But of course. But please do keep on calling me Sandor. I want our relationship to stay that way for now. After ascertaining Sandor's identity, we started compiling our intelligence.
Firstly, I brought along Sword God and North God to this village some 10 days ago and was then dropped into the valley. I didn't realize it at the bottom of the valley because I fainted, but a lot of time had passed. A day or two after that, the exact time was unknown, but the teleportation magic formations and communication lithographs all lost their lights. Roxy and Eris, sensing that something was unusual, came to the Supard village in order to link up with me.
It was also confirmed that the magic formation in the village had lost its light. Nevertheless, believing that I was still on the move, they decided to wait and see. The one who confirmed that I was missing was Sandor, who came back before me. I kept waiting for Rudeus Dono to come to the second city, but there was no sign of you returning. The other 2 soldiers who you took along didn't return as well. In spite of that, the rumor that the Supard race were the demons from the Forest of No Return started flowing within the city. I thought of confirming the situation via the communication lithograph, but it was already too late as the teleport formation in the second city was destroyed. At that time, thinking that I was being targeted, I came back to this village while hiding myself. Sandor came to the conclusion that I was missing as he returned back to the village. Was it the second city? Or the village of the Earth Dragon Valley? Thinking that something might have happened around there, Roygerd, who was still recovering, started his search as the leader. On investigation, it was found that Doga's and my footprints lead to the side of the valley. It was likely that we had fallen into the valley. After realizing that, Roygerd immediately decided to descend into the valley, but Sandor advised him not to. There was no way to climb back up the valley once you fell down into it.
It was highly likely that they would be stranded the moment they went down into the valley. Hence, it was concluded that they would wait until I climbed up by myself, since it should be all right as long as Doga was with me. Well, their judgment was probably right. Trying to climb up with all those flocks of earth dragons was very difficult, but Doga was there, so he protected me. Which reminds me, did you meet up with the information broker? And then Sandor, who returned to the village. Information was brought by him. It was regarding the destruction of the teleport formations. We were able to obtain information regarding Gisu from the information broker. A monkey-faced person was seen heading towards the capital city Bihiril from Second City Iril, or so I've been informed about his whereabouts. So, we know nothing? Yes, but just the other day, we were able to confirm that Ogre God Malta showed himself in Second City Iril. If we're to think that he appeared the day after the teleport formations lost their light, then it's possible that he got into the teleport formation set up in the second city to reach Sharia, and from there, he destroyed the office. I see. There were Roxy and Eris to prove this information. Both of them arrived just yesterday. It took them at least 10 days for a journey which normally takes 4 days. The cause of that was because when these 2 went through the capital, a ceremony was being carried out.
That ceremony was the departure of the subjugation force. The capital was in revelry regarding the subjugation of the Supard race, and the departure ceremony of the subjugation force was being carried out within that revelry, although it was supposed to be carried out a little later. It's possible that Gisu decided to hasten it after getting the report that I fell into the valley. Without Orsted's bracelet, Hitogami now knew that I wasn't dead. Therefore, they decided to attack Orsted as soon as possible before I came out of the valley. Roxy and Eris did reconnaissance regarding the premature departure of the subjugation force. Through their reconnaissance, they confirmed that North God and Sword God were participating in it. However, they kept holding on to their doubt despite the reconnaissance. Their doubt being, just why have things become like this, even though Rudeus should have negotiated? Why couldn't they see Rudeus? While pondering about such thoughts, before anyone knew what was going on, the subjugation force left the capital. Anyhow, they chased the subjugation force while remaining vigilant. They were aware of where the force was heading to, so they thought about collecting any kind of information if possible. But Roxy said that if they kept on following them after they entered the second city, it would be dangerous, so they took a big detour around the town. While passing through the forest, they arrived at the Supard village. Afterwards, they idly spent a number of days with growing doubts, but they were able to arrive safely at the Supard village.
And that's how it was. By the way, Eris and Rougerd had a very deeply moving reunion. The moment Eris saw Rougerd, she wanted to jump at him really bad. She wanted him to look at how strong she had become. I think that kind of feeling was running throughout her body. But she firmly kept her patience. She was not a kid anymore. She was Rudeus Greyrat, a warrior acknowledged by Rudeus. As a warrior, with Rudeus as her teacher, she mustn't take embarrassing actions. Warning herself of that fact, with the same usual pose, she spoke. "Long time no see, Rudeus. You haven't changed much."
Yeah, Eris. You've grown so much.
"That's obvious."
They exchanged only a few words, but that alone made Eris feel nostalgic and proud. Before, she could only look up to him, and now she had become the same height as him. And thus, she was going into battle with Rudeus, shoulder to shoulder with him. That's right, Eris was satisfied. We don't have much time left. The subjugation force are most likely heading towards our way right now. Soldiers of the ogre race appearing as reinforcements may not be too far in the future as well.
Rudeus. I understand. Then I'll now report from my side. I started reporting my part of the story. That the two soldiers were North God and Sword God, that they were using the same ring as mine to disguise themselves, and thus that Gisu was probably using it as well so that he wouldn't be found out. That after falling into the valley, I was saved by a hair's breadth thanks to Doga and a Tofi hand. During that time, how I lost Orsted's bracelet and Hitagami was able to look at me. How I was finally able to get out of the valley and came back here.
Rudeus!
Well, let's talk about it together, bearing that in mind. I'm happy that you want to fight him as an opponent, but don't rush in alone. You don't want to end up like me, right?
Now then, let's sort things out. Firstly, it's Gisu. There's no doubt that he's in a position to manipulate the subjugation force to some extent. The most likely candidate would be the king. Gisu might be disguised as him. I don't know who the apostle was, but aside from Gisu, there were North God, Sword God, and Ogre God. North God and Sword God were able to do some reconnaissance of the Supard village, thanks to the disguise ring. Ogre God attacked the office along with Gisu, and they were able to snatch away our escape routes. And thus, they were currently heading towards the Supard village with a subjugation force of approximately 100 people strong. Ogre God Malta. Someone like him was sent into Sharia. When I thought it over again, my heart was filled with despair. What happened to my house? On my inquiry, Roxy casted her eyes down, Eris folded her arms, and Sandor started stroking his chin like he was bothered. We don't know whether the Ogre God returned only after destroying the office, or if he attacked Sharia as well. I tried thinking. If it were me, then what would I have done? Sharia was completely empty. Neither I nor Orsted were there. There was no one who was capable of opposing the Ogre God. Should we leave it alone? There was no way we could. Even in a condition where they had low war potential, they could still attack Sharia because they had nothing to lose.
Uh-oh. Seems like everyone's in a meeting. Someone spoke up from near the entrance. When I turned to look, there was this one guy.
Sonoba! Come to think of it, he was here too. No, it's not like I forgot. Of course. I was just a little bit worried about my house.
Oh, Master, sorry for the delay. I've just arrived.
No, it's all right. I've only just arrived as well.
Julie and Ginger were behind him. Both of them were worn out. There were bruises all over them and dark circles below their eyes due to fatigue. It was the appearance of a person whose mana was on the verge of drying up.
We had a hard time dealing with an invisible monster on our way. It would have been dangerous if the Supards hadn't come to rescue us.
I see. Got it. Let the two of them rest. No, it should be good to hear them out first. Please sit down at the corner and rest. As I said that, Ginger and Julie silently entered the lecture hall on their unsteady feet and sat down near the pillar. Roxy quickly approached them and started using healing magic. Well then, Sonoba, how much information have you grasped on?
A rough idea of it. However, I would be grateful if you were to explain the situation from the beginning.
Hence, we started explaining from the beginning. Explaining the same thing over and over again is a pain, but it can't be helped, since sharing information is of utmost importance. And that's how it is, so we are worried about what happened to Sharia, and about the subjugation force that's currently heading our way. Zenoba suddenly started laughing.
Was there something funny? Oh, don't tell me. He isn't going to say, like, all of your family is already here, so be relieved, right?
About that, before coming here, I was able to find a 7 Great World Powers stone monument, so I was able to confirm the situation by Arumanfi Dono, subordinate of Perugia-sama.
Oh!
The one who stood up with a joyful look floating on his face wasn't me. When bathed with the surrounding gazes, he quickly sat down. It was Sandor. My apologies. And then? He said that Master's family is safe. An atmosphere of relief flew through the surroundings.
I see. So they're safe. I wonder if it was Leo's work. Or were they protected by someone else? Or did the enemy judge that it would be dangerous to invade Sharia, well known for its magic university? Nevertheless, if Perugius Dono is backing us, then we can reverse the situation in just one go! Narrator. Sandor was getting slightly excited, surveying the surroundings. But Zenoba was slightly gloomy.
Zenoba Shirone, solemn and serious. No, Perugia-sama is just going to observe this battle. We can't expect his assistance.
Is that so? That gentleman is obstinate at a time like this! Sandor threw his head back with an attitude that could be said is exaggerating. Did he really like Perugius that much? Is he homo? No, Sandor is North God II. North God I and Perugius both were one of the 3 demon-slaying heroes, and probably old friends. Then it's possible that he's an acquaintance of Perugius? But Sandor was right. The power of the 12 subordinates of Perugius was useful only at a time like this. Arumanfi of the Bright having the strongest reconnaissance ability, and Clear Night of the Roaring Thunder. By combining the 2 of them, an opponent's information can be leaked to all the comrades in an instant. Of course, it doesn't stop at just that. They can even focus on the finest of details of the other subordinates. But now that he has said he wouldn't support us, it couldn't be helped. Even Orsted's policy was not to borrow Perugius's power.
Orsted's words were calm, but they resounded clearly. I wonder if it was because of the helmet.
Ogre God Malta was rough, but he's a kind person. He won't attack non-hostiles. If Sword God or North God had gone, then they probably would have attacked Sharia. But Gisu's a coward. By using North God and Sword God, he was able to confirm not only that I was here, but that the teleport formations were here too. So he didn't throw away the possibility that I could have returned back to the office. Therefore, he used the Ogre God. It would take some time to defeat the Ogre God, even for me. So it's possible Gisu planned to destroy the teleport formations in various places by himself or through someone else during that time.
Those were Orsted's opinions. I see. Sending along the Ogre God was only a safety plan. Due to that safety plan, my family was safe. Rather than that, it looks like they never had any intention to attack Sharia. I came first as a target, my family after. So, why didn't the 3 of them go together?
That's probably because North God's and Sword God's target is different from Gisu's.
The North God and Sword God's target. With those words, the surrounding heads tilted in confusion. The only head which didn't tilt was Eris's.
Gulfarian wants to fight you, right?
Orsted.
Alexander Ryback as well.
Orsted was in the Supard village. The moment they found out, the two of them didn't go to Sharia, but stayed here. I could see Gisu starting to lose control of their reins. If they could, they should have been able to kill me simply by coming down into the valley. Since Doga was able to come down, it's obvious. It should have been possible for Alexander. Thus, the two of them weren't acting according to Gisu and Hitogami's plan.
At any rate, I'm glad that my family is all safe. Although I'm worried about the North God, Sword God, and Ogre God coming here to attack. 3 God ranks. Strengthened by a subjugation force 100 or more strong. The war potential of the Supard race's side was 10 people or so who could still move. And then the people that were currently here.
Orsted, Zanoba, Ginger, Julie, Norn, Cliff, Elenalize, Ruberd, Roxy, Eris, Sandor, Doga. There were women and children and the team of doctors that were currently staying here. The team of doctors aside, the subjugation force's main target was the Supard race. If they were to invade, a massacre was likely to happen. Ginger, Julie, Norn were out. Cliff, too. He isn't very useful in actual combat. Even Orsted was out. Orsted's mana recovery rate was almost next to none. The more he used it, the more it decreased. The only reason I was trying to collect subordinates for Orsted was to compensate for that fact to begin with. Just because there was a fight coming, I couldn't just go and ask him, "Teacher, please fight." If it did come to that, then there would be no choice for him but to go. Although it would have been nice if it were only 1 or 2 god ranks. However, fighting 3 of them would definitely take a considerable amount of mana.
Then there's Gisu as well, whose whereabouts were still unknown. Perhaps there were even more war potential left with him. Besides, if I were Gisu, I wouldn't send in someone like Sword God, who could easily be defeated by us, to directly attack us. He definitely has some kind of plan in action. Orsted was the last resort. Except when he's needed the most, it should be fine for Orsted to just guard the village. 3 god ranks. When I factor in that we'll be fighting without Orsted, the fight won't be easy at all. But it's not like we can't win either. We have 3 powerful contenders like Sword King Eris, North God Sandor, and North Emperor Doga. If they work together as our support with me, Zanoba, and Ruijerd, then even if we had to run, even if we had to fight, I don't think that it would be absolutely impossible. This all-out war, I thought it was a little bit one-sided, considering it was Gisu. The entirety of our war potential was concentrated in the Supard village. It would have been good if they didn't know about me. But when I fell, Hitogami came to know all about my life and death. There's Orsted here, and me too. In such a state of affairs, would he challenge an all-out war? No, there was Dark King Vita as well. Originally, Gisu used Vita and planned to turn Ruijerd and the rest against me. If I think about it, he would have deceived me as I came to Bihuriel Kingdom recording this matter.
Arriving at the Supard village, together with the disguised North God, Sword God, and Ogre God, if you add Vita and Ruijerd to the 3 god ranks, 5 of them could have easily killed us. That kind of flow was also possible. Yeah, it's possible to say that the reason the opponent was losing control of its pieces was because my time was spent well. Perhaps even luck had some kind of effect. I don't know just who or which one was an apostle, but from the information I received, I could feel that Gisu was starting to lose control of both North God and Sword God. Just how did Gisu influence them in the first place? Maybe Gisu presented some conditions and they consented to it, and it worked. Maybe there were some kinds of promises to hold, even if it's impossible, and those terms had just came to light from our talk before. Sword God's and North God's aim was to fight with Orsted. They became fully motivated after watching Orsted's appearance. Gisu had prepared for that reaction. That's right. Not to mention, I could see Gisu immediately starting to move after hearing that I fell into the valley. According to the plans, he would accelerate the departure of the subjugation force to match up with the departure of the soldiers of the ogre race. It's conceivable that he would think to settle things up in my absence, since it's very difficult to climb up from the valley. Gisu knew that I wasn't dead. He thought of mobilizing the subjugation force quickly and dealing a fatal blow to Orsted before I climbed out of the valley. But I made it in time. I was able to return before the battle, and the current situation had calmed down. It was possible that they still didn't know about Sondor's true identity. Incidentally, if we're to consider Hitogami's agitation, then this might be our chance to win. When I muttered those words, a young man entered the room, holding a white spear. It was a Supard soldier.
So, they've made it in time? Though, just barely.
Part 3. Earth Dragon Valley. This place, that was about to become a decisive battleground, was quite deep. The average width of the valley was 400 meters. It could exceed 500 meters at wider gaps, but was still 100 to 200 meters at shorter gaps. The Supards built a bridge across the shortest gap and came and went through the opposite side of the forest. This bridge was smeared with mashed herbs that the invisible wolves disliked the most. The number of enemies was a lot, but this was the only path. It was different from a river in that you can't just easily cross over. It was a place where you have to be careful of where you put your feet. If we could drop the bridge, we could stall for time. Moreover, clairvoyance could be used because there were no obstacles, unlike in the forest, and it was within my range. Let's leave the bridge intact. Because of that proposal, the bridge was left alone. If the enemy came crossing over, we could just drop it. I had felt them firsthand, the difficulties of trying to climb up the valley after falling down into it. We had the advantage in terms of position. We didn't have any time to set up traps, but we decided to wait for the enemy on this side. There were 6 people present. Me, Eris, Ruijerd, Zanoba, Sandor, and Doga. The 6 of us were going to keep the 3 god ranks company. It was decided that the Supards would take care of the subjugation force. Since Roxy only had one thing to do, she was positioned in the back. Ellen Elise and several people of the Supard race were guarding Roxy. Cliff and the rest were guarding the village. Well, technically, it was like the combatants were the vanguard and the magicians were deployed in the rear. When push came to shove, we could carry the wounded to the village and bring them back to the front lines after healing them. Speaking of healing, I decided to leave the Atofe hand as it is. Time and the number of scrolls that Roxy and Zanoba were holding was limited right now. This arm was functioning better than my previous arm, so it's better to leave it as it is for now. After the war is over, I'll use a healing scroll to cure it. Well, it is the Demon Lord Sama's valuable gift. I'll be making use of it to my heart's content. Part 4. After half a day, the subjugation force 100 strong were facing us. On the opposite side, standing in front of the bridge, were 3 vanguards. Wearing a sword on his waist belt, a middle-aged man, sword god Golfarian. He had aged quite well, but his skill with the sword hadn't declined at all. That fact was proven to me through my own experience. Carrying a long sword on his back, a young boy, North god Coleman III, Alexander Ryback. One of the 7 great world powers, the limits of his true strength were still obscure.
And with a height of almost 3 meters, having a build similar to a large tree, a globular bell-like choker on his neck, and wearing a tiger-striped rumen on his waist, the Red Ogre. Ogre god Malta. Orsted predicted the reason he didn't attack my family, but we didn't know his true motive. Perhaps one expression of gratitude was in order for that matter, but I didn't have any intention to thank him. He did destroy the office. Then it was hopeless for the elven receptionist who was in the office. In the end, I could never remember her name. I'll take revenge for her at least. We can't see Gisu, huh? Unfortunately, we couldn't see that monkey face near them. Was he near but hiding himself? Or was he waiting in Second City Arel? At the very least, I couldn't see him with my clairvoyance. If he did lose the reins, then it was possible that he had already fled, since it was Gisu.
The various soldiers of the subjugation force seemed afraid when looking at the Suparts. Green hair and chalk-like spears. The very appearance of the demons that come up in fairy tales were now in front of them. If we win this war, then I'll give it my all to sell the Rudeus book in the Behavioral Kingdom.
There's no need to be afraid.
The subjugation force were visibly afraid, looking at the Suparts, but the 3 god classes were not like that.
We have an overwhelming amount of personnel.
North god Kalman III was especially full of vitality, raising his fist in the air, encouraging his surroundings, and shouting with a voice that could be heard even from here. He was raising the morale of the troops. He certainly looked like the figurehead of the subjugation force. Since they were facing the Supard race within this forest, it was actually better for them. Everybody drew their swords and glared at us with clear hostility in their eyes. Glaring at us, a group of just less than 20 people who were at the opposite side of the valley. And then Alexander unsheathed his sword from his back.
I am North God Kalman III, Alexander Ryback. Follow me, and you shall gain honor.
Thus, Alexander started running on top of the bridge while shouting. After seeing that, Sandor quickly cried out, "Do it now!" In the next moment, my hand moved. I shot a stone cannon with both my hands. It flew straight ahead and destroyed the bridge's base. Furthermore, Rudeus moved too. Near his side, the vine on which the bridge was hanging on was bisected with the chalk-like spear.
Ah!
Everyone kept watching that, dumbfounded. The falling bridge, and North God Kalman III, who fell towards the very bottom along with it. They could do nothing but watch, dumbfounded. It can't be. It can't be. This is impossible.
Well, it's difficult to save someone who has fallen from this height. No, it should be fine if it's Alexander. But even if he survived, it would take some time to climb back up.
Only one person of all people.
There was no one who would cheer on those words. There was no one who would even send criticizing looks. The scene that happened just now was simply scorched into everyone's eyes. Now's the chance. I loaded my arms with mana. There weren't many in this place who could launch an attack. So let's do it. I raised my left hand towards the sky. Lifting up enormous amounts of mana in my left hand, I made a thundercloud. Suppressing the raging mana within my left arm, I compressed it. And then I let it fall. Lightning! Lightning fell down with a thunderous roar. The surroundings were dyed in white. A raging war echoed. A cloud of dust fluttered about on the opposite side. Many trees got engulfed in fire and fell down one by one while making crackling noises. I didn't know how much damage was dealt, but there was feedback. A feedback enough to make my hands shake. The sensation of killing a person. Once more, the moment I thought that, something jumped out from that cloud of dust. A red mass. It looked gentle and quiet when seen from a distance. A jump which could be seen as if it was flying. But that speed and mass were overwhelming.
The red mass quickly closed in and then impacted. A sound echoed as if a cannonball had fell, and a cloud of dust fluttered about. The red mass impacted on our right flank. 2 people showed up from that cloud of dust. An ogre with a red body and a human in his 40s. Ogre god Malta and sword god Gulfarian. The 2 of them had jumped over the valley to come. A 100-meter jump, as expected of the great powers.
Unknowingly, cold sweat started running through my back.
It's me.
The red mad dog, 2 swords hanging on her back. While folding her arms, she stood in front of the sword god with her majestic posture.
I thought so. Anyone else?
It's me. As I introduced himself, the sword god laughed, taken aback.
You really look full of spirit, eh?
Thanks to you, I'm in good health.
That's why I said it would have been better if I had lopped his head off.
Just who was he blaming? It was probably Gisu. Thus, together with me, the person holding the chalk-like spear with green hair, a veteran hero was standing beside me. It was the three of us again, Eris, Roygerd, and me. The three of us will fight together. It was the second coming of Dead End. It was 3 versus 1, but there were no complaints. Me and Sandor originally planned to keep Alexander company, but he was at fault for falling down the valley like an idiot. Sandor, Zenoba, and Doga were facing the Ogre God. Since I've heard that the Ogre God's fighting style was hand-to-hand combat, Zenoba and Doga were the best pick as mighty power types. I've also heard that North God Kalman II was used to fighting a large amount of enemies. Their compatibility was perfect. We can win. Perhaps someone might be sacrificed. Still, we can defeat these two. That thought only remained for a moment. A yell could be heard from behind us. As we promptly turned around, something was flying up from the cliff. It wasn't something. It was the black-haired young boy that had fallen down just moments ago. While wiping his cold sweat, he held out his sword towards the sky and declared with a pompous tone, "I'm North God Kalman III, the one who will defeat the cursed evil god Orsted and become a hero. The ones who are going to stand in my way, prepare yourselves."
Don't tell me, did he run up to us? From the bottom of the valley? No, it may be a cliff, but it's not completely vertical. I could climb up the valley while using magic as well, but I would have had to stop midway many times. He could have used that sword to break through the walls and hurriedly climb up from the bottom? Should I say that this too is as expected from one of the world powers?
I guess it can't be helped. Rudeus Dono, let's keep this fool company together.
Yes.
I nodded to Sandor's words. It was unfortunate that I couldn't fight together with Eris and Roygerd, but it couldn't be helped. We'll just be going according to plan. Please be careful of that sword. That's the world's strongest sword. There was only one sword held by the North God. It was manufactured when that king of the Dragon Kingdom was defeated, the legendary large sword, Dragon King Sword, Kajaktu.
Why?
But the holder of that sword, while still holding up the sword, was looking our way with a flabbergasted face. "Why are you here?" North God Kalman III, Alexander Ryback, looked at me with a shivering voice.
Phoo. Was it really that strange that I was alive after falling down into the valley and even came back from there? Gisu might have told you about my existence, but you may not have believed it. But falling down into the valley means a survival flag was... Huh? Was he really looking at me? Alexander's line of gaze was behind me. It was Sandor. Well, that was obvious, I guess.
Father! Was that shout the signal for the start of the fight? Or was it just a matter of time? In the next instant, Ogre God Malta yelled while raising his hands over his head and slapped the ground. The ground rose, the cliff collapsed, and the trees mowed down. As if the peace was being washed away by that very shockwave, the fight began.
Author's Q&A. Q. The Army Corps and the magicians, using the special magic invocation law of Magician Frau, who appeared during the subjugation of the kingdom of the Dragon King, does that even exist in the original story of the Mushoku world? Answer. I don't think it does anymore. Q. I think the enemy's reaction seeing Rudeus alive might have been a little too thin. Answer. They already got the message through Hitogami. Q. At first it was Sandor who was talking with Eris, but he was using such a polite tone that I mistook him for Roxy for a moment. Answer. I'm really sorry. I'll try to make it so that it's more understandable.
Q. The red mass that came flying was the ogre god, right? I couldn't see the sword god flying, but could it be that he got on Ogre God's back? Author. That's right. Q. After this war is over, let's play baseball with everyone. Author. Strip, rock, paper, scissors? Disgusting. Q. I have one doubt. Why didn't the Sword God and North God go towards the Supard village to attack the president after defeating Rudy? Author. Because they didn't have any weapons. Because they must report back the information. Also, it was Gisu's request to keep up with Ogre God's pace. Q. Why did the president say that it would take time for the Ogre God rather than the world powers? Author. There's a variation between HP and defensive power. Q. The Supard race's village was changed to Supard Village on the way, but is it all right? Author. Well, it's fine either way. It's not like that village is a name itself. Q. To think that Magonote-san's Q&A would progress faster than before? This was a first for me. Author. I had some things to do so. Q. If he were to M with the Atofe hand, that means... Author. It'll be crushed. He'll turn into Girldass. Q. Were there names written on the stone monument of the 7 great world powers? Or was it just the crests? Family crests? Author. It should be only the crests.
Quote, why doesn't the president fight, I wonder? It's understandable that Rudeus is conserving his mana, but wouldn't it be fine just fighting without using any mana at all? Since he's stronger than anyone, even without using any magic, I think it's too good an opportunity to pass to let him play around with others, to be frank. Why not use the Rook? I can't understand why the Rook turned inside out as a dragon, the strongest piece, president, not being deployed this time? As per the conditions, president using his mana will result in defeat. They could ascertain the enemy's war potential, but they still haven't seen Gisu, and it's not like they have completely identified all of the apostles. It's possible that there were reserve military forces as well, and in the case if someone were to break through Rudeus and the rest, then the president will become a necessity in order to protect the village. It's certainly as you say that it'll be an easy victory for the president if there's only one god rank, but mana compensation is not 0. Not to mention, Gisu was the one who proposed to cut off Rudeus's arms at a narrow place, so it's possible that he might have thought of something to expend the president's mana supply as well. That's why preservation comes first. The president isn't a rook or a bishop, he's the king. Although Rudeus's overprotectiveness is certainly true. If they were at a distance of half a day, then the enemy's hands would never reach them, so I think that it would become an extremely easy to deal with extermination force with 0 danger if he used the clairvoyance.
Firstly, since it takes a whole day from the village to the forest, therefore the troops had already entered the forest. Clairvoyance can only work as long as there's no obstacles in one straight line of sight. Since the forest is quite deep, it's possible that even if he climbed up to a high place to use clairvoyance, he still won't be able to see the enemy troops. The best unobstructed view you can get from within the forest is near the valley. The enemy troops came to a stop at the valley, freeing their reins for the extermination. If it wasn't half a day from the village, but rather 1 day from the forest, then they could have a long-distance attack by setting up camp near the forest's entrance, then after that, retreating till the valley. They could have gone with that kind of strategy. The above 2 may lack in description a little bit. I'll add some more.
Volume 23, Chapter 13, Mad Sword King versus Former Sword God. Part 1. Before they noticed, Eris's group had gotten far away from the valley. The moment Ogre God moved, Gulfarian began to run away from the battlefield. This place should be good. Pause. The place Gull stopped at was a clearing in the forest. Only about a minute had passed, but Gull moved fast. He had already covered quite a distance from the valley. Eris felt a little anxious being separated from Rudeus, but she immediately focused on the enemy in front of her. It's because the Ogre God doesn't discriminate while rampaging. I don't really want to be interrupted. Gull said that and once again looked at Eris. Pause. But he did not draw his sword. As if he was saying, "For you, bare hands would be enough." To Eris, it looked like a stance full of openings. Eris confronted Gull and held her beloved elegant phoenix dragon sword above her head. But before her, even if formally, was a sword god. Eris spent some time deciding whether or not she should take that opening. "You look lively." It was surprising. Surprisingly, Gull let out a word. No, Gull was also human. It shouldn't be surprising for him to say something. But still, despite this sort of situation, for this man to start something not using swords but using words was not surprising to Eris. Pause. In response to Eris quizzically tilting her head, Gull laughed. "Do you remember Gino? Gino Blitz?"
I remember. I didn't like him very much. At that answer, Gull gave a surprised laugh.
Yeah, he was strong compared to his age, but he was a pretty boorish guy. Gull said that while looking at the sky. The trees swayed as the wind blew, and the sound of rustling leaves could be heard. There wasn't any sign of birds or other small animals. Only the distant sound of falling trees and explosions could be heard. Most likely the ogre god, or maybe the North gods fighting. Gull's words flowed along those sounds. Right now, he is the sword god.
Huh?
The great I have given him the title of sword god.
Even didn't understand the meaning of those words. The sword god Golfarian was not a sword god. Even after it was said, Iris didn't understand.
Ah, that bastard. What's with him?
He suddenly said that he wanted to marry Nina. And then when I said he had to become stronger than the great me if he wanted to marry her, the bastard really did. Even though Gull said that with disdain, he actually seemed rather pleased. Raising the corners of his mouth in a slight grin, he started remembering that time. It was in an instant. A sword that fast and heavy? Even in my youth, it would once or twice. No, he was probably better than me. Gull seemed to have remembered something as he swung his hand through the air. He swung his hand around like a sword, with a speed that could bring out a shockwave. He suddenly brought a stop to his swinging hand. Why was it that the great I, for the second time, couldn't swing my sword? I still don't get it. And his arm returned to his side. It's difficult for the great me to understand, as I was the strongest from the moment I was born. But I guess ordinary people have their moments after all. Moments when they can surpass talent through hard work. Gull said that while looking up at the sky once more. He could be heard muttering, "Oh, it seems I'm no longer the strongest," under his breath.
Golfarian. In any case, he already has everything he ever wanted in his hands. The woman of his dreams, the title of sword god. In the holy land of the sword, everyone has recognized his strength. The era of the sword god Gino isn't far off. Gull looked at Eris. He finally looked directly at her. Compared to him, what have you accomplished?
What?
After you finally got your man, you now wag your tail towards Orsted, who was supposed to be your enemy.
Golfarian laughed, but there was no smile. His eyes, radiating rage, glared at Iris. I had entrusted it to you. The dream of overthrowing Dragon God Orsted with absolute animosity. When I remember it now, it seems ridiculous. Why did I entrust that to someone like you? You've completely lost your fangs. Ha! Some mad sword king you are. What part of you is mad? It's nice that you've got the man you wanted and all, but what are you? The third? Are you satisfied with that? Words were thrown out in rapid succession. However, they didn't resonate in Iris's ears. She could think of nothing but to not give a damn. She wasn't concerned. She didn't remember being entrusted with anything. Therefore, Iris answered like this.
Ha! You've become effeminate, haven't you?
Sword God's pupils contracted. His condensed killing intent headed straight to his arm.
Golfarion.
Oh, you are excommunicated.
I don't care.
You may no longer call yourself a Sword King.
Try it if you can.
Iris was already prepared for war. Rather, Iris wondered just why they had been playing with words until now.
Do you think you can win?
Isn't it obvious? I'll send a weakling like you to the other world with a single blow!
That's the second time in my life that the great I have been called a weakling.
Thus, Golfarion took his stance. He spread his legs, lowered his waist, put his hand on the sword hilt, and took his stance as if to hide the sword. The stance of Iaido. Sword King Ghislaine Dederudia's speciality, a killing technique. Eris clenched her teeth upon seeing that. The sword god style possessed the commonplace practice of thrusting the heaviest sword as fast as you can. However, there were 3 stances. One was the middle step, the basic form of sword god style, which is capable of dealing with any kind of combat flow. Another was the upper step, an offensive stance which is fit for someone who can impede the opponent's flow of combat before he/she gets to attack. The last was Iaido, a defensive stance which is fit for someone who can calculate the best timing of attack by sniffing out the opponent's flow of combat. In short, Iaido for someone who can read their opponent, upper step for someone who can impede the opponent, and those who specialize in neither take the middle step. Eris held a natural sense of rhythm and was someone who could assertively impede an opponent's flow of combat, so she specialized in upper step. As a beast race possessing both extraordinary hearing and smell, along with great intuition and hindsight, Ghislaine specialized in Iaido. Pause.
The stance Golfarion took was Iaido. This former sword god could fight with any stance, but in this situation, he chose Iaido. And although she understood that, Eris was not afraid. Silently letting out small breaths in between, they slowly closed their distance. In that moment, Gol felt uncomfortable. Eris was strangely quiet. The Eris that in the Holy Land of the Sword was known as the Mad Dog that would bare her fangs and simply attack right from the front was not rushing to attack. Something had changed. It was her expression. Eris had a smile. Eris was grinning with an evil smile plastered over her face, but she stood there with a clear atmosphere like a monk in training. If you had seen the expression, you would have understood that it was a trick. Gol was not going to be deceived. He only waited with his stance, as if time had stopped, with the large tree to his back. It was a strange sight, especially to those that knew them. One could simply look and know something was off. Both Eris's and Gull's school of swordsmanship specialized in attacking first. Without doing so, there is no way to climb the ladder of the sword god style. But neither of them moved. Only the leaves dancing in the wind like snow showed that the time was still moving. Looking at this scene, you'd think it was the same as that time. For example, the person they were talking about just moments ago, Gino Blitz. He had seen it. A battle of the sword god style without movement. That's right, a few years ago. The day when Eris became a sword king. The fight of Rudeus Greyrat and Nina Farian. They didn't move. The two of them did not move. Or maybe, for these two high-level practitioners of the sword god style, this stillness had become an eternity, and thus they did not move. Nay, they moved, however. Eris tensely closed the gap until only a finger of distance was left between the two. At that last moment, only a short distance remained between their swords. The gap in front of Eris. But this distance was far,
It was too far for a finishing blow. To land the greatest single strike, it was still too far.
In the battle between Eris and Nina, whoever moved first would lose. If Nina released a perfect longsword of light, Eris would be able to exceed that speed. But it was Golfarian. Even if he was a former sword god, he could easily exceed Eris in speed. He could have easily stepped out of Eris's range and adjusted his sword so that it just barely struck her first. But he didn't. Golfarian held his stance. He neither closed the gap nor changed his angle. He simply stood motionless, watching Eris's movements. As if only Eris existed in this world, only her movements. Eventually, Eris had entered the killing range. She had confidence that her strongest slash would end it in an instant. A small doubt, a truly tiny worry spawned within Eris. Golfarian had no openings. Right now, she had the confidence that if she released a longsword of light, even if he was a former sword god, she had the confidence to kill him. But her opponent was Golfarian. She remembered that day in the Holy Land of the Sword, that moment of humiliation, that moment when she couldn't see it at all and was completely blown away by Golfarian. The next instant, Golfarian moved. Dropping his waist only by a few millimeters, he gripped the handle and gathered his strength. Eris moved as if she was tempted by it. She ended up moving towards the certain kill hit from her perfect stillness. Long sword of light!
The world's strongest sword technique was fired. But at that moment, something caught Eris's eyes. She saw Golfarian holding the sword's hilt with a backhanded grip. It was not light reversal. It was without a doubt a long sword of light. A long sword of light unlike Eris had ever seen before.
Golfarian. Water god style, secret technique. Flow.
All that remained in Eris's hands was a tingling feeling. The long sword of light that was fired by Eris collided with Gol's swift sword as if being counterattacked, distributing the impact. The tree behind Gol was cut down diagonally. As the swords were on the verge of colliding, Gol pressured a little bit, which made Eris's posture to slant ever so slightly. As her posture shook, Eris was thrown off balance. Just that was enough. Gol's pupils reflected Eris's defenseless neck. The retaliating sword took flight. Was it the reparation for using the unfamiliar secret techniques from another school? That the speed of the sword was in no way fast? The speed of the sword did not reach that of the lights. At best, it was the speed of sound.
Golfarian. Long sword of absolute silence.
But at this distance, this separation, to kill someone in one hit, the longsword of light was not necessary. A simple attack to cut the head off was enough. Like a guillotine, the sword fell. A sharp sound rang out. A cling and a clang could be heard together, the sound of metal colliding. The sword had stopped. Biting into Eris's neck, it had stopped before reaching an artery. Gol's eyes were spread wide open. Unaware, there was a single man behind Eris, a warrior possessing green hair and a chalk-like spear. The man who was standing behind Eris's back as if hiding himself. He had stopped Gol's sword, like her guardian spirit. If that technique had been a longsword of light, the very instant after Gol had that thought, while twisting her body, the sword which was drawn from Eris's right side of her waist mowed down Golfarian's torso.
In an instant, Golfarian had jumped backwards. He landed behind with a thump. But while his feet landed, his upper body didn't go with him. Golfarian's upper body flew in mid-air. It spun around 3 times and fell to the ground. Part 2. Gulfarian looked at his upper half of the body slowly falling down, and then admitted his defeat. Oh, damn it. While facing upwards, he muttered. He hadn't seen the Supard warrior standing behind Iris. Nay, he did see him, but it never entered his mind. He thought that nothing would change, even if an enemy of that level was here. In reality, Rudeus couldn't see the sword of light of Long. Even if he was a veteran of the battlefield, he just couldn't perceive that excessively fast sword flash. But Gull's second attack was different. It wasn't the sword of light of Long or anything. It was just a normal slash attack which was loaded with the minimum amount of power and speed necessary to cut a person's neck.
For an average soldier, Eris's neck would have been bisected before one even had the time to think about stopping it. But the one who restrained it was Rudeus, a veteran of the battlefield who had lived for hundreds of years. He should be able to see it. He should be able to stop it. Gull had underestimated Rudeus Supardia. And Eris, too, who had entrusted her back to Rudeus, believing in him. If Eris was to hesitate, if he had thought of the possibility, even for an instant, that Rudeus would stop his sword, then Gull's jump would have made it in time.
Why didn't you use Sword God style?
Eris questioned the fallen Gull, with blood dripping from her neck. Despite that instant presentation of offense and defense, her forehead was drenched with sweat. I thought I would lose if I did. From the perspective of a swordsman, if Eris were to use the same move by holding the sword above her head and firing the fastest long sword of light, then Gull would have had the advantage. But he didn't do it. He couldn't. The memory of his fight with Gino Blitz floated in Gull's mind. It was the memory of that fight. The sword he believed in and never doubted. The technique he believed in and never doubted. Which were very easily destroyed, and he was defeated. That memory. His left hand with bone fractures, and his unsightly figure at the back of the dojo. That moment. The surrounding gazes. Gino, who was looking down on him. That weakened his resolve of using the long sword of light as the first strike. Gulfarian is a prodigy of swords. He had taken the name of Sword God, but if he were to fight in a Water God-style dojo, then he could only rise up to the Water Emperor rank. Therefore, a technique from Water God style was used. He had absolute confidence that he would win. He was also deadly serious.
If he had taken the Sword God name, then he wouldn't have been able to use it. He had to behave accordingly as a Sword God. He had a strong sense of judgment that he must use one of the Sword God style techniques as the Sword God. But this time was different. There was nothing to stop him from using one of the Water God style techniques to distribute the long sword of light close hollow corner bracket in the most reliable way. Therefore, he provoked Eris through words and took the initiative, something he would never do during his time as the Sword God. Now that he recalled it, he would never have obeyed Gisu's order of cutting Rudeus's arms either. His gears had probably been out of order from the beginning. When he was defeated by Gino Blitz, they were thrown out of order. Gulfarian didn't have as much self-confidence as before. He didn't have as much strength as before. The strongest swordsman had already ceased to exist. Just like you said, I had become an effeminate small fry. Gull didn't give an excuse. The person who believed in their technique won, and the one who didn't lost. That was just how it was. And the words he said before the start of the battle were such effeminate words as well. If he was vomiting out such words, then it should have been better to just stab him at once. That was definitely small fry talk, and Eris might have looked at him as no more than a drunkard in a bar.
I wonder what you're doing. While looking down on him, Eris understood that he was pitiable. And then an inexpressible sorrow welled up inside her, that this was the end of the person who had once shaken her, who she had somewhat feared. Therefore, she asked, Do you have any last words?
Gull looked up to Eris with only his eyes. A woman with red hair. When he saw her for the first time, he thought that she had some talent. He thought that she was unrefined, but she could become even stronger than Ghislaine. He never once thought that she would be the one to kill him. He always thought that she would stay below him. He thought that he could win any time he fought her.
The one who wields the sword only for oneself is pure. The pure sword would become sharper than anyone else's. People change. The sword wielded for the sake of others is strong, but it will be influenced by others. Once you hesitate, that hesitation will haunt you thereafter. Your sword will become dull. That is how I think so. Marrying a woman, having a child, raising disciples. What was it that I did as a sword god? As I kept thinking about such absurd things, I had gotten so dull.
Within his fading consciousness, Gull could feel words leaking out from him. It wasn't that there was a need to convey it. They weren't his last words. He had never thought about what he would say before he died. He had never thought that he would die in such a place. His thoughts simply leaked out from his lips.
Eris, you are the best one after all. You didn't become weak. You look like you're being possessed by freedom. You continue to remain free.
A clot of blood gushes forth from Gull's mouth. Without wiping off that blood, Gull presented the sword he was holding in his hands to Eris.
Take it.
I'll be accepting this.
An incoherent action, but Eris quickly received it. As expected for someone who was at death's door, Ghoul's hands were dreadfully cold, but the hilt of the sword was hot.
Looking at that, Gull breathed out. His lungs no longer had the energy to even breathe in.
It's nice for a person who is free to be strong.
His hand fell. Sword god Gulfarian died. Eris silently went down on her knees and extracted the sword's scabbard from Gull's back. She then put the sword back into the scabbard and placed it on her back. While giving out a huge sigh, she brought out a scroll from her bosom, an elementary healing magic scroll. She was given one scroll to use in time of need, and so she held that one sheet. While applying it to her neck, which was bleeding profusely, she sent mana into it. The wound disappeared in an instant.
Eris.
Let's go and support Rudeus.
Yeah.
While saying only a few words, the two of them turned back. After walking for several steps, Eris stopped. She turned. To remove the sight of Gulfarian's empty, pale corpse, Eris tightly grasped her fist. She chanted a spell. In order to remember only this one technique taught to her by Rudeus, she practiced this magic many times over with Ghislaine. Fireball! The fireball fired by Eris's hand burned Gulfarian's body. Eris didn't watch until the end of Gulfarian's corpse, now wrapped in flames. She turned around and with a quick pace left that place behind. The surrounding trees were caught by the fire, and smoke started coming out as if signaling something. Not being hindered by anyone until that fire was put out by nature, it continued. Author's Q&A. Q. Come to think of it, what happened to the pamphlet that you applied for? A. I wonder what happened. I can only say to wait for it. There is no way for it but to become small as time passes. Q. If Orsted's mana supply will recover after some 30 years, then shouldn't it be fine for him to join the fight? The Laplace fight is going to be 80 years from now, right? A. If the president's mana supply could recover in 30 years, then he would join the fight on his own accord. Q. Just how much old is Sandor Alex Ryback-san? A. Maybe somewhere around 300 years old. Q. Why does it look cool when Eris says it, but when I say it, it looks as if I'm just ridiculing the memory?
A. It's probably because Eris doesn't have that much memory left. Q. Are the members on the stone monuments added according to their standard equipment, or are they judged by their plain strength? I would like to know that. A. The members on the stone monument aren't very related to their strength. Gino defeated Gull and was changed to Sword God. That's just how it is. Q. There won't be any more changes in the rank of the world powers during this fight, right? A. No. Q. Did she properly burn Gull's lower half of body? A. The entire surroundings went up in flames, taking that with it. Q. Gulfarion died too quickly. Don't you think he became a little bit too weak? A. Even during that fight, he would be stronger than Eris in a one-on-one situation. Q. I was quite surprised that Gino became the Sword God. A. He had more talent than anyone else. He kept training every day since a young age and was able to lay his groundwork. Q. Even though he was cut in two, former Sword God Sama still had the time to talk. But if someone were to get cut in half in this world, then just how long would that person live, I wonder? A. Depends on how he was cut. Q. Eris used magic? A. You get surprised each time she uses it. Q. Eris and Ghislaine, couldn't they invoke a chantless healing magic by themselves with Rudeus' guidance? A. They can't. Q. According to power levels, Eris greater than Ruijerd, right? Regarding simple maggots. A. Let's see. If it became a fight like that, Eris would be stronger. Q. Even though Gull fired a long sword of light, it ended up being Flow of the Water God-style secret technique. Did he combine them together? Yes, he did combine them. Q. Even though you should have written approximately the same number of characters, this story felt a bit less than usual. A. It was around 7,000 characters, so it was less than usual.
Volume 23, Chapter 14. Third Generation versus Second Generation, plus Alpha, Part 1. We were separated by quite a distance. The rampage of Ogre God Malta, a gigantic ogre who was going berserk like a storm, mowing down trees and digging up the earth. As if being washed away by the aftermath, we were separated from the battlefield. The ones who were facing him were Zenoba and Doga. Since the Ogre God was a simple power-type monster, their compatibility was perfect. Since he is a Miko, there is no one who could win against Zenoba in physical power, and Doga is quite powerful against an approaching enemy. But that much was obvious. I did not have the time to worry about the others. The one who was standing before me was at the 7th rank of the 7 great world powers. North God Kalman III, Alexander Ryback, one of the 2 adversaries who pushed me down into the valley. Not to mention, I did not have the MK1 on me, and MK2 was incomplete. He was not an enemy I could go easy on or be careless around. The early bird gets the worm. So with Quagmire, Wait! Or so I thought. But in the next instant, North God Kalman III's shout stalled me. The opponent was a North God-style user, however. It would not be strange if he ambushed us under the false pretense of asking to wait. So I silently set up Quagmire and fired stone cannons in quick succession.
Let us talk a little bit before the battle.
He easily repelled the stone cannons. Or did they stray away from their path? In any case, the stone cannons changed their trajectory mid-air and were repelled. Even though the Quagmire should have been set up near his feet, he was not sinking. Was this the power of a North God? No, that is wrong.
I have definitely heard about the ability of that Dragon King sword.
Your anger is reasonable. After losing both of your arms and falling into the valley, you would surely want to fight as soon as possible. But please wait for a moment. After I have talked, I will keep you company at once. A small fry like you can surely make time for the conversation between two strong people, right?
A small fry? Ha! You underestimating me? I will make mincemeat out of you. But I could not bring myself to get angry. I certainly could not deny the fact that I looked like a small fry in front of one of the 7 great world powers. On the contrary, it was refreshing, since I had been getting nothing but praise these days.
Neutral. As for me, I did not want to wait. It was possible that he was stalling for time. I wanted to win as soon as possible and then go around to back others up. While thinking that, I took a step back and exchanged looks with Sandor. He was not moving, just like Alec. If he was not going to fight, I would not be able to win alone. It cannot be helped. While shrugging, Sandor moved forward.
So, what is it, stranger?
Stranger? Me? The one who knows more about you than anyone else in this world? I do think that this is our first meeting, though. The first time we met was when I came out of Mother's belly. Father.
I wonder why Sandor was playing dumb. Father, please stop this. I can tell even when you have put that clumsy helmet on.
If Hitogami peeked into my mind, then even Alec should know that.
You are North God Kolmon II, Alec Ryback.
Alec-kun, you should have said that after I removed my helmet.
While saying that, Sandor sighed and removed his helmet. A black-haired middle-aged man. Alec had black hair as well. Now that I looked again, they both looked quite similar.
After defeating me, you would say that I was a strong enemy, and to at least respect your victory, I would then remove my helmet, only for you to see that I was your
Enough of that! I thought you died a long time ago. What have you been doing until now?
I took on a disciple and have been teaching martial arts. Recently, I caught the eye of Her Majesty Ariel and have now become a knight.
Disciple? You, who had entrusted this sword to me and abandoned the North God style, have taken a disciple?
Anger floated onto Alec-kun's face. I do not know what went on between them, but it seemed Sandor's words had sparked something inside him.
Alec-kun, it is not as if I abandoned the North God style.
Lies! Even now, you do not hold a sword!
Sandor lifted his rod to show it. A rod made of metal. You mean this? I think it has made me stronger.
Are you making fun of me? That piece of metal? Stronger than this Dragon King sword?
That is not true. Alec-kun, that sword is the strongest in the world. I, who have wielded it for 100 years, know that the best.
Then why?
It is too strong, that sword. In response to Alexander's question, Sandor answered, as if it was reasonable, as if it was obvious, as if he were admonishing him. With that sword in hand, no matter how large the beast, no matter how agile the monster, no matter how strong the soldier, they were no match. I won countless battles and became a hero with that sword. But a thought suddenly came to my mind. I became a hero. But was there some kind of difference before and after I obtained this sword? As a result, I began wondering whether North God Kolmon II, Alex Ryback, was actually strong or not. Once those thoughts entered my head, I could no longer fight like before. Of course, I did not intend to deny my comrades and my fights till now, but I simply thought that my time as a hero was over. That is why I entrusted you with the title of North God the Hero, and left to spread the teachings of North God Kolmon I. Alec obviously felt left out,
I did not really get it, but the old man Alex, Sandor, got tired of fighting, gave up his characteristic sword, and attempted to spread his teachings. And his child, who was against it, was mad. Well, it was not as if I did not understand. If you were suddenly entrusted with something that big of a responsibility and your father goes missing, of course you would be angry. And the result was Auber, that wacky faction. That is also one of the paths to demonstrate the teachings of North God Kalman I. I have not acknowledged that wacky faction. That is not the North God style.
Alexander shook his head without trying to hide his bad mood. Auber, huh? He certainly was not a swordsman. More like a ninja. Was it even swordsmanship? Sandor spoke up.
North God Kalman I used a sword, but there is no need to stick to the sword. Alec-kun mocked. Is that why you are using that piece of metal? Yes. With this, I can feel myself getting stronger. And when you can feel your own growth, it is possible for humans to get even stronger. I do not get it. Alec-kun looked dissatisfied. Perhaps he is still young. He could not say no to the path he had chosen. Alec-kun, I will be asking the same thing. Why are you here? I came here to defeat Orsted. After defeating the Dragon God, I will become the second rank. Oh, you have so much motivation. As your father, I am proud. While smiling, Sandor praised Alec. Sandor-san, you are not wrong for being proud, but you are on our side, right? You will not just say, all right, I will help you out, and then become our enemy, right? I have become your enemy this time around, but you have permission to totally defeat me and then go challenge Orsted. That is obvious. Even if you have become my enemy, as North God Kalman III, I will definitely show you that I can attain grand fame as well.
What is up with this grand fame? Well, that is desirable, but worrying about your families or your father's greatness is also possible. I cannot support them from my position, though. Not only just that, I am going to annihilate the Supard race. The Supard race are not demons, you know. You have seen that once yourself, haven't you? Alec did nothing but nod to Sandor's puzzlement. I do not care about something like that. The Supards are famous as demons. If I were to destroy them, then my name would be passed down as a hero for eternity. That is not something a hero would do. Maybe, but I cannot help but choose that path. If I do not, I cannot surpass your exploits. I cannot surpass North God Kalman II's name. If you surpass my name, then you will become a hero? That is right! With his mouth partly agape, Sandor faced towards me, and then bowed his head. Please forgive me, Rudeus Dono. I thought I could persuade him, but looks like this foolish son of mine is an even greater fool than I had expected. It certainly seems that way. It seemed Alec was being manipulated by the word called hero. He did not want to become a hero by doing heroic things, but was making a fuss about it to become famous. It was a situation where anyone would want to say, that is not how it works. I cannot say it properly, but that is not how it works.
Let us stop him. Roger. Sandor put his helmet on and prepared his rod. I widened my arms as if to support him from behind. Alec came at us while glaring with a sullen look. Denying his way of doing things, being called a fool by a stunned expression, his swirling anger had no way to go down. Do you think you can defeat me, who possesses the Dragon King's sword, with that piece of metal and carrying that novice's burden? Yeah, of course. I intend to punish you thoroughly. Hearing the word punishment, Alec's cord of patience was finally cut. Do not underestimate me. The fight between North God II and North God III began. Ta! Alec took the initiative to shout first. Easily wielding the large sword in his hands, he slashed at Sandor's shoulder. Ah! Sandor warded off that overwhelming force with his rod.
Alec lost his posture, making him defenseless. He faced his body forward with a fearsome sense of balance and struck Sandor once again. Sandor moved as if he was anticipating for that. While rotating himself, he parried Alec's gale-like attack a second time. And while parrying it, using the principle of leverage, he swept Alec's leg. Alec's posture came crumbling down all at...
Nay. Alec's body floated as if leaping over Sandor, then came back down to the ground with a speed that was normally impossible, moving in a nonsensical way. But I knew that. This was the power of Kajakuto, the cursed Dragon King sword. Gravity manipulation.
Orya!
But Sandor was coping with it. As he turned his back, the blows from the Dragon King sword were parried and parried and parried. He gradually changed his direction, and before long, he was facing Alec. Alec's blows weren't something that could be parried just like that. The ground was being gouged every time they clashed. The shockwave from the attacks were chopping up neighboring trees which fell down. The vacuum waves that sprung forth cut my cheeks even though I was separated from them. But those blows didn't reach Sandor. Although he's retired, he is still a North god. He kept parrying Alec's attacks perfectly. Alec could move freely in all respects due to his gravity-manipulating sword. He was acrobatic, and it was difficult to predict his movements. Furthermore, it wasn't like Sandor wasn't doing anything. At first glance, it looked like he wasn't moving, but he did move his body little by little so as to gain an advantageous position.
This was a fight between two fellow North God-style users. The speed wasn't that fast. It was probably because of my training with Iris and Orsted that I was able to see their movements. I could see them, but the sheer number of movements was too high. I couldn't predict them, thus making it difficult to back him up.
Wah! Tor!
Still, these guys were noisy. Like I had the time to think about such thoughts. I fixed my breathing and looked at them carefully. If they were struggling for supremacy, then depending on my interruption, the progress of the battle could incline. It was difficult to predict their movements even if I saw them with my foresight eye. But aside from Alex, I could see Sandor's movements. It was easier to predict him compared to Alec, at least. There was a pattern. He went right and then left. With this flow, if the opponent went right behind his back, then... there! I fired a stone cannon. The stone cannon made a high-pitched noise and flew straight, impacting on Alec. No, neither did it went straight, nor was it a direct hit. It curved. While chiseling through Alex's armor, it vanished into the forest. But Alex's posture collapsed.
Ha!
Without passing up that opportunity, Sandor struck Alec in his solar plexus.
However, Alec leapt into the sky while groaning. He came directly at me, fast.
Don't interrupt, small fry! An axe kick, a killing attack from diagonally above. While watching it with my foresight eye, I tried warding it off with my remaining gauntlet. Oh. The moment I took the attack, my feet were caught by tremendous gravity. The gauntlet broke and I fell down onto my knees. My hand flew as it was cut, or so I thought, but the black arm made a heavy screeching noise while warding it off. The Atofe hand was strong. Those arms! Are those grandmothers? Electric! I fired electric from my other hand, which had been stockpiling mana. The purple lightning licked Alec's body. I continued and built up mana in my left hand to fire a stone cannon in his face at point blank. Torya! But Alec didn't stop. Evading my stone cannon by bending himself backwards, he attacked my feet by doing a spin on one leg. I jumped right away to avoid it. But Alec had already reorganized his posture by that time. A single blow to bisect my neck approached me. Ha! Just as it was about to, Sandor plunged his rod into Alec from his side. While making a tailspin, Alec leapt with great strength towards my right, but he softly landed with a trajectory that defied gravity.
At first glance, no damage could be seen on him. Looks like electric didn't have much effect on him, too. Was it the power of the sword? Or was it the performance of the armor? Or was his endurance just for pretend? Was it because of the difference in training? Or was it because of the difference in our body structure? It wouldn't be strange if it were any of those.
I've gone easy a little bit too much, I guess. Maybe I'll try becoming a bit more serious. Alec talked as if he was a losing player in a beat-em-up game, but the situation didn't look bad. At this rate, we might win. Sandor fights as the vanguard, and I back him up. If we kept hitting him one at a time, we'll definitely be able to bring him down. North God Command III. He's a formidable enemy, but Sandor is strong as well. If there's a struggle for supremacy, then with my contribution we can win. I'm not a burden! A little shoddy, huh? Or so I thought, but Sandor's words were unreliable. No way! Are we not superior? Sandor had no damage. My previous actions broke the Zarif prosthetic hand, but the Atofe hand was equally or even more efficient. We can still make it! He's preserving his strength right now, so that he can fight Orsted-sama later. He's probably raising his power gradually. Oh, damn, so he was holding back. It seems he's treating me as a small fry a bit too much. How much more time will Roxy Dono take? I don't know.
She'll let us know when the preparations are ready. It's already been half a day, so I guess it'll be done sometime soon. As long as Zenoba and Eris don't let the enemy through and reach Roxy and the others. It seems he has become quite strong since the time I knew him. I might have boasted a bit too much. I want you to try your best without saying such words, since I'll try my best to support you. Anyway, let's try to earn some time. Roger. After our short exchange of words, Shandor charged ahead. Alec, too, ran forward in concord. Whoa! Warya! And once again, the exchange of blows started. But Shandor was right. You couldn't see the change at a glance. But Sandor's parries started decreasing. Each time he received a hit, his posture broke down a bit. Alec's level of attacking was getting crazy. His appearance wasn't changing, but probably his weight. If Sandor was in an undisadvantageous position, then I couldn't get a direct hit from the stone cannon. Would it be warded off, or repelled, or avoided? He could do any one of them. I didn't fire stone cannon. Instead, I'll use magic to control the earth. First, I'll bring a stop to his irregular aerial movement, through which he's hopping around so much. In that case, Sandor will have a little more comfort, and the range of tactics he can use will increase as well. As a result, my stone cannon should hit him as well. For that reason, Earth Lancer!
I produced 4 earth pillars as if to surround the both of them, and then to top it all off, Earth Web. I made a web of earth above Sandor, some 50 centimeters above. If the top is obstructed, then his irregular aerial movement will... Irritating! It was torn down in an instant, so it was no good. What happened, Father? This is the best you can do? Oh no, Sandor was steadily being driven into a corner. It was not a difference in technique. It was unmistakably the difference between their weapons. The more it got hit by the Dragon King's sword, the more crooked Sandor's rod became. If I backed him using stone cannon in a panic, it will just bend away. Furthermore, he might have been putting me off because he started ignoring the stone cannons. Not good. At this rate, we won't even be able to stall for time. The situation will become gradually worse and we'll be defeated. Gah! It was at that time. Someone's figure plunged into Alec's flank like a comet. That woman, having red hair and with the sword in her hands, struck Alec with all her might. While receiving that blow and the one from Sandor as well, he was blown off backwards. The red swordswoman gave pursuit. After landing as if ignoring gravity, Alec swung his large sword on the spot. The red swordswoman couldn't cope with that.
Ha! But behind her, a green-haired soldier following behind her back staved off that attack.
The mad dog howled, brandishing the sword. A blow was aimed at the nape of the neck, but its trajectory was once again changed by something invisible. Though the sword was driven into the top of the shoulders, the sturdy armor was able to unexpectedly stop that attack with only but a scratch left. The mad dog didn't chase him too far. No sooner than she saw that the attack was a failure, she quickly leaped back.
Immediately following that, the large sword was brought down upon the place she moved out of, cutting a bunch of her hair. She distanced herself from him. The red-haired and green-haired, with their backs turned against me, stood there.
Rudeus, I've kept you waiting! Eris said as she glanced over here. Rudeus didn't turn over, but he may have already confirmed my safety via his third eye. They had come over to save us. If I were a girl, I would have immediately fallen in love with them. Embrace me! Make a mess out of me! This can't be. When I became like a young girl, Alec had an astonished face. Nay, it would be better to say that he had been shocked. Impossible. Gulfarian was defeated? So what happened? When he saw Rudeus, he nodded. Seriously? Was Sword God defeated with the two of them working together? Though he resigned his seat as the Sword God, he couldn't have been defeated so easily. It seems I might have overestimated that person's circumstances. While proudly saying those words, Alec wore a sorrowful face. If I recall, when they pushed me off the bridge, he looked on good terms with Gull. It was only for a short time, but he was a nice person nevertheless. Alec's presence changed. It was different from before. The feeling that he was going easy on us vanished. Even though I thought that I would quickly deal with the two of them and then proceed to fight Orsted.
Alec prepared himself as he lowered his body. Something was coming. Sensing an overwhelming presence, Eris and Rudeus lowered their bodies in vigilance. But if he was going to go all out now of all times, then it was already too late. In addition to Sandor and me, there were Eris and Rudeus. It was 4 versus 1. Even if he's one of the world powers holding the strongest sword? Right hand sword. The sword in Alec's right hand raised, its tip facing the sky. Left hand sword. Alec held the sword's handle with his left hand, using both hands. The large sword that he had been swinging with one hand, he was now holding it with 2. I wonder if that was his real fighting style. Not good! Run! Sandor gave out a sharp shout and jumped on his right, but it was too late. Brought about by both hands, a life is lost, leaving only death with but one intent. Alec held the Dragon King's sword above his head. My name is Alexander Ryback of the North God style! Then I realized my body was afloat. It wasn't just me. Eris, Rudeus, and Sandor who jumped to the side as well. Everyone's bodies were floating in air. Of course, the falling leaves, the branches of the trees, everything was rising from the surface. The Dragon King's sword's gravity manipulation. Once you're up, forget about coming down. You can't even move properly. Even if you kicked and struggled with your limbs, you couldn't move from the spot even a little bit.
A completely defenseless position. Alec could be seen putting all of his power into it. Now is the time for me to avenge my sworn friend! Crap. As I thought that, my body moved on its own. I loaded mana in both my hands and created a shockwave. Eris, Rudeus, and Sandor were blown far into the distance. I immediately hauled in the remains of Zarif's prosthetic hand that were floating near me and pointed the magic absorbing stone that was fixed at its tip towards Alec. Something that was between me and the sword disappeared, and I landed on the ground. Throwing the magic absorbing stone into the wind, I drove all of my mana into both my hands. As I faced Alec, who was on the verge of swinging his large sword downwards. Secret technique! Gravity rupture! A flash and an explosion. My consciousness paused. Part 3. When I woke up, I was on top of a tree. I was blown off. I realized that fact because my legs had bone fractures. The leg parts were smashed to pieces, and my leg had twisted in a weird way. It wasn't just the legs. Most of my body parts had broken, and I was being assailed with intermittent pain around my chest. Probably a rib or two had broken.
I was coughing violently, and pain ran through my chest, but it wasn't severe enough to hinder my speech. I chanted healing magic right away and cured my wounds.
Just how far was I blown? When I raised my body, the branch that was holding me broke. While cracking the branches, I fell down from a fair distance, but I had still not fallen to the ground. It seems I was blown off to quite a high place. As I was thinking that, I could see the ground. There was a crater. A crater with a diameter possibly even of 20 meters. Something like that had appeared in front of the valley. There wasn't anything like that before. It was created just moments ago, possibly with the attack just now. Seriously? I suddenly turned my neck around. I could see something glittering at the Supard village. It was a light I recognized. That is... Whoa! The branch I was sitting on broke again. This time I fell straight towards the ground while hitting many branches on the way. Ow! I had just used healing magic, but was injured once again. I quickly chanted healing magic and cured my wounds once again. At any rate, I must grasp the situation. What happened to Eris, Rudeus, and Sandor? And Alec? While thinking that, I stood up and could see a person right before me. Getting startled, I quickly took a stance with my shaking body. But the one before me wasn't an enemy. Sandor-san!
Could you heal me as well?
He was covered with injuries. The armor was partially destroyed, the helmet was broken, and blood was coming out of his head. His left hand was loosely hanging down. Yes, of course. I touched his body with my hands and healed his wounds with healing magic.
Thank you.
Where are Eris and Rudeus? I asked about those two immediately after I was thanked. Even Sandor was wounded like this. Then Eris and Rudeus were in bad shape as well.
They have minor injuries. It's good that we were able to gain some distance thanks to you, Rudeus Dono. They might not even need healing magic, although they're still unconscious. I felt relieved by that report. And where's North God Kelman III? It looks like he went ahead of us after seeing that we were defeated. He didn't deliver the final blow? That technique just now was the strongest killing technique of the North God style. He may have thought that there wouldn't be any need.
It was fine when I fell down the valley, but it looks like he really has a screw loose up there. But we were saved thanks to that. But we let him through. We let him through to Orsted's place. Orsted will probably win. Even he should have fought Alexander with the Dragon King's sword in one of his loops. He shouldn't have fought him seriously if there was no need in the rout. But I am sure he could defeat him just as easily as he defeated Water God Raida. But that attack... There were other people in the Supard village as well. The Supards that just recovered from the plague. Julie, Norn. If in order to protect them he took that sword technique upon himself to ward it off, then he would probably end up using a lot of mana. A fight to protect is much harder than a fight to attack. If Orsted couldn't protect everyone, then it would mean the death of all of them. Sandor-san, can you still fight? Do you intend to go? It's not over yet. I just saw a light coming out of the village. It's the summoning light. If Roxy's preparations are finished, then we're just getting started. When I said that, a green-haired male came running from within the forest. 2 of them. Both of them were Supard warriors. It wasn't Royshard. They quickly approached us after looking at our figures.
A message from Roxy. The summoning was a success.
All right. I nodded. Well then, I'll be going first. Let me have the privilege of stalling him. Please be careful not to overexert yourself. I understand. After a short exchange of words, Sandor began running. I'll let you handle the nursing of Eris and Rudeus. When they wake up, message them for support.
All right. Please guide me. Yes.
Rudeus. I resigned Eris and Rudeus to the nodding Supard warrior
and took the other warrior with me and headed towards Roxy's place. Jumping over the roots of trees, crossing the thicket, I headed straight ahead. I wasn't that fast because of the broken magic armor. I mean, it had already lost all its function and was now heavy. I stripped out of magic armor MK2 on the way and ran with my casual clothing. North God Kalman III was stronger than we had expected. But we must not pull back now. This was a critical moment. Rudeus! I reached my destination. Roxy wasn't there. The ones who were left were only Elenalize and the remaining Supard warriors. Then it's as planned. You look awful. Although I had cured myself with healing magic, looking at my tattered clothes and armor, Elenalize stared in amazement. But she quickly stiffened her face. The preparations are complete.
Behind her, there was an impromptu magic formation written, but it had already lost its light. It was something that was identical to the drawing in the scroll that I had lost at the bottom of the valley. The name of the manufacturer of that scroll was Roxy Greyrat. That magic formation had already collapsed. It collapsed due to the weight of the huge armor that stood on top of it. For the worst-case scenario, this was created as a duplicate if the magic armor was destroyed during the war. Not having enough space in the armory of the office, this one machine was unwillingly put in the workshop. The only trump card which escaped the destruction of the office. It's the magic armor MK1! Well then, it's time for round 2. Author's Q&A. A. It was a little misspelling this time. Or how should I say this? I wrote second generation and third generation as the title for the fight between Alex and Alexander, but screwed up. Then I fixed the title to Alec and Earl, but then again screwed up. I fixed Earl to Sandor. Because of what I did, it became awful. I think it's quite hard to read now. I'm terribly sorry. Q. What kind of appearance does the magic armor is the most similar to if compared to any mecha anime? I imagine it as Kobu from Sakura Wars. A. Let's see. It can be Kobu. It can be Scope Dog from Bottoms. It can be Destroyed from Macross. I imagine it as such from boorish series like that. But it would be fine to imagine however you feel like it.
Q. So there were 2 pieces of magic armor MK1, one of which was in the office and one machine at Zenoba's workshop. I do remember that there was a description of magic formation of the office setup in the workshop. I wonder if the scrapped up parts were used as the second installment of MK1? A. That's right. Something like this might happen, so they created a second installment of MK1. Q. Was Second Gen's rank higher than Death God before he retired the Dragon King sword? A. No, it was the same as now. The ranking has nothing to do with the power levels, which constantly changes. Q. I wonder if the magic armor that was in the office was stolen? A. It's heavy to begin with, and since no one can move it, the probability is low. Q. Second gen or third gen? Who is stronger? A. At the very least, the second seemed to be at the top during the time he handed over the Dragon King's sword. And during those days, the child who was not swallowed up by that sword seemed strong. Q. Sword God's battle was quite terrific, but Gino suddenly came into the spotlight without any development. When he fought a stronger opponent, he defeated a person far stronger than him. That kind of development didn't correspond well. That's the only complaint I have. Perhaps Gulfarion too held a similar feeling. Q. Atofei's parts compensated for the loss of hands, but if it got attached with former Sword God after he failed to cut the neck, would it become a Tofei body? A. Well, if there was the box around there by chance at that time.
Q. Did former Sword God's sword break? The armor had not aged, but it was thanks to a Tofei hand. A Tofei hand is black and really hard. A. When eating something soft, the hard thing inside it can nick your teeth, sort of like that. Q. Saying that there won't be any more changes in the world rankings would be a spoiler, so I wish that you hadn't said that. A.
Gulfarian's position was taken by Geno Blitz, so Eris defeating Gull won't have any effect, right? Thus is my answer to your question. It shouldn't be a spoiler. Q. Alex to Alexander to Alexandor to Sandor to Sandor? So that's how it is? A. Nope, Sandor is the Hungarian name for Alexandros. That's all. Q. Please tell me about the history of Rudeus's right and left hand. Right hand. Rudeus's right hand is born. It held talent when he was little. It grew as the most reliable hand of Rudeus. Left hand. Rudeus's left hand is born. It couldn't keep up with the right hand, but the right hand can't always show its talent without it. It grew as an excellent support. Q. Since Earl is the son of the immortal demon lord, so he has regeneration, why would he need healing magic? But it could also be that his regeneration couldn't keep up with his wounds. Answer. There are times when Kuriga is needed, rather than regen. Q. This is Father's nickname. Wow, it's been, 100 years or so? I always wanted to talk like this with you when I was a kid. For a kid who could have said something like this, to be such a foolish kid? Answer. This scene is probably far into the future.
Quote, what are the subjugation group 100 strong doing right now? A. After watching lighting falling down on them, and the bridge falling down as well, they've lost all will to fight and have completely stopped moving. Quote, wasn't the master of that wacky faction Alexander? In chapter 174, it's written that Weta's master is North god Kalman III. A. Weta is Kalman III's disciple. His growth was sluggish, but when he became independent, he came to know about Auber's wacky faction, and then rose to North King. Still, he wasn't Auber's disciple. There are many in the wacky faction who follow Alec's way of doing things.
Volume 23, Chapter 15, North God III versus Dead End plus Alpha, Part 1. After activating the Mark I, I set out after the North God. Inside the forest, avoiding trees, I simply headed towards the North God. While running, I estimated the amount of mana left in my body. I consumed some fraction of it during my battle with the North God, but something of that level didn't even come close to 10% of it. I still had a surplus of mana. But a little while ago, while fighting the North God, the continuous rumbling in the background had stopped. Zenoba and Doga. No matter how good their compatibility was, it seems that a God-class enemy was impossible. I hope that they're all right. Although, if we assume that those two got taken out, then the North God and the Ogre God, I would have to fight those two. I wonder if I have enough mana. I can't run out halfway like I did in the battle with Orsted. No, the current moment was critical. Let's stop thinking about the past. I have to address the things in front of me one at a time. For now, the first goal. North God Kalman III. By the time I arrived at the scene, Sandor had already been defeated. He was sitting at the base of a tree with his eyes downtrodden. He didn't have a weapon on him. His rod was lying broken near him.
The one who was looking down on him was Alec. North God Kalman III had overpowered the previous generation. Father, how long are you going to continue this little game? You must understand, right? That you can't win against me if you don't have at least one of the cursed swords. Sandor did not answer. He may have already passed out. I didn't want to imagine that he's dead. Or was this also part of your plan? Playing dead? Such novelties are everyone's specialty in that wacky faction, aren't they? No matter what happens, excel yourself and achieve the goal. I also think that that approach is wonderful. Although, honestly, I think Auber's group was overdoing it. But why did my father, who taught them, choose to deny me? Pause. Sandor did not answer. He just continued to remain in silence. Well then, It's about time I get going. Alex said that and turned around to face me. Huh? He looked like he had run into a bear, an unexpected encounter. He never thought that he would meet this person here. That kind of face. That magic armor should no longer be usable. My son, I'll answer your question.
And so, for but a few seconds, in the time Alex stood there shocked, Sandor stood up. Playtime is over. As you said, without a cursed sword, I cannot win. That's why I borrowed one from Eris. But that was just a last resort. With just a cursed sword, the chances of victory would still be slim. So I waited. I persevered and persevered, played dead and waited. For certain victory. As he said that, Sandor took out a single sword from his back. That was the second sword owned by Eris. The cursed sword, Prominence. Why did I deny you? That is because you, who aims to be a hero, are acting far from what a hero actually does. A hero carries out his duties heroically, using whatever he can to grasp victory. Not kicking around the weak to gain fame. Challenging an enemy far stronger than oneself without any chance of victory, and then winning to seize the title of a hero. Not like me, but in the same fashion as North God Kalman I. Sandor unsheathed his sword with his aloof atmosphere and took his stance. The cursed sword Prominence was a short sword, but in Sandor's hand it seemed like a weapon fitting for a North God. I get it. Reinforcements. Gisu did say to not let Rudeus get into the magic armor, but that is simply fighting the enemy in their best form. With just the two of you, do you think that you can win against me holding this Dragon King sword? Who said there were just two of us?
Sandor's words. And as if in response to him, the bushes moved. Two people came out from there, a red-haired woman and a man with green hair. Eris and Rudeus. While I went to get the magic armor, they had woken up. They both still had injuries, but the two of them were far tougher than me. Eris took a glance at me. That gaze held great meaning. Those eyes said that she would entrust her back to me. Rudeus was also giving me a similar gaze. Although it was his first time seeing the magic armor, through his third eye, he could see that it was me. And thus, as if it was natural, he was coming towards me. And so, I will be supporting these three, as long as the magic armor MK1 holds out. It may seem like a pathetic position, but that's how it is. We've been doing things like this since long ago. Eris in the center, Rudeus in charge of control, and me as backup. There wasn't any need for words. There's an extra person mixed in, but this was the best formation.
Now then, it's time for the second round. On Sandor's command, the second round between North Gods began. Part 3. Coming right from the front was Eris. She was, as usual, going for the fastest victory in the shortest distance. She was brandishing her drawn sword and ran straight towards Alec. Alec handled it well. A slash too fast for my eyes to see. It was handled safely and countered.
Eris's attack seemed to continue on without any break, but there was certainly a small pause that my eyes couldn't see. But the counter was completely prevented. It was Rudeus. Each time he swung his spear, Alec's counter failed. Rudeus was moving around in Eris's shadow. No matter how many mistakes Eris made, as long as Rudeus was there, those mistakes couldn't be taken advantage of. But at times, Alec ignored gravity. Just when you thought that his stance was broken, he would make some weird movement and carry out continuous attacks or swap to defense. From his big evasions, just when you thought that he was performing an acrobatic dodge, he would suddenly dive in for an attack. Against those movements, not even Rudeus could cope. These movements that Rudeus couldn't deal with were prevented by Sandor, North God Kalman II,
The man who knew more about manipulating gravity than anyone else prevented them, aiming at where he was going to land or striking at him in the air. Although Alec avoided direct hits, it wasn't going how he wanted it to. It all ultimately resulted in his vain exhaustion of stamina and increase in injuries. On the other hand, whenever he retreated back, he fell prey to my magic. The stone cannons that even Orsted couldn't avoid were bent away by the Dragon King sword Tenna. But on the verge of hitting him, I activated the magic absorption stone, and a few shots managed to graze him.
It wasn't a direct hit, but the rain of bullets kept him from moving around and wouldn't allow him to gain distance from Eris. Although the electric shot that I fired with what I thought was the perfect timing was easily avoided, Alec wasn't getting any time to catch his breath. And so, there was no room for him to use that killer move from before. Ugh! Alec was both stronger and faster than anyone here, but because he was rushing, because he was impatient, he was getting sloppy, to the point that sloppiness itself was exuding from Alec's entire movement. With absolute stability, it had become a battle with us having the advantage. The damage given was also compounding. There was no unnecessary movement. It's not as if we're certain that we'll be able to defeat him, but if this situation keeps getting gradually worse like this, he will eventually be destroyed. Stamina and magic. If this keeps up for a bit longer, he's bound to run out. Since this battle started, who has been expending themselves the most? From the start of the fight, who has been the most wasteful? That was someone who, right after the battle started, revealed their ultimate technique. Eris's face got scratched. Just a scratch. But as time passed, more wounds added up. There was one flaw. Sandor. North God Kalman II. The man formerly known as one of the 7 great world powers had a flaw. But that couldn't be helped.
While fighting the third, after taking his ultimate technique, he had been protecting Eris and Rufujin, and so, until we came, he continued to stall North God Kalman II until he had become worn out. Even an outsider could see that his movements were losing their brilliance. But he was still moving. He was handling his job. Or it might be that he could somehow handle the job due to Alec's sloppiness. But he was still human. He had his limits. Of course, Eris too, and I, who was watching the opponent's movements with the foresight eye as well. Even the veteran hero Rufujin was breathing slightly harder. It was a tough battle, constantly maintaining a paper-thin line between offense and defense. Sandor was probably about to hit his limit.
But he still had some energy left. Unlike before, I was wearing the magic armor MK1. With its high line of sight, it was easy to oversee the battle. The range of my support had increased. Sandor was being overwhelmed. Then, in order to support Sandor and those movements, it should be fine to change tactics for a bit. The attack pattern will be Rock Spear from below and Vacuum Wave from above, and then increasing the usage frequency of the Magic Absorption Stone. Alec, ignoring gravity and freely moving in 3 dimensions, was simply one of the Dragon King Sword's abilities after all. And I've already confirmed the Magic Absorption Stone's effectiveness against the Dragon King Sword. By increasing its usage frequency, the extent of my support will decrease, but Alec's movements will also be limited. As a result, Sandor's burden would decrease by 30%. But that would still only be 30%. It wasn't enough for him to restore his stamina and continue the match. We had the advantage. But victory was far off. It was something that we couldn't help but think about. Rather, could I keep the Magic Absorption Stone deployed forever? While constantly deploying the Magic Absorption Stone, my long-distance magic would be wasted, but if it was the ability of Magic Armor MK1, then close combat was possible. If I seal those acrobatic movements, it will become a great advantageous situation. Or would it? No, it wouldn't. Eris, Rufujin, and Sandor. Those 3 were standing at point-blank range. There was no room for the massive magic armor in there. No matter how much power and speed it has, without the technique to go with it, it will only hold them back. But how about just stalling for time, for Sandor to step back and recover his stamina? Just a few minutes. Wouldn't just that make a huge difference? Wait, Alec is a North God. Even without his gravity manipulation, he must have fighting techniques. It's impossible that he doesn't have any.
Gravity manipulation was not his true power. Even if that had been sealed and he had fallen a rank, my close combat abilities were 2 or 3 ranks below Sandor. Even with the foresight eye, I still couldn't read Alex's movements. And because of that, I may put a huge burden on Eris and Ruijerd. They were already getting scratches here and there. With just another finger or a hair's breadth of difference, an artery could be cut. Eris was going all out. Right from the very beginning, without wasting a breath, she rushed right in. But she was already falling apart. It was because Alec was good. She might still be exhausted from her fight with the sword god, or maybe she's still injured from Alec's killer technique. Even so, as far as I can tell, Eris was giving her best performance. But I didn't know how long this was going to continue. Ruijerd was still recovering from his illness. He should still have been confined to his bed for another couple of days. He might be moving around fine right now, but it was possible that he would suddenly fall to the ground with a thump. What to do? If it goes on as it is now, we won't lose, but we won't win. My magic power was still fine, but Sandor will eventually hit his limit. What to do? What should I do? Fully deploying the magic absorption stone, preparing for the risk, and head for the front? Or should I use some other kind of magic to break the deadlock? Should we start afresh? It's hard.
Gah! As I thought that, Alec's aim changed from Eris to Sandor. By decreasing his interaction with Eris, Alec's outer body began to be covered in wounds from slashing attacks. But of course, we weren't able to hit him with a decisive blow. I could see his aim. Alec had also realized it, that if Sandor was taken out, then the balance would break. A chill ran down my spine. Sandor's death. Following that, Eris's death. And then Ruijerd dies, making it 1-on-1, and then I would be killed. We'll lose. Is there no way to decide the battle quickly? Inside me, an unthinkable worry was born. Impatience was born. My movements dulled, and the unease that I may have made the wrong decision emerged. A small mistake emerged. Even if I made a small mistake, Ruijerd would do something about it. That said, it was most certainly a burden. At this rate, it would be no good. Something must happen. Something decisive must happen. As I thought that, a decisive moment came. It appeared from deep within the forest. The first thing to come flying was a cluster of dark gray steel. It came flying out, rolling like a ball, hit a tree, and then stopped. The lump of steel quickly got up. But the helmet was missing, the massive armor was covered in dents, blood was flowing from his head, and his nose was bleeding profusely. He had a hazy expression. Without letting go of his weapon, doing his best to hide his rustic expression, he glared at the opponent that sent him flying. It was Doga.
The next one to come flying was a lanky person. His armor was already gone, and his top half was bare. With his thin, beat-up body, he slammed into Doga, who came flying moments ago. It was Zenoba, and then the decisive moment. That was something with red skin and long fangs. His stature easily crossed over 2 meters. He was covered with sinewy meat, and he fell down from above like a monkey. There was no sound. With a very strange landing noise, he fell near us. Ogre God Malta. The second he appeared, all movement stopped. At the same time, my body began to tremble. A bunch of crazy thoughts began floating inside my mind. This battle, why did he come over here? Could we win? Would we lose? Should we fall back for now, or should we attack? Ooh, Ogre God Dono. Looking happier than anybody else, Alec gave an honest smile. As soon as he saw the Ogre God, a joyful smile crossed his face. Seeing that smile, it was possible that even he was having a hard time before. I see. It wasn't just us having a hard time. The battle was also difficult for him. I get it. He wanted to go ahead, or so he thought, but was being stalled here. We haven't lost yet, but we have yet to find a plan to break through. He can no longer use that killer technique. If this situation continued for a long time, he's bound to be mentally exhausted. You came at an excellent time. Contrary to Alec's smile, the ogre god had a sullen face wondering, why the hell are you guys here? The face that Alec had shown when he looked at me like he had met a bear. Right now it could be said that the ogre god had the face of a bear that ran into a person. But this was bad. This battle situation. In a situation where we would most likely crumble within 10 minutes, enemy reinforcement had arrived. Could you please give me a hand? The ogre god nodded in agreement. Part 4. We completely lost our remaining strength. I was already running all around the battlefield, and now I had to provide support for battles against 2 targets. Seeing an opening, I managed to heal Zenoba's and Doga's wounds.
But they were inferior to the ogre god. Each time the ogre god moved at a speed unbefitting of his massive size, Zenoba and Doga were blown away. Even when Zenoba forcibly uprooted a tree to bash him, the ogre god didn't suffer any damage and counterattacked by blowing Zenoba away.
Doga continued to swing his massive axe without giving him a single wound, but was swatted away like a mosquito and blown away. Even though neither Zenoba nor Doga should lose in strength, they were being blown away. Overwhelming power. Alec continued his unchanging attack.
Sandor was mustering up the last of his strength to move around. It's a mystery how he has been able to support the front line for this long. No, it's not a mystery. Sandor was fluctuating, and Rudeus was beginning to tire. He's probably pushing himself.
This was bad. This situation was bad. It came to be a situation where we could no longer think of breaking through. In just a few minutes, our front line will most certainly come crumbling down. We must retreat. But there was nothing behind us. We would just arrive at where Orsted was. Still, it's not as if Orsted would die. But is that okay? Would that still be okay? It would be a loss. But would it really be okay? Is there really no way to break through this deadlock? We have to at least take down one of them. Think, there has to be something. If I used all the cards in my hand to the fullest, there has to be something. Most of the scrolls were lost, but I somehow got the Magic Armor Mark 1 back. The Magic Armor Mark 1's Gatling gun, size, speed, and power. Is there really nothing that can be done? Is there anything? Something.
At last, Sandor fell to his knees. And with despair, I looked at the ogre god. It was him. If we didn't stop this rampaging machine, we couldn't win. Another move. Just one other move. We've simply been forced from our advantageous position to a disadvantaged one. We can still turn it around. If we can do something about this ogre god, Zenoba or Doga could switch places with Sandor so that he could retreat to the back and recover. It's fine with just one move. If it's only just one. It happened then. Laughter rang out among the surroundings, and at the same time, the base of my arm felt hot. The voice sounded familiar. Alec and Sandor suddenly raised their heads and looked around.
It certainly has become something quite interesting.
In the next instant, something black jumped out of the thicket. Wearing black armor and tightly gripping a single sword, that person headed straight for the ogre god. That person landed a single hit on the ogre god. A terrible cling and schling rang out simultaneously, and the sword broke. The hand which the ogre god had guarded with was now profusely pouring blood, while he had taken several steps back. The black thing did not mind one bit that its sword had been broken. Continuing to close in, a sharp fist headed towards the ogre god's solar plexus. The ogre god slouched forward for an instant, and was then hit with a left hook. His head staggered for a second, but he did not fall. The ogre god raised his uninjured hand above her head and hit the black thing. The black thing flew back a few meters, spread its wings, and landed softly. Good. This is a great feeling. The form like that of the devil. I caught my breath. Atofe-sama? Immortal demon lord Atofe. The person feared more than any other on the demon continent was here. Why? She turned to look at me, her face twisted with ferocity, and laughed. I smelt from my fission that you were in trouble, and sensing that the final battle was near, I hurried here. I have no idea what's going on, but I've made it! The Ogre God and Alec. Atofe was laughing so much that it made me wonder what was so funny. With that ominous laugh echoing throughout the forest, Alec was standing there dumbfounded. The fission? Right, these arms. The situation hadn't been completely conveyed, but she made it. With Atofe here, our forces were more than enough. This would work. To all those here, I, Demon Lord Atofe Ryback, will erase you all! Please, not everyone. Damn it, was Moore not here? The other Imperial Guards? She has no reins. By herself. Is what I would like to say, but... Atofe faced the Ogre God. He was about twice her height. Atofe was quite large for a woman. But still, the Ogre God was massive. In height, width, and depth. Ogre God Malta! Do you wish to fight me next? What came from the Ogre God's mouth was fluent demon god language. Contrary to his appearance, his speech was quite dignified. I guess that should be expected of the god class. Your island, the Ogre Island, has been invaded by my Imperial Guards. Leave here quietly. Fail to leave, and they will all be slaughtered.
Oh. Pam! The Ogre God showed Atofe a surprised face. He searched for the true meaning, whether her words were truth or lies, but there was only one thing that could be said. I cannot believe that Atofe would be capable of lies or bargaining.
Of course, I do not mind even if they're all slaughtered. In fact, I would prefer it. Yes, I would prefer that. All right, come at me. Atofe spread her hands wide. That figure, those words, it gave an incredible feel of authenticity. The Ogre God's reaction was extreme. In an instant, he curled up his body and jumped like a monkey to the top of the tree. And from there, he looked down at us. Wait, Ogre God-son! Alec was in a panic. The Ogre God then saw Alec's situation for the first time, with eyes that didn't care at all of the outcome. And then he said, I'll return. Island in danger. What came from his mouth was the human language with a country accent. It seemed that, compared to the human language, the demon god language was his forte, but he was still bilingual. Even though Atofe cannot speak the human language. Huh? The Ogre God jumped from that point and disappeared from the forest, with Alec dumbfoundedly seeing him off. Alec wasn't the only one dumbfounded. Rudeus, Sandor, and I all stared in amazement. And so, one was left. Alec was alone, surrounded by Eris, Rudeus, Sandor, Zenoba, Zoga, Atofe, and I. Too disappointing. Disappointingly, the Ogre God had left. Ha ha ha! Now then, the enemy is alone! Honored grandmother.
His father turned enemy, a grandmother who doesn't listen to reason, an irresistibly pitiable situation, an atmosphere of being disappointed, dumbfounded, and not knowing what to do. But there was one person here who couldn't read the mood. Gah! Eris took advantage of that opening and threw an attack at Alec with all her might. Alec blocked. A block. He neither dodged nor parried, but blocked. He blocked the ultimate technique of the sword god style, the long sword of light. He guarded against the unguardable ultimate technique. When he realized, his left hand was flying through the air, while spraying blood, spinning around. The hand fell to the ground with a splat. That was both the sign for resumption of the fight and the decisive moment. The fight that had started seemed to be missing something. The North God style should still have techniques after losing an arm. Even after losing both arms, Alec would probably still be able to do something.
But those possibilities had quickly been cut off. Against such a high level of offense and defense, he could no longer fight without a left hand. From then on, it was no longer a fight. In just 5 minutes, Alec, covered in wounds, awkwardly fled the scene. It wasn't an effective tactical retreat. Out of breath, he was simply running away from something terrifying.
North God. You wouldn't think that he was a member of the 7 great world powers. Entering a good school, getting into a good university, and finding employment within a good company. But then, for the first time in his life, he tasted failure like a new employee. Driven by frustration, he fled the scene with an unsightly figure. But it ended here. There was nowhere to run. Alec ran pathetically for about an hour and ended up back at the valley. He was cornered. The pursuit force was 5 people. The second Alec ran, Zenoba fell down, and Doga also sank to the ground right there. But there were still 5 people. Sandor and Atofe, Eris and Ruijerd, and me. The valley was in front of us. It wasn't a narrow place. There was a precipitous cliff exceeding 200 meters. There was no place to run, and our strength was sufficient. Damn it! Wasn't he cornered, or was he acting? Alec was standing on the edge of the cliff out of breath. It looked as if he was cornered. But we mustn't get careless. Although he may have lost a hand, he originally wielded the Dragon King sword with only one hand. With the Dragon King sword that can manipulate gravity, it doesn't matter that he is missing a hand. There is no mistake, since I am speaking as a person whose arm was cut off. While I thought that, fear began to cling to his face. But he was the North God.
Give it up already. You don't have any techniques to turn this situation around.
Narrator said that because he meant that Alec no longer had any chance for a reversal?
Yeah, just die quietly!
Mother, right now I'm talking with Alec, so could you please be silent for a bit?
Oof.
Atofe cut in but was shut down by Sandor. That Atofe was obedient? Witnessing that spectacle, I was once again reminded that they were indeed family, although they aren't similar at all. The energy that you were saving in preparation for your fight with Orsted, the second that you had your hand cut off, it became your loss. Didn't I keep telling you when you were young, don't look down on your opponents, no matter what? While holding back, he made a mistake that couldn't be undone and was defeated. It happened a lot, especially while underestimating those under you. Throw away your sword and surrender. As your parent, I cannot hate you.
As your parent. Over these last few years, those words had become quite a weakness for me. Truth be told, I couldn't forgive him who tried to slaughter the Supard race. But he was not directly Hitogami's apostle, but was Gisu's apostle attempt. If Alec were to cry and apologize, well, but yeah, he looked quite young. About Paul's age, I guess. I didn't know his current age, but he should be about the age Paul was when he became my parent. To call him childish wouldn't be wrong. Then, if from here on out, he sincerely tries to begin anew, when I thought that,
I don't wanna!
Of course.
I wasn't fighting at my full strength. The left hand was an accident. If the ogre god didn't run, this wouldn't have happened. That is also the reason for your defeat. Do you mean not to rely on allies? Even though there were 4 of you fighting?
A hero does not have any allies. When it comes to it, he may receive help, but even if those allies disappear halfway through, he will still win.
Sandor said that clearly, as if to say that was the only correct answer. Because of that, it was strangely convincing.
What kind of heroic legend did he wish to create? I don't know the details of it, but I guess that's what's to be expected from a retired hero.
But that wasn't the cause of your defeat. It was your strategy. You should have hit us with all your power and then retreated once. After recovering, you should have challenged us again. I won't have another chance to fight Orsted, you know? Who was it that said that?
Looks like he hit the bullseye. It was Gisu. Orsted was outside of Hitogumi's field of vision, and so Orsted has been missing for a long time. You can meet him in Shiraya was only my common knowledge. One couldn't meet him anywhere else but here. There will be no other chance to fight him besides now. You can't blame him for thinking that. Especially since Alec was still young. I want to become a hero. I want to surpass my father, were words that came from being young. There won't be a second time. I should take the chance in front of my eyes right now. He couldn't help but think that. Although he was a little forceful, his attitude itself was something that could be cheered for.
You should look for a friend or a rival who holds the same aim as you from your generation. Quiet!
Sandor's sympathetic words caused Alec to shout out and grip his sword. Eris and the others, as if signaled by that, also gripped theirs and stood prepared. I also prepared. 5 versus 1, even though he shouldn't have a chance of winning.
I haven't lost yet! A hero would turn this situation around! I will defeat you all! I will eradicate the Supard race too! And then Orsted! After killing the dragon god, I'll be a hero! Arm of mine, suck it all up! Gravity malfunctioned for an instant, just like when an elevator ascends. For just a second, my body floated, but quickly returned to the ground. Urya! The next instant, Alec's sword began to shake. The 5 people, including me, jumped backwards as if spreading out. But Alec wasn't aiming at anyone. It was the ground. Alec slammed his large sword into the ground and destroyed it. The next instant, earth and sand danced around, lowering the visibility. So he was attacking through the smoke screen. As I prepared for that thought, my clairvoyance saw something from the gap in the smoke screen. I saw Alec falling backwards into the valley. Was he killing himself? Did he get blown off by his own slashing attack? No. Alec's face showed a smile. A disgusting smile. A triumphant smile. No, that's right. After Alec fell from the bridge, he came back up. The Dragon King's sword's ability, gravity manipulation. Even if he falls into the valley, he can easily get out.
The next instant, I jumped. I followed Alec into the valley.
Volume 23, Chapter 16, Alexander versus Rudeus, Part 1. As I was falling, I kept my eyes on Alec using clairvoyance. Alec, too, was keeping an eye on me the moment I fell, while being startled. As I fell down fast, the distance between us gradually became smaller. It was because he was controlling his falling speed with his Dragon King sword.
I extinguished that advantage first. Arm of mine, suck it all up!
Alec's falling speed returned back to normal, but the effect of inertia still remained. I couldn't stop my speed so abruptly. I decreased my falling speed with wind magic. No, gravity will become my weapon. I, who couldn't use Toki, will make the laws of physics my weapons. Using the shockwave, I repositioned myself in midair and directed my falling self straight above Alec. With our constant relative velocity, I hit Alec. Alec took it with his sword acting as a shield, and he was struck by the cliff, killing his momentum. I kept using the magic-absorbing stone during that time. Due to its recoil, I got closer to the cliff as well, but I reorganized my posture using a shockwave and kicked the cliff to accelerate myself. I caught up with Alec once again. I hit him. I accelerated with a shockwave and hit him. Using the relative velocity, I hit and hit him. I hit him with the laws of physics.
Alec shouted. Was it incomprehensible for him that he was being hit in midair? Even I didn't know. I didn't know why I was doing this. I simply thought that I couldn't pass this opportunity up. I thought that if I left this kid who had a lack of morale, then someone would be put at a disadvantageous position. And the one who would be left in a disadvantageous position would be me as an enemy. My family, my friends, someone. It's not like I hadn't heard of Alex and Sandor's story. It's not like I hadn't thought of this guy's contemplation while growing up. It's not like I was comparing those two things. But I hit him. I accelerated and bashed him, accelerated and bashed him, accelerated and bashed him, and continued to bash him, and then crash landed at the bottom of the valley at high speed, both me and Alec. Part 2. I raised my body from within the cloud of dust. Due to the drop just now, some kind of blue spores were scattered around the surroundings. Visibility was bad. For now, my body was unscathed. As expected of the magic armor Mark I, I'm grateful. It had developed some cracks, but it still moved perfectly. Whew. And Alec was all white too, but he wasn't completely unscathed. His armor was broken and one of his legs was bent in a strange direction. But that was it. He may have defended himself with Toki at the last second. He stood on one leg and looked at me. He's a monster for sure.
Did you chase me all by yourself?
Some nerve you have.
I looked at the top. I could see earth dragons moving within the complete darkness. But no one was coming down here. I thought that Atofe and the others would quickly come falling down while flying in the sky. My honored grandmother is quite old. When I fell, you gave chase. Then no one else will chase after. That's absurd! No matter how old that person gets, she always yearns for a one-on-one fight between a hero and a demon lord. I could understand that a little. Atofe is violent, but I can feel that she's obsessed with something strange. During my fight as well, none of the soldiers made a move. And that's my good luck. What is? This injury. If the ones who came down were Rudeus Greyrat and Rifujin Superdia, or my father, or my honored grandmother, then it would have been the end for me. You're saying that it won't be your end if I'm here? I don't intend to lose to someone like you. Brimming with self-confidence, huh? Alec was heavily wounded. He had lost one leg and one arm. I was wearing the magic armor. It took a lot of my mana as I had been wearing it for a long time, but I was able to give support, and there weren't any major injuries. I was in perfect shape.
Aren't you underestimating me a bit too much? It's not like that. On top of your inability to wear Toki, your reaction time is slow as well. You're careless and full of openings. You didn't even realize that we drugged North Emperor Doga with sleeping pills, and as a result, you went out alone, only to fall into the valley. You don't have enough resolve, nor enough vigilance. You're just an inexperienced blockhead. I didn't even have anything to retaliate. I certainly am like that. Even though I have an overwhelming amount of mana, I'm just an incompetent person. We would have been in trouble if Atofe hadn't come this time. That's why I'll fight here and win, and then flee. If I flee from here, then victory shall be mine. Even if I die, they're still my comrades, you know. The ogre god ran away, and the sword god is dead. Even without me, you should have no chance of winning. I couldn't confirm whether the sword god was really dead or not, but, well, it's fine, right? It was Eris after all. No, a hero can win. That's how my style is. Even just now, you couldn't kill me during our fall. Since I was in a defenseless position, I had no choice but to continue to receive your attacks.
An attitude as if to say, that is my answer, full of confidence. But he was definitely standing on the ground with his own leg.
I shall win. Against you, against my father, against my honored grandmother, and against Orsted. I'll defeat everyone and engrave my name as a world power, as the world's strongest warrior,
I, Alexander Ryback III, will be known as the world's strongest North God Call Man 1!
He had wounds all over his body, but he wasn't in a position where he was helplessly receiving attacks. His chances of winning weren't nil right now. It was a situation where he could look for a chance to win. He didn't know what % chance he had, but he thought that he had that chance. He was thinking of defeating me in this crucial match. Was it because he wanted to become a hero? No, that was wrong. It was because he had overcome so many difficulties on his own. He knew that he was being cornered right now. He was underestimating me a bit, but he wasn't going to fight shoddily like he had been doing until now. He intended to crush me with all his might and then flee from this place. My opponent was North God Callman III, the person who knew the world's highest class of swordplay, holding the highest class of demon swords, and one of the 7 great world powers. He wasn't a cornered rat, but a wounded beast. I, who was facing him, didn't really have much hope of winning this crucial match. Whether my prior preparations overwhelmed him, or I'd lose because of the difference in our strengths, there wasn't any other choice.
He had also sensed it. He had realized that during times when you had to unexpectedly surpass difficulties, I was the type that wouldn't bring anything to the table. Or it was possible that he heard that from Gisu or Hitogami. Let me ask this one final question. Are you an apostle of Hitogami? No. I and the Sword God received information only from Gisu, but I won't deny the fact that I was aiding Hitogami. I see. Then just who was the last apostle? No, let's put that thought aside for now. I must defeat this guy first. Wait, shouldn't I just retreat if it was no good? We had the war potential. I didn't need to try so hard here. If there's still one apostle left, then shouldn't I fall back for now? Sword God was defeated, and we didn't have any casualties on our sides. Then, should I fall back now and make absolutely sure of our chances of winning? No. Wrong. That's not it. Orsted was behind me. Not letting anyone through to him is the winning condition. Even if 1 or 2 people were to pass through his nose, then it wouldn't be that big of a problem. The only thing that was important was not spending Orsted's precious mana. However, it will probably recover somewhat in the 80 years to come. I was getting relaxed only because I was thinking that.
Before the start of our battle, I had gotten completely relaxed. We defeated Sword God and Ogre God fled. North God was in front of me with wounds all over his body and looked like he would fall at any moment. On top of that, even if I were to let him get away, my comrades were still in good health. Even if he broke through my comrades, there was room left for Orsted. If it was North God Callman III, then Orsted was probably familiar with him. He could fight him while still being able to protect the Supard village. I had gotten relaxed within those state of affairs. I ended up thinking that there was still some room left, even if I was defeated. This was it. This was the winning factor Alec was talking about. And if I think back upon it, it always felt like this. I could obtain a safety margin by stepping back for now, but then taking a step would become unattainable when it really counted. Alec had sniffed that out. Wave, force, luck, and flow. These things exist. Many refuse to believe in such an abstract argument, but there are times when these things exist. If I fell back here or I were defeated, Alec would obtain something. As a result, I would lose something in return. That was something I couldn't explain, something that was beyond my expectations. Rudeus Greyrat. That's why I couldn't lose. Right now, I couldn't fall back, nor could I lose. A scene where I must take the risk and just go for it. It was this. This was the crossroad. This was where I will muster all of my strength and make a serious effort.
攻撃宣言。俺は、竜神語ロードの所属、流域の使いであるリュデウス・クレイラトだ。
名前はアレクサンダー・カルマン・ライバック北郷だ。
私は叫んだ。腹の底から叫んだ。アレックも叫び、刀を構えた。その刀は右手。それしか使えないので、左手がないと壮麗だ。右足が前に、折れた左足は地面を踏みしめ。そのまま彼は俺に突入してきた。先方は全く見当から遠い。それだけで、遠距離攻撃は無駄であるという直感。私はアレックに向かって腰を落として突入した。ちょうどその瞬間、ある人物が頭に浮かんだ。エリスだ。ガタリングワン。右手のやつを急いで上げ、石球を飛ばす。石球が溶けた。石球はアレックの目を目前にして塵となった。アレックは私が突入してくるのを見て、一踏ん張りのために右足を後ろに下げ、それでも石球が次々と溶けていく。私は左の体を横に倒し、アレックが構えていた刀の射程内、それでも突入した。腰を落としたまま、右手によるファイヤー。胸をカバのように滑らせながら、アレックの左脇に突進。
Rudeus!
Alec's shoulder moved. A silver flash took flight. I took a hit on my right shoulder, and a part of the magic armor went flying. But my hand wasn't cut. Without checking the extent of my wounds, I firmly stepped on the ground, and with my right fist, Alec fills his legs with power. He'll jump and then avoid it. When I thought that, I loaded mana in my left hand. I cut the mana supply to the magic absorbing stone and then used a different magic, although I hadn't decided what magic to use. I loaded my left hand with mana with the intention to not let him fly, and then pointed it towards him when... Alec's foot floated for an instant. While shouting, I raised my right fist. I ejected my fist with all my might, which was attached with the Gatling gun. Bam! The fist hit him. It flung Alec to the wall. Shoot out! I loaded the Gatling with mana with all my power. The stone cannons hammered the cliff, creating cracks. But I didn't just stop at that. I loaded it with even more mana. Stronger bullets, faster firing rate. The moment I thought that, my right hand felt strange. The Gatling gun cracked momentarily, then broke into little pieces. Ah! Even so, I loaded my right hand with more mana, producing a stone cannon. The thing I've produced the most, the thing I was most accustomed to. I fired it. I fired and fired and fired. I fired until my shout died out and was replaced by a sigh due to my heavy breathing. I kept shooting. And then I quit. The right hand of the magic armor that was completely buried inside the wall had completely broken apart from its base. Its base? Was it because it took that blow from Alec? If it weren't for the Atofe hand, then it was possible that my right arm would have been cut off. I could see a human body inside the wall. Red blood could be seen flowing out from the gap between the wall and the fist that was hammered into it. It wasn't even twitching. When I casually looked closer, the sword had fallen. The sword held by Alec just a few moments ago. Dragon King Sword Kajakuto. I picked it up with my left hand. A 2-meter-long sword. I took it and then looked at the wall a second time. Blood was flowing out. Red blood was flowing from the gap between the wall and the fist that was hammered into it. Nothing was moving. Only blood was flowing silently. It was understandable that the flocks of earth dragons were squirming around when I looked at the top. But only this region had a bizarrely quiet feeling. Only my hand was left with feedback. The feedback that I certainly killed a person. Hooray.
Unaware, a word leaked out from my mouth. How did I win? I thought the victory was only paper thin.
If I had been slower for even a moment, or if Alec had not hesitated, Alec's attack would have cut me just like the magic armor. Moving like Eris played out well. I attacked with the gun, but in an irregular way, with a strange and out-of-sync timing. Taking one or half a step more than usual and stepping strongly, I was able to successfully snatch away his chances. This was Eris's offensive style. Eris could fight in such a risky way without being conscious of it. It was only because I was able to fight like Eris this time that I won. I was the last man standing with blood dripping from my neck. Although my movements couldn't be compared to Eris's, the distinction of whether or not I could do it wasn't attached. I shouldn't have been able to move within that area. If it weren't for Alec's injured leg and arm, or if he hadn't underestimated me, then I wouldn't have won. And then, that thing I felt when his foot floated, it felt as if it wasn't a type of magic that I had used until now. Could it possibly be gravity manipulation magic? No, Alec was trying to do something with gravity manipulation using that Dragon King sword, and I may have interrupted him using the magic absorbing stone by activating it unexpectedly. The final factor may have been luck, but I don't think that this victory was only based on luck. I won. I suddenly made a fist and raised it upwards.
Part 3. After I climbed out of the valley, while I scattered the earth dragons with the Mark I, a lot of people were in front of my surroundings. They were the soldiers of the subjugation force. After losing the bridge and losing the 3 god ranks, they appeared to be standing there, not knowing what to do. They fled in every direction after seeing me. They might have thought of me as some kind of demon or something. For the time being, I caught the current commander, a knight of the Behiro kingdom that looked like he was in charge, and several other people, and conveyed to them that the North God and Sword God were dead. I also conveyed that if they were still intending on subjugating the Supard race, then our side was willing to counterattack. But at the same time, I also conveyed that there was still time left for peace talks. The contents of the peace talks will remain the same as before. I was angry that they attacked us, but if it was true that Gisu was the king, then that was Hitogami's doing. I don't have any intentions of changing my tolerant attitude. But just to make sure, we caught 2 people and made them prisoners of war. It was possible that Gisu was disguised as the king. Then there wouldn't be much meaning to it.
Rudeus Greyrat. But it could be that not every soldier was wrapped around Gisu's fingers, nor that the domestic authorities were under his palm. After they hear about the current matters, and if the soldiers were brought back safely, then depending on public opinion, they should become our allies. If it was still hopeless, then there would be no choice but migration. Well, I guess I could still stall for time. As I was on the way back while pondering, I suddenly came across the stone monument of the 7 great world powers. At the bottom of it, the mark at the very bottom had changed into a very familiar mark. A mark with the shape of 3 spears combined together, the shape of the amulet of the Migard race. I may have become one of the 7 great world powers. I was the one who dealt the finishing blow, but he did fight 4 people at the beginning. It just didn't feel right. Maybe it wasn't for me. Maybe it's the mark for Rudeus and the rest? Eris? Not really, I guess. It honestly didn't feel that good, but now that I've become one, it can't be helped. I decided to return back to the place where Eris and the rest were. Part 4. After that, I crossed the valley and met up with Eris and the others.
So what happened?
The one who came first was Sandor. When I told him that I delivered the final blow to Alec at the bottom of valley, he made a sad face and wore a wry smile while saying, "I see. You're the hero. The despicable demon lord is defeated by the hero. That's how it has been since the ancient times." Atofi's expression didn't really change that much, but she's probably a little sad at least.
She did say sentimental words that weren't like her. The last one to arrive was Dasos.
Rudeus was dead. I think that he was still a child. He had talent and only aimed to reach the top. He had a future as well. There were a lot of things between Sandor's and Alex's conversation. I had hoped for Alec to have more time to think things through, disciplining him for the time being and having him reflect on his actions afterwards. Those were some overly optimistic thoughts, I guess. There was no killing intent or hatred involved. I only killed him because he was an enemy. I thought that if I let him escape, I would come to regret it later. I had to do it then and there, so I killed him. That was why I didn't feel like apologizing. It was just a blutter. The other side was willing to kill me too. That was all there was to it.
You did it!
On the contrary, Eris was wearing a delightful face. When I told them that the mark on the monument had changed, she folded her arms as the sides of her mouth raised to a complacent smile. Her nasal breathing got rough. If I wasn't wearing the magic armor, I would have hugged her. Such a disappointment that I couldn't. Rudeus didn't really say anything, but his face had become a deep blue. I had thought about that in the middle of the battle, but I guess he did reach his limit after all. Fighting with a recovering body would definitely be hard. But no one had severe injuries, and we were able to gain victory with everyone in good health. But what should be done now? While thinking that, we headed towards the Supard village. The place which had become burnt black in order to burn Sword God's corpse, the crater created by North God's attack, and then the many trees that were mowed down during the battle with Ogre God, and animal trails. As we gazed at those sights and walked further, we saw the collapsed Zanoba. Doga was crouching down on his side with a completely exhausted face. Zanoba seemed to be asleep, with his face upwards, with a deep blue color to it. Like a corpse? Zanoba, wake up! It's over! I called out to him from above inside the magic armor.
But there was no response.
Zanoba?
After several seconds, sounds from the forest vanished. The wind stopped, and the remaining sounds vanished as well.
Huh? Zanoba! No way!
Answer me. Zanoba didn't answer. Only his face was facing towards the sky. He was silent like a corpse. Just like a corpse.
Eris suddenly kicked Zanoba's head.
What the?
Wake up already! We're going back! Wake up already!
Oh, I apologize. It seems I had fallen asleep before I realized it.
Yeah, right. But it wouldn't have been strange if he had died. Zanoba and Doga were in a disadvantageous position. If we hadn't encountered each other by chance, then it wouldn't have been strange if he had become a wordless corpse. While I pondered, I saw the blown-up path that Zanoba and Doga came from. Traces of a fight could be seen all over the path. The uprooted trees, minced trees, and a small crater. The consequences of the attack. It's good that they won. No, they weren't superior to the Ogre God. He just went back. Come to think of it, why were you here, Atofe-sama?
Do you really want to know?
Please let me know. Atofe's explanation was shoddy and incomprehensible. There were a lot of sound effects, and half of it completely went over my head. In short, you used the teleport formation left from the days of the past Great War.
I found it, and had it ready for when the time came!
That's bad. If it was known that the infamous Atofe had used the teleport formation and was visiting several places using it, my reputation would probably go down the drain. Well, maybe not. Not this late in the game.
All things considered, was this the end? It was certain that we obtained victory, but it ended in the blink of an eye. It was unknown what happened to the ogre god, but there were only a few enemies left. When I thought it was over, I was suddenly hit by a sweet fragrance wafting from Eris, who was walking beside me. Was it because of the difficult battle? My survival instinct was stimulated, activating my reproduction instinct. How about tonight? Was it not time for the lifting of the ban on Rudeus? No! No! The abstinent Rudeus remains until the defeat of Gisu. We hadn't even confirmed Gisu's appearance yet. The ogre god ran away. We don't know what'll become of that. There was still one apostle left as well. It's not over yet. But Gisu had yet to make his appearance. Our intelligence network was already in a mess. We couldn't even search for him. We don't know if he ran away. Perhaps it was his main goal all along. This was the decisive battle, and we'll be settling things here. It could be that I was the only one who thought these things, and Gisu intended to run instead. Right now, he may be taking the last apostle with him and be about to reach the national border. Or is he? During this battle, the information that was scattered about various places ended up gathering in the Supard village. We didn't have the teleport formation, nor the communication lithograph.
Rudeus Greyrat. Even if Gisu was spotted at the national border, we didn't have any means of catching up to him. He'll probably run away. With the Dark King defeated, North God and Sword God going out of his control, then using 80% of his war potential as a diversion, only keeping the people that he can control with him, tricking us into following him, and then escaping during that time. Abandoning this time, so some other time instead. If I was him, I'd do this. But we couldn't lower our guard right now. However, the fight here was over for now. I was tired. I couldn't fight anymore today. Let's entrust the others with the consequences. We weren't able to bring Gisu down, but the North God, Sword God, and the Dark King have fallen. Roygerd and the Supard village have become our allies. We didn't know what Gisu did with the Beharrel Kingdom and Ogre God, but maybe we'll be negotiating next. The only real damage we took would be the destruction of the office. Thanks to that, all the teleport formations were destroyed. We couldn't move for the time being. But I clapped my hands. It was not bad compared to the greater damage that I had predicted. We could see the Supard village. Maybe they sensed us coming, as the children of the Supard race were looking at us from within the fence.
And then the warriors protecting the Supard village came out. Furthermore, Elenalise, Cliff, Norn, Julie, and Ginger as well. I stripped out of the magic armor. My body had become light because I used up so much mana. Julie and Ginger rushed up to Zenoba. Norn went towards Rudeus. Cliff headed towards the completely exhausted Doga. People who hugged each other. People who talked with relieved faces. Looking at that, I was finally hit with an actual feeling. Orsted came out last. Orsted started coming towards me.
Did you win?
Yes.
As a proof of victory, I handed him the large sword. The large sword, which could be said was the North God's symbol, Dragon King's sword, Kajakuto.
We won.
We had won. A complete victory was still far off, but we were able to overcome the difficulties. We crushed the trap laid by Gisu and took the lead all at once. There were a lot of things going on in my mind. Things to reconsider were innumerable. But a victory is a victory.
Orsted.
Good work.
Receiving words of gratitude from Orsted, who took the sword, I bowed. I suddenly felt someone at my side. It was Iris.
With her arms folded, she was looking at me. She spread her arms and jumped at me.
While enjoying the sensation of those breasts, I had the same thought again. We were victorious. Author's Q&A. Q. Isn't the title of 253 fraud? A. I guess so. I'll change it a bit. Q. I do think he could have at least fight the ogre god with the MK1. A. Of course he can, but if he fought the ogre god, then he won't be able to support those who were fighting the third, making the front collapse. Q. The Dragon King's sword, Kajakuto, is it famous? A. It's always discussed whether it's one of Yulian's cursed swords, but it's definitely famous as North God's favorite sword. Q. Can Rudy win against a perfectly healthy North God 3? While defending against gravity manipulation and using Gatling with the remaining hand, would he lose? A. Probably impossible. While defending against gravity manipulation and Gatling, he couldn't use the magic absorbing stone on top of that. Q. Rudy finally did it. Mister, we've known Rudy since he was a little child. That Rudy has become such a responsible adult now. I am happy. In truth, he was a lecherous child. Q. If Rudy has now become one of the 7 great world powers, then what would be his title, like the Sword God and North God? Would it be Quagmire after all? Or a god would be forcefully added in front of the mud, making him Mud God? FYI, the mark on the monument resembles Roxy's pendant.
Q. The mark of the person who becomes one of the SGWP would become the mark which that person believes in? A. It certainly seems like that. Q. In the end, just what will he be known as a world power? A. As the right hand of the dragon god, it's likely he would be called Dragon King or Dragon Emperor. Even if he doesn't name himself, the public will acknowledge him so. Q. In the end, was the right hand still attached or not? A. Magic Armor's right hand was torn apart. Q. The killing technique used by Alec where he stops his enemies' movements and hit them with that one blow with all his might? That felt a lot like the earth-shattering super robot scene from the Showa era. Would it be fine to imagine it as such? A. Delta End. Q. Atofe. I got a shivering feeling from my fission, so I popped into the magic circle and poofed here. Then, with a whoosh, I flapped my wings and flew towards the banging, and then I landed with a plop, and then jumped in here with a bang. You should be grateful. About that kind of feeling. Q. The magic absorption stone uses about the same amount of magic as the spell it extinguished, right? And then the magic expended by the Gatling gun wouldn't be anything small? A. Yep, it's not small. Q. Yo, the crest should be the object of worship. A Rudy lacking faith should not be allowed to lift the ban. A. It's because it's the mark he got from Roxy.
Volume 23, Chapter 17, Ogre God's Bargain. Part 1. 3 days had passed after the battle. The injured were cured, and peace arrived at the Supard village. During these 3 days, while being wary of yet more enemies, we relaxed. It was not as if we did not do anything, but it was just that nothing happened. We were truly in peace as time passed idly.
My entire body feels like it will come crumbling down.
Julie, this body of mine is going to die soon. I have taught you everything there is to know. Even in my absence, be diligent. Julie cried again, but nodded with such a determined look in her eyes, it was amusing to watch.
We will definitely see the automaton to its completion. I swear to my respectful God. Leave it to me. Let the power of God be converted into a bountiful crop and be bestowed unto those who have lost the strength to stand once more. Healing. While saying those things, I ended up healing him. After that, Zanoba rose with an amazed face and started repairs on the MK1. Julie just kept looking blankly. Atofe, too, remained relatively docile within the village. I noticed that she made the guys in the village build a throne with timber and was teaching warriors the basics of battle. But it wasn't a serious matter yet. Eris was participating at least. Looking at that Atofe, Sandor became a little embarrassed, but at times a shadow was cast on his face. He was thinking about Alec after all. Even when I asked if he wanted the Dragon King's sword back, he said that those were spoils of war and wanted me to use it however I wanted. After listening to such words, even I will lose the motivation to use it. I have no right to say that since I rely on the magic armor, but if I use it too much, I will become a no-good person. So I let Orsted keep that for now, and I will just use it when it really counts. Ruyerd passed most of the time with Norn, although it felt more like Norn was following him around like a young bird. Norn being taught all kinds of things by Ruyerd looked much like how Eris and I did before. Norn was diligent as well. Being diligent is fine, right?
Doga had gotten popular with the woman and children. Although he was afraid when he first arrived at this village, he had devotedly helped out a lot during the plague, so it felt like he had crossed over a hurdle. They had accepted each other. These days, he was carving wooden dolls with an honest face and was enjoying himself with the children. The ball was lost because Orsted sent it flying somewhere, and so he was somewhat lonely. The team of doctors had said that the health of the Supards was progressing favorably, and so they shifted to the researching the plague. They were investigating the plague while examining the food of the village, or it would be better to say that they were collecting samples. They were bringing it all back to the Asura Kingdom and recording notes in documents for future use. Cliff, Elenalize, and Ginger headed towards Second City Irel. Once again, we sent a demand towards the Behavioral Kingdom with the prisoners at our disposal. Rudeus's reaction. There was a need for a person who would receive the answer. They took 2 Supard warriors with their shaved heads as escorts, but if Gisu's plan was still in action, there was also the danger of each of them getting crushed. I was worried. This basically meant that I prepared a meeting to review the battle. Even this time, there were a lot of things to reconsider. Particularly, the part where I fell into the valley was dangerous. Why was it that Gisu didn't approach us using the magic tool? We must combine those parts with the next situation by boiling it down to its core. The things that have been done can't be helped, but at the very least, we won't be biting our own tails. Additionally, a Tofe hand was returned back to a Tofe, and my right hand was restored using a healing magic scroll. I reflexively started rubbing Eris's breast with that hand, which resulted in a one-hit KO to my jaw, rendering me useless for half a day. And then that magic. The magic that I used during my confrontation with Alec. I tried using that magic several times while taking that same feeling into account, but it never worked. That was possibly gravity manipulation, but I needed some kind of impetus again. I've already engraved the potential of using gravity manipulation. We must also think about various things regarding the teleport formations. If we were to set it up in various places like this time, then even the enemy could easily use them. We must think about a counterplan for that scenario as well. Nevertheless, the teleport formations were still not fixed even after 3 days had passed. We summoned Arumanfi on the second day and inquired about our family, but it was taking a lot longer than expected. Maybe some kind of problem was taking place irrelevant to Hitogami. I was worried. Although there wasn't any meaning in worrying too much, I must do what I can. The 4th day, the people who left for Second City Irel as messengers had come back. They came as soon as possible after receiving a reply from Beharil Kingdom. A lot of things were written in one sheet of letter.
The King of Beharil wants to meet you. He says that if something is done regarding the war potential of Ogre Island, then he'll think about the circumstances of the Supard race. Thus, that was the summary of the reply. It looks like the continued existence of the Supard village will be allowed for now. They came back rather quickly. The letter may have been drawn in a hurry because it had wrinkles in it, but the signature was the real deal. The war potential of Ogre Island meant more in the others who were left there by Atofei. On Atofei's orders, they took the people of Ogre Island as hostages and barricaded themselves in. For now, it didn't look like the Ogre God was going to forcibly fight them. Well, it just meant that we'll be talking about negotiations from here on out.
All right.
With the exception of the Supard race's matter, there weren't any difficult requests. At the very least, they must hear about the matters regarding Gisu. If that's how it is, then let's go. I'll take some people from the Supard race along. Our primary aim will be the negotiations, but if the Supards were going to be living inside Beharel Kingdom, then there was a need to show their faces for them to be accepted. If they didn't, then there was the possibility that something like this would happen again. But it's also possible that a resistance group may surface after seeing the Supard. I guess there was a need to perform an act where the head of the Supard race and the Ogre race shake hands.
While pondering over such things, I selected my members: battle-ready Eris, Sandor, Atofei, and Ruijerd, Cliff of the Milas Church for the role of negotiations, and Cliff's attendant, Alina Lise. Along with 2 warriors from the Supard race, we decided to head towards the capital. The rest will be staying here to defend against any attack towards the Supard village. I wasn't taking along only my members, but prisoners of war as well. Sadly, there wasn't a request for the return of prisoners, but we were sincere. Be that as it may, the negotiations may break down, so one of them will be staying with us as a card. While thinking that, I moved towards the hut where those prisoners were staying. Inside the hut, the 2 of them were just sitting absent-mindedly, without any conversation. When they saw me entering, they looked at me suspiciously.
So, how about it? This Supard village? It's quite a nice place, don't you think? There are a lot of beauties, and the children are energetic. The food is a little wild, but its taste shouldn't be that bad. The warriors over here are a little blunt, but you should know by now that they aren't offensive towards the human race.
It had only been a few days for the prisoners, but they were living quite a free life. Of course, we kept them under our watch, confiscated their weapons, and to make sure that they weren't disguised, we stripped them naked as well. But we fully attended to their needs with a hospitable mind. Many Supards made sure to welcome them as guests, and they also were quite gentle towards the prisoners. There wasn't any need to restrain them. They were free to roam around the village, and they could also go outside of the village with 1 Supard escort after getting permission. There was no concern of them fleeing. This was because they themselves were afraid of the invisible wolf. During the 2 days, when the Supards started hunting the wolves, they were able to confirm what kind of beast the invisible wolf was. It is the kind of food that is eaten around this area. They were still a little bit afraid of the plague, but there wasn't anything else to eat, so it couldn't be helped. We did let them drink the sokasuti for the time being.
Well, we understand that the rumors were twisted a bit more than we thought.
The soldiers were in despair when they were first brought in, but now they seemed lax. I thought that they had yet to see the Supard race's good characteristics, but their overall impression had definitely gotten a little better. The other one was already enjoying himself quite a bit. However, I was afraid that the moment I got out of here, the other one would remove his mask and say, "Ha ha ha, I was actually a mole for Hitogami."
Well, I selected them randomly, and they also went through strict examination before entering the village. Even Orsted and Cliff properly assessed them. Some were left behind as well, so it was probably all right.
We'll be going to the country for negotiations, so one of you will be coming with us. I would like to leave you with one of the high officials. Would that be all right?
I understand. One of the soldiers nodded, and the other stood up. He's an honest person. I would hate it if I was cutting down some kind of personal bond between these 2. Well, the country had finally accepted our conditions for once, so it'll just be a meeting where we talk things out. While pondering over such things, we departed from the Supard village.
Part 3. 4 more days passed after that. The negotiations with the king went smoothly. The king of Beharel was scared. His attitude was king-like, but he did pay undue attention to my speech and conduct. He was also afraid of Eris, Rifujin, and Atofi being there. I was only threatened by Sword God and North God.
Rudeus Greyrat receiving such haughty words, and in such a roundabout way too. But he did give us an explanation. He admitted that a monkey-faced person was taking shelter inside the castle, and that the only time he left the castle was when I visited. Just in case, we asked them to remove all of their rings, and I used the magic-absorbing stone as well. But it looked like Gisu wasn't changing places with anyone anytime soon. However, I guess Gisu was the king that time after all. He successfully deceived me. A terrific acting ability, as one would expect from him, though it was likely his vocal mimicry. Anyway, we turned in the names of the prisoners while assuring negotiations. They said that if something was done quickly about the military forces of Ogre Island, then they were willing to acknowledge the Supard race. They weren't forcing us to pay reparations, asking for territory or difficult problems like that. The people living in this country were simply acknowledging the people who saved this country. On top of that, the one who proposed the early departure of the subjugation force was Gisu. As a king, he couldn't help but sigh and get drunk. If they were to refuse our demand here, they would be cutting their ties with the ogre race as well. It would become a scene where the Bihero Kingdom forsook the prisoners of the ogre race. This country has strong ties with the ogre race. If those ties were to be cut, it could effectively mean the end of this country.
Part 4. That was how it went. So we were now heading towards Third City, Hylalu. A volcanic island could vaguely be seen in the far distance from the port city.
I would be standing by here while Atofe and Sandor went to Ogre Island to negotiate with the Ogre God. I asked Atofe and Sandor to proceed to Ogre Island as messengers. I wanted to go to Ogre Island too, but the MK won. I couldn't board a ship, making it a bottleneck for me. There weren't any ships that could withstand MK1's weight. We didn't know what the Ogre God was up to, so it would be preferable if I wasn't separated from MK1. That was the conclusion that we came to. If negotiations with the Ogre God went down without a hitch, the prisoners of Ogre Island would be released, which would end that matter with the Bihero Kingdom. As a result, the Supard race will be able to live at the entrance of the forest and not near the valley. We still couldn't be sure about what started the plague, but at least they will be away from whatever caused it. It will take some time and labor for the migration, but my job was almost over. The last thing we must take into consideration is the possibility of fighting the Ogre God. Sword God and North God were no longer around, so we should win. Even if Gisu still had some war potential in reserve, if it became a little difficult, we would just have to retreat to the forest once and come back prepared. Pause. While pondering on such things, I climbed the lighthouse to see the ocean with Rifujin and Eris as my guards. It was nostalgic to see an ocean. The ocean was big and spacious. It was stretching out underneath a clear sky. The island that could be seen beyond the horizon was Ogre Island. I thought that the island itself would have a ogre face-like shape, but it was a normal island. It was a volcanic island, so to speak, and smoke was rising out of the mountain. Now that I saw it, it had an atmosphere of magnificence or strangeness, but not of evil. To say it clearly, it was simple. Since the ogres were living on it, it's called Ogre Island. Of course, we didn't climb the lighthouse only to gaze at the sea. The reason was to look at one point of the ocean. There was a boat approaching Ogre Island, the boat in which Sandor and Atofe had boarded. While standing on top of this lighthouse, I was going to keep watch over their negotiations with the clairvoyant's eye. If the negotiations failed and the Ogre God went berserk, or if Gisu shows up unexpectedly, I was to contrive a large-scale attack from this spot. It was a plan which would involve the innocent ogres and send the negotiations with the Bihero Kingdom down the drain. But if Gisu really was there, then I would definitely fire.
Hey, Rudeus, are you looking properly?
I'm looking. Need an explanation?
Don't need it.
With a wry smile on her face, Eris continued scouting. I could only look at one part of the island with the clairvoyant's eye. That one spot was easy to see, and I could see various people gathering over there.
It was the beach. We had decided that that would be the place for negotiations. An ogre with a remarkably huge body could be seen there. That was ogre god Malta. He was surrounded by ogres that were deemed to be soldiers. It looks like they fought several times over as the soldiers were all covered up with bandages. On the soldiers' opposite side, ominous soldiers wearing black armor faced them. They were Atofe's imperial guards. More was also there. They may be a little injured, but I couldn't see any damage on them. So they were a lot stronger than the soldiers of the ogre race after all. Still, we wouldn't know what would happen if the ogre god were to fight, but we've taken the entire village hostage. He probably wouldn't fight. Furthermore, I could see around 5 women and children of the ogre race behind the imperial guards, most probably taken as hostages. However, it was war, so there might be deaths as well. This may be one of those disputes. While thinking about that, my heart started pounding. But after Atefe's and Sandor's arrival, half of the hostages were easily released. Then Sandor and the ogre god talked about something, after which they disbanded. It was unknown what they were talking about, but the ogre god relaxed. I was held back by the clairvoyant's eye's inability to hear voices. Part 5.
Rudeus!
The next day, I, who was sleeping in an inn in Third City Hylulu, was woken up by Iris's shout.
What is it, honey? Let me sleep a bit more. While thinking that, when I reached for her breasts, but my hand was brushed away. That was hurtful to your man. It's violence. But am I not allowed to? Because I copped a feel despite my abstinence?
He's here!
What?
That guy!
After shouting, she ran out of the room. I would like her to stop talking with feelings alone. It's difficult for an intellectual person like me to understand such vague words. That guy. While still trying to understand what just happened, I raised my body up. After rubbing my sleepy eyes, I looked out of the window. I saw a group of reddish brown-haired people standing in front of the inn. That guy! I quickly rushed out of the room and ran towards the first floor. Ogre God was sitting cross-legged in front of the inn. In his surroundings were youngsters of the ogre race wearing pitiful faces. As if to face Rujerd and Eris, they were standing ready with weapons and arms. When I stepped forward, the crowd of people opened up a path for me. I stepped in front of the ogre god, and then Sandor whispered something into my ears.
It seems Ogre God wants to strike a deal. I brought him along in order to lessen the likelihood of traps. I understand.
If he didn't intend to fight anymore, then I wouldn't say no either. I didn't know what Sandor was predicting, but it didn't seem like this was Gisu's strategy. Judging from appearances, Atofe, Eris, and Ruijerd didn't seem to be cautious. These people had understood something which had relaxed them. When the ogre god glared at me, he asked me as if searching for something. Are you leader? Yes, Rudeus Greyrat, the person in charge. I'm Malta. When I bowed, Malta bowed too, even while sitting. Need to talk. I wanted to talk with you regarding some things as well. I followed the ogre god's example and sat cross-legged on the floor. The other side will be in the same posture, removing any discourteousness, or so I would like to think. When I did, some of the surrounding youngsters stood by my side and served sake cups between me and the ogre god. It was sake cups. Those cups were quickly filled up with drinks. Common alcohol was served to me, but it was soy sauce for the ogre god. Soy sauce and even miso, this area might be similar to Japanese culture. Drink. Thank you for the drink.
The ogre god drank it in one go, and so did I. It would be bad if we got drunk, so it was only one shot. Drinking might be part of courtesy, but, well, what should we talk about now? First would be Gisu, or are you an apostle? Ogre God Dono's appearance didn't look too good. I should convey it in a simple manner so that it's easy to understand such a complicated issue. Gently, as if I was teaching Eris. I heard... As I hesitated for a bit, Ogre God opened his mouth. Demon Lord attacked village, stole food, unforgivable. But people unable to fight, all lived. Ogre God said that and looked at the surrounding ogres. All lived? Even if it was a small battle, you would expect some deaths, but no, he meant that non-combatants didn't die. Looks like even Atophy knew that distinction. Well, it was more strategy, though. Your house, destroyed it. You're not fighters, let live. We same. Ogres protect country. Country surrendered to you. I head of ogres. No reason in fight. Bargain. He couldn't forgive Atophy who attacked the village, but he destroyed my office as well, but didn't attack the non-combatants. That's why we're in the same boat. The ogre race has a duty to protect the country, but that country had already surrendered. As the head of the ogres, he concluded that there was no reason to fight, thus the need for bargaining. What about Gisu? Gisu said you destroy country, thus I helped. But Gisu fled. You didn't destroy country. Anymore, country and ogre race perish.
Gisu said that I would destroy Bihiriel Kingdom, but I didn't. On the contrary, Gisu fled. If Ogre God acted any more than this, then both the country and the ogre race would perish. Gisu lied. No longer trust him. But I won't destroy the country. It was Gisu's lie. I surrender. I die fine, but please spare lives of my not-fighters. While saying that, Ogre God brought his huge body down in front of me, close to prostrating himself. The surrounding youngsters wore a sad expression. They're probably thinking that I'll be killing the Ogre God here. Killing your enemies is a matter of course, and they were following that rule unwillingly, concluding that their head will die and they will live on. Why was it so grim? I had that question, but I guess it was only right. If the country had surrendered, then it only meant that the ogres had lost their support. My side's war potential was superior, and if I thought about doing it, then we could easily subjugate Ogre Island. Of course, that was something pointless for me. Now then, should I kill him or not? Ogre God said that he no longer trusted Gisu. He looked like a person who couldn't tell a lie. It was fine to believe him. The Ogre God's speech was poor, but he was in no way an idiot. According to my interpretation of him, he was the logical type. His IQ might be higher than the immortal demon race. Then, even unexpectedly, it was possible that he could lie. After pondering for a little while, I asked just one last thing. Ogre God Dono, you're not an apostle of Hitogami, are you? Wrong. Gisu said Hitogami name, but I don't know that. Even I knew island important. The Ogre God's eyes were strong, clear, and honest. If he was lying right now, then I felt that I could no longer believe in anything.
I understand and accept your words.
When I said that, the surroundings were wrapped up in relief. It's fine to let him live. That way, he'll become useful in the far future.
However, Ogre God-sama, I will have you fight Gisu. If you betray us and run away, then we'll invade the island.
If we are to take into consideration destroying Gisu's traps, then this should be fine. The relationship between the Ogre God and the Ogre race is deep. Threatening someone isn't too good, and it would be problematic if betrayal takes place at the last moment.
Rogar, I fight alone.
No, you'll be fighting with us.
Then, what happened to my not-fighters when I die?
Regarding the remaining survivors of the Ogre race, one of us will take responsibility and safeguard their safety.
That not lie. The Ogre God nodded. And then the youngster from before poured soy sauce into the Ogre God's cup and alcohol in mine. The Ogre God held it in his hand with dedication, and I imitated him again. I swear me horn.
I swear by the dragon god's name.
When I returned a suitable answer, the ogre god nodded in solemn countenance. And then the cups were emptied. Thus, the battle with the ogre god concluded.
Part 6. That night, a banquet was held at the beach near Hylalul. The alcohol of the ogre race was taken out from the warehouse, and all of the ogres entertained themselves with us. It seemed like the ogres had some kind of custom to exchange drinks when they had reconciled after a battle. Drinking alcohol to forgive and forget everything. That seemed to be the ogre race's style. The ogre god made me drink a lot, and after I couldn't drink anymore, I let Atofe handle the rest. After that, a drinking competition started between Atofe and Ogre God, during which I slipped out of there. After sobering myself up with detoxification magic, I walked around the banquet for a little while, and when I realized that a certain someone wasn't there, I headed towards the beach. Sandor was drinking there alone. Hello? Can I sit beside you? Go ahead. I sat beside him and breathed out a sigh. Just what was he thinking sitting in such a faraway place? That was something even the dull me could understand. It was probably about Alec. He was urging Alec to surrender till the very last moment. Even if he's a North god, even if his son held hostility against him, he would definitely not want to kill his son. Not to mention, I have no intention of apologizing. If I had retreated there, if I had let Alec escape, then it was possible that this banquet wouldn't have existed. The North God might have joined up with Gisu, linking up with Ogre God, and then they could have come out with even more aggression. I actually thought that even Sandor thought that that judgment wasn't wrong. Sandor didn't say anything. He should have already realized it. What happened to Alec was regrettable. Certainly. However, the fact that it wasn't wrong and staying silent about it were two different things. That child had talent from when he was young. When he picked up a sword, he could wield it better than anyone else. Whenever he fought beasts, he could see through their weakness in an instant. There wasn't anyone in his generation who could defeat him. He lost it. That's why even I ended up having high expectations of him. I granted him the Dragon King's sword, and he succeeded the name of the North God. But I guess I shouldn't have done that. Alec was hung up on becoming a hero. Something like North God is, after all, only just a name. But he had become obsessed over it. Sandor said that and took another swig. It wasn't something I could say. From here on out, if he gathered enough experience, maybe he would have found something which would have made him worthy of the North God title. Or so I thought, but I couldn't say it, since Alec was no longer here. Well, let bygones be bygones. I am a little worried right now, but you don't have to worry about that, Rudeus Dono. That's just how wars are. Is that so? I've heard that you have many children. Then an opportunity will come where you must think about it. The feeling of a parent who outlived his child. That was still unknown to me, and I didn't wish to know it in the future. Anyway, I pray for my son's happiness in the next world. Yes. From there, our conversation paused. The roar of the waves resounded from our front, and the voices from the banquet from our behind. When we discussed about the current battle with that kind of ambience, it felt like this battle was finally reaching its end. Even though we still haven't even defeated Gisu, much less even seen him, it was coming to its end. That was a tinge of anxiety that sprouted from the end of the battle. As for the result, we were close to complete victory for this battle. But there were times where we just barely made it through, and where luck played a strong part. What about the next move? Would we be able to fight just like this time and attain victory? It may be hard. Gisu will probably make even more strategies after judging this battle. In the end,
I wonder just who was Hitagami's last apostle. Those were the words that came out. It wasn't the sword god. It wasn't the North god. It didn't even seem to be the ogre god. Gisu and Dark King Vita. There was still one unknown apostle left. According to the ogre god, Gisu had fled. Maybe he had taken that person who we haven't met yet with him, as I had expected. But there was something. I felt like I was forgetting about something. A piece was missing. One more person who should be more like an apostle hadn't come out yet. Let's see. Truth be told, even I can't imagine someone who would be one. Perhaps there might be a different apostle moving in a different place. In a different place. A different apostle. When I thought about that, the memory that came into my mind was my house. The ogre god hadn't attacked it, but there was the possibility that someone else's hand was reaching out to it. We still didn't have any means to return back. We had struck a deal, but it was still taking far longer than anticipated. I wonder if Sharia was under attack right now. Phew.
Rudeus Greyrat. I couldn't help being worried. I was anxious, but I could do nothing but let the people there deal with it. I just didn't want to feel like a parent who had outlived his child. I was fighting so that I didn't get to taste that feeling. As if to wash away that feeling, I held the cup in front of my mouth and gulped it down in one go. I just wanted to return quickly. Huh? Sandor suddenly raised his face. He looked at the sea. Is there something shining? On those words, I looked towards the sea as well. It was nighttime right now. The sea was completely dark. Nothing could be seen. Only the roar of the waves could be heard. Even when using the clairvoyance, I could see nothing. Where is it coming from? There! There! Can't you see? It's approaching us! Same as before, nothing entered my eyes. I strained my eyes for a bit, but still couldn't see anything. I wonder if he had gotten drunk and was seeing illusions. Should I bring a lamp? Can you really not see it? I can't see it. Aren't Sandor-san's eyes a bit too powerful? Sandor knit his brows in confusion. Surely it was possible that the holder of the clairvoyance was in fault. Perhaps because I was drunk, I was looking in other direction, maybe a little bit upwards. Don't tell me! Rudeus Dono! Close your demon eyes! Huh? Oh, okay. I closed my eyes. Not that. Cut off your mana supply to your demon eyes. As he ordered, I cut the mana supply to my demon eyes, both the foresight and clairvoyance eyes. Huh. The moment I did, I could see it. A being heading towards the sandy beach from the foreshore just now. That guy was big, with a height of over 2 meters. His size was similar to the ogre god. That guy had wore a golden armor on his body. That guy had 6 arms. That guy was carrying a person on his shoulder. The person who was on his shoulder wore a robe with odd patterns on it. He removed the hood of his robe, and a nostalgic face leaped in my eyes.
Ah, so we meet here, senpai.
The monkey-faced person. It was Gisu. For God's sake, just when I thought we'd land unnoticed, this happens. This ain't good.
Ha 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 ha! You should better not think that everything will go according to plan, eh?
Ain't that right?
The one who answered Gisu was a male wearing a golden armor on his body. It was a nostalgic voice. I could never forget this way of laughter. Your Majesty, Body? Body Gotti. Why was he here? Why was he with something like that? And why was he with Gisu? Did the ogre god betray us? Or did Sandor call them here? Don't tell me. No, but this is... Huh? Various thoughts rushed through my mind. Words didn't seem to come out. My body started trembling without any cause. That golden armor was bad. I didn't know why it was bad, but I could feel the sinister premonition in that bad.
If I fought someone like him without any armor, then it would be instant death for me. Despite Sandor's state of complete dumbfoundedness, his forehead was completely wet with sweat. Even though he should have attacked at once, he wasn't moving. I felt that from Sandor in front of me. Shandor, dread-filled.
Great uncle, why were you here?
Isn't it obvious? It is because the great I am an apostle of Hitogami.
Bodhigati spoke. He spoke imposingly, without any hesitation, that he was the last apostle.
Oh, I see. That's how it was. I had forgotten. Wasn't I told before as well? Kishirika had said that the possibility of Bodhigati being an apostle was high, and he was also the one who brought Rifujin along to the village. It was a matter of fact. It was Bodhigati. Just why had I forgotten it? The final piece that fell into the puzzle.
On Hitogami's request, I escorted Rifujin to the Supard village. In the middle of the battle, I was to get this armor that lay at the center of the ocean. By joining the strengths of Dark King Vita, Sword God, North God, and Ogre God, the Great Eye was to defeat you people who had lost their escape routes and Dragon Orsted. Therefore, the Great Eye...
Boss, what is it? Just when I was getting into the mood to talk with humans. You're talking too much. There ain't any need to go that far. Such a dull person. Isn't our strategy already out in the open?
While scratching his cheeks with his fingers, Gisu shrugged. But with those words just now, I was able to connect the dots. I was right. Sword God, North God, and Ogre God. They weren't Hitogami's apostles. And if I had let North God 3 escape, then the fight would have continued. Without dissolving the subjugation force, they would have entered the forest for the final confrontation. During that time, they would land at Ogre Island, defeating Otofe's Imperial Guards to get rid of Ogre God's fear. With only North God and Ogre God, we had such a close fight. And on top of that, if Bodhigati were to come, we would have no chance of winning. But if it is now, Dark King was dead. Sword God was dead. North God was dead. Ogre God had surrendered. The opponents were only Gisu and Bodhigati.
No, I know that, Senpai. I've heard from Hitogami that you've won in the forest. You're thinking that we won't have any chance to win this late in the game, eh?
Gisu was useless at fighting. That's why we could win. Could we? Win? But will it really go down like that? This gentleman over here is quite a legend,
Being called a legend, Body got arrogant.
4,200 years ago, the Great Eye had a tie with that demon dragon King Laplace. I, the strongest demon lord, am named Fighting God Bodhigati. I alone should be enough, right?
So it was that, after all. So this was the fighting god armor after all. A full-length armor giving out a bizarre presence. I was getting chills similar to when I fought Orsted seriously for the first time. I could instinctively tell that we couldn't win. In the next moment, Bodhigati spread his crossed arms. Bodhigati boomed with a declaration.
My name is Fighting God Bodhigati, Dragon God's subordinate Rudeus of the...
Atofi stopped him, and then saw Gisu with a troubled face.
The great... I intended to duel with Rudeus, though. It's fine if you refuse. Can't do that. It's been decided since the ancient times that a demon lord must always accept a challenge.
Gisu was stunned. Rather than Hitogami, it seems Gisu's grip had already loosened on the reins. Even I didn't have the spirit to control Bodhigati or Atofi or anyone like that. Rudeus Dono,
I'll try to gain some time here. During that time, retreat, assemble our forces, and then polish your counterplan.
Rudeus Greyrat. And what about you, Sandor-san?
I might not make it back alive. I had trouble breathing. I couldn't answer immediately, but I did quickly nod once. I was right now flesh and blood. Even if the Mark I was near me, right now I am flesh and blood. It was not about the safety margin. There wasn't any chance to win right now. I would only become a hindrance if we both fought. If I fought here right now, I would only become a demerit and nothing else. Please, do. I said that and ran towards the village, while hearing the intense clash of the weapons behind me. Author's question and answer. Question. It won't be fitting to call the child having a rhythmical sense of innate disposition, even though he couldn't dance in his childhood? Answer. Perhaps it might be better to say it was his uniqueness. Question. The fact that Magonote-sensei knew about Wingman surprised me a little, though it was the heat shock. On the whole, I think it seems a bit off. To raise your novel writing level, did you read a lot in the past? Answer. It had nothing to do with studying. I just picked up whatever felt interesting, whether it be book or game. Although I have given up on old hard-to-get things, like things that can't be played on current operating system. But my memory is a little unreliable.
Question. This crest is the Meagard races. The people who would recognize this crest won't simply charge at the Meagard village, right? Answer. Maybe they would. Question. Kishirika has the superior demon eye of 1,000 miles, but if a demon eye is trained, then could it not become a superior one? Or is it some kind of event reward from Kishirika, like, take this new demon eye, or evolve your demon eye, like this, the choices will come? Answer. When Kishirika grows, while using a large amount of mana, it is possible to grant superior demon eyes. Question. He wasn't under complete obedience of Hitogami, and on top of that, if His Majesty Body was a friend of his, then they should have been able to evade the duel with negotiations, or at least delay it for a bit. He left all the decision-making to another person and escaped. Only at the critical moment he ran away from the battlefield, his mind still has not grown at all. Answer. At the critical moment, the enemy clearly declared that they were their enemy. If it is this guy, then he would not be under complete obedience of his boss. But if he is a close friend of his, then they can evade the battle by negotiations, or at least delay it. Such a naive thought is growth? Question. That not lie. Please teach me its meaning. Answer. That does not seem to be a lie. Or, it isn't a lie, right? Question. Why is it that when he uses the foresight and clairvoyance eye, he cannot see His Majesty Body?
Answer. Bodyguardi's constitution is made up of something that is unrecognizable to the demon eye. Question. It may be a question now, but Alec's gravity-ignoring attacks or evasion that he used, would it be okay to imagine it like that air hand-to-hand fighting that uses wire action in Hong Kong action movies? Answer. It is more like a low jump, similar to in Arcana Hearts, while ignoring the inertia, suddenly rising and diving, dashing in midair. Question. Could Gisu breathe underwater with those odd patterned clothes he was wearing? Was it a magic tool? Answer. It is a special cloth that can block the demon eye. He even has many others as well. Bodyguardi walked from the sea, but he did not drown. Question. This is, if Sandor had the Dragon King's sword, then he would have been able to stall for more time. Answer. I do not think he would take the Dragon King's sword ever again, no matter how hard the battle. Question. Paul's dagger that was fit on the magic armor's left arm, was it still on the Mark I? Answer. Yes, it is there. Volume 23, Chapter 18, Fighting God Bodyguardi, Part 1. After hearing of the enemy ambush, the one that stood up with great joy was a Tofei.
Where is the enemy? At the beach. It's Fighting God Bodyguardi.
Sandor-san is holding him back for now, so we should fall back for now and gain some distance. Ah ha 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 ha! So Body has become an enemy. He will be a worthy opponent. Imperial Guards, follow me! Without letting me finish what I had to say, Atofe took her Imperial Guards along and went towards the beach. There was no time to stop her. Of course, Rudeus and Eris obediently followed me, and Cliff quickly casted detoxification on everyone. After that, we assertively evacuated the ogres. I fight too. But the ogre god was different. As if to keep his promise with us, he quickly followed Atofe. Atofe and the ogre god ended up going to the battlefield. At that moment, my mind's objective changed from retreating to fighting. Sandor, Atofe, and ogre god Malta Golfin. If the three of them fought and then lost, we would lose a lot of our fighting force. I concluded that even if it was disadvantageous to some extent, we should still fight head-on and hold our ground here. I'm not going to be at my wit's end.
With me, Eris, Rudeus, the warriors of the Supard race, Cliff, Elenalis, and then Atofe, 10 Imperial Guards, and the Ogre God. We had more than enough strength. Somewhere deep within my heart, I thought that we could win. I ran towards the banquet hall and boarded the MK-1 that was put there. After giving out the instructions to evacuate, I boarded the MK-1. Within that short amount of time, the battlefield had moved. Not far off from Third City Haile Lul, with his waist submerged in the sea, Bodigadi and Atofe had started their fight. Fighting up close were Atofe and Malta. Bodigadi was fighting both of them simultaneously while carrying Gisu on his shoulders. The difference in their power was evident. Even while carrying Gisu on his shoulders, he was easily able to stand his ground against Atofe and Malta as if playing with children. Overwhelming. I couldn't see Sandor. He couldn't be seen anywhere. Was he done in? The Imperial Guards had surrounded Bodigadi and were firing magic spells. Ice arrows, fire arrows, and stone cannons were all pouring down on Bodigadi like rain. But they vanished just before hitting him. The magic spells fired by the Imperial Guards weren't reaching Gisu. Was that the power of the fighting god armor? Or was Gisu using some kind of magic item? If it's the latter, then I want to kill Gisu quickly.
Rudeus Greyrat.
I should have killed Gisu during the fight between Body and Sandor. No, Sandor should have fallen right after I separated from him. Taking down Gisu would still have taken some time. Then I wouldn't have been able to rush to the banquet hall and might have died. Should Gisu know quite a lot about me? He had already taken steps to deal with me. Even when I was in front of him, he had a lot of composure. Then it should be fine to think that hitting him with a stone cannon wouldn't have been an instant kill. There was no reason not to. There was also no time to think. Atofe and Malta were both tough, but even from an outsider's point of view, Bodigadi was superior in power. It wouldn't be strange if the front line were to fall at any moment.
I'll go as well! Stop!
I commanded Eris, who was about to rush in, and loaded mana in both my arms. Luckily, thanks to Atofe and Malta, there was quite some distance between us. Atofe and the Ogre God. I'll aim for the moment both of them are blown away.
I'll be jumping in with magic first. Cliff-senpai, please snipe and provide magic support.
All right, leave it to me!
I hesitated, thinking that Atofe and Malta would be wrapped in it as well. But I could clearly see Gisu. I didn't know whether it would get through or not, but I could get a direct hit. This was my chance. I didn't have time to think about my failures. It was fine if it were just one hit. The spell I'll use...
Pause. Will be stone cannon. No, it should be lightning. Since the stone cannons fired by the Imperial Guards were easily getting erased, I do think my stone cannon would have some effect, but I'll still use a different magic. While taking a deep breath, I raised my left hand up. I sent the blood flow inside my body towards my left hand. And then, with my left hand raised towards the sky,
I not only used my mana, but a gust as well to make clouds. While holding down my impatience, I took my time and made the cloud bigger. The surroundings started to rain. Thunder could be heard from a long distance. The wind blew and the sea was getting violent. Cumulonimbus. Originally, before the completion of this spell, it should be compressed and then it should be dropped. But I expanded it. Using both the updraft and tornado at the same time, a thundercloud was quickly getting larger. Rain started to fall heavily on the beach. Not yet. The waves grew higher and sprayed the three fighters with water. Just a little bit more. The entire sky was filled with dark clouds. The surroundings became dark and visibility was only up to 50 meters. But I had the clairvoyance eye. The clairvoyance eye continued to watch the three fighters without any change. It watched Atafe and Malta. My right hand. I released the stockpiled mana from it. The cloud shrank at once. While suppressing the violent mana, I concentrated it at one point. I timed it. Atafe and Malta fought simultaneously and were blown away simultaneously. At that moment, I let it fall.
Lightning!
That wasn't a flash of lightning. It was just a long cylindrical pillar of light. The moment it arrived, a sound could be heard from the surroundings. The rain paused for an instant, and the world was covered up by light and silence. A huge column of water came out of the pillar of light. A thunderous roar. A sound similar to a lightning strike struck our eardrums.
Hand is of earth.
Within that thunderous roar, I could barely hear Cliff's spell, but I grasped what spell he was going to use and fell back to support him. In our view, there was a mass of surging water. That mass of water swept everything away and approached us. It approached us very fast. Sandstorm! The sand clashed with the mass, offsetting each other. Due to Cliff's and my magic, the mass of water became light brown rain and polluted the beach and sea. I cut my clairvoyance and looked for the golden armor while straining my eyes.
Crystal. I could see nothing. My clairvoyance wasn't activated. But when I looked around my surroundings, I could see the others similarly straining their eyes. Regardless, we couldn't see anything. Nothing could be seen. His appearance couldn't be found. Did we do it? I reflexively muttered. I ended up muttering. There was nothing wrong with my murmur, but those words were ill-omened. It was too late when I realized it. Eris and Ruijerd. With their sixth sense, everyone was watching above them. In the next moment, a sand pillar was standing in front of me. Something was falling down from the sky. It was dancing in the sky. It was glittering and sparkling, even while being bathed in muddy rain, with a golden color. That guy landed right in front of me. The golden armor. Was there really a face under that helmet that I would recognize?
I thought I was done for.
That voice came from the shoulder of the armor. That guy had boarded it while covered with mud. The monkey-faced person.
My name is Fighting God Bodigadi, the one who has taken the name of the Fighting God only as a sworn friend of Hitogami. I challenge Rudeus Greyrat to a personal duel.
I refuse.
No use in arguing!
I was hit by the golden armor. One hit. With just one hit, my armor was completely broken into pieces, and I took flight with my hazy consciousness. My consciousness was receding. As I was about to fall unconscious, I saw it. Eris, Ruijerd, Atafe, and Malta, attacking the fighting god all at once. That day, Third City Hylalul was annihilated. Part 3. When I came to, I could smell something nice. I could smell a little bit of sweat, too, but it was nice.
a nice smell that I was accustomed to. I could see red hair swaying at the edge of my vision. At the same time, I could feel warmth around my cheeks. My cheeks were touching something. Are you awake now? A voice came out from that something that was touching my cheeks. It was Iris's voice. And then my consciousness quickly came back. Iris was carrying me on her shoulders. What's going on? I quickly stood up and surveyed my surroundings. Many people were walking around the surroundings like refugees. Cliff, Alien Elise, and Rifujin.
We lost. After that, Eris and the others challenged the fighting god and were completely defeated. Eris fainted in just one hit, and Ellen Eliza's shield broke. Malta and Atofe put up a good fight, but they were still sent flying every time. Moore took over when I fainted and told everyone to retreat. Rujard collected Eris and I. And then with Atofe, the Imperial Guards, Malta, and Sandor, who regained consciousness as the rear guard, the retreat was successful.
I see. It was a shock. It was a shock that we were so easily defeated. I never really thought of myself as the strongest. Even when I fought for the first time with the MK1, I lost to Orsted. It wasn't invincible, but I was certainly getting victorious these days. I defeated both Atofe and Alek. Regarding Alek, it wasn't a solo battle, but a victory was still a victory. But I should have always taken the assumption that I would lose. But one punch was a first for me. It was one hit. With just one hit, my armor broke into pieces and I fell unconscious. I might have underestimated Bodigadi. Was it because I thought that even if he was the fighting god, he would still cut corners being that demon lord Sama?
What are we supposed to do next?
On Eris's inquiry, I pondered. Next. What should be done next? We hadn't run out of options. But I wonder if we can win against that fighting god with my impertinent plan. We didn't have Shandor nor Atofe, nor the Imperial Guards. They might have died as well. Our fighting force was uncertain. There was Eris, Rujard, Cliff, Elanlise, and me. And then some warriors of the Supard race. Even if I say that, I couldn't be counted as a war potential. I who had lost the MK1 was only an insect now. The best I could do right now was to make rivers, make mountains, and set fire to the mountains. The 3 charms.
The fighting god would just drink up the river, jump over the mountains, and extinguish the fire on the mountains with the water that he drank, and then come after us. We couldn't win with our current potential. There's no way but to run. Rujard-san. Ruyard spoke while looking at me.
Rujard Supardia. Grave and authoritative. That guy is one of the 7 great world powers. The real deal. He's not someone who can be defeated, even if we attacked him in a group. So we should run. We should run until the Supard village. And then what? If it were the 3 charms, then the priest Sama that took shelter in the temple used his wit to exterminate the mountain witch. Orsted the priest was there, in the Supard village. But fighting god Bodigadi and Gisu, their aim was my life and to exhaust Orsted's mana. And if Orsted were to fight the fighting god, his mana consumption would be nowhere near the level that it would have been if he had fought the sword god or north god. It was a substantial defeat. To achieve their goals, they would go to the ends of the world. No matter where we go, there won't be a place safe for us. Even if we run, we can't win. Rujard Supardia, stoic and firm. Then there's no choice but to fight with the resolution of an honorable defeat. A fight with a resolution of an honorable defeat would still be a defeat. We couldn't win. If we died, it would be over.
Rudeus, get a hold of yourself.
Eris suddenly held my hand.
It was a strong and warm hand. It was a hand which had saved me many times. It was the hand which had held my child.
I calmed down a bit. Think about a way to win. First, there's a need for information. For example, the weakness of the fighting god armor. But I heard that the fighting god armor was the best armor made by Laplace himself. Even the person who built it himself was tied in his battle. Would there even be a weakness? But even if there wasn't any weakness, there might be some kind of capture method. There was still a way to fight. And from there, we could probably find some kind of hint. Who is the one who knows that? Tofei is... Orsted! That's right, I must ask him. And if we still couldn't get anything... No, even if we couldn't get anything, he was an enemy that we must fight someday. We will fight now. Tofei, Malta, and Sandor weren't here, but there should be a method to win. But still, I want to keep the damage to a bare minimum. I didn't want to involve the Supard village with the battle, since Norn was there as well. There should be a chance, even if it was less than 1%. That's right. Now that I think about it, I still had one trump card left. I originally planned to use that trump card much sooner. We'll retreat until the village and hold out there. I decided to wager on that.
Got it! Everybody nodded. Part 4. Then we returned back to the Supard village. My trump card was still being prepared. I wondered just what was really going on. Would it be fine to just wait? While suppressing my wavering heart, I sat in front of Orsted in Seiza and reported to him everything that had happened up until yesterday. That's all. We don't know what has become of Sandor, Tofei, and Malta. Orsted wore a rigid expression.
Fighting god bodyguardy.
Do you know of any capture method?
No. I know about the fighting god armor, but I've never once fought bodyguardy wearing the fighting god armor.
I see. I had expected this, but I still couldn't hide my disappointment. But there was no need to show it on the surface. Then, please tell me about the fighting god armor.
Fighting god armor is the best armor made by Laplace himself. It sank to the innermost part of the magical cavern, at the center of the ring sea. Its surface gives out a golden spark when fired with mana, bestowing its user with the strongest power possible. But that much mana makes it sentient, and it hijacks the user's mind.
But it didn't seem like Bodyguardy's mind was hijacked. At the very least, I didn't feel like Bodyguardy was being manipulated. It was the same Bodyguardy as in my memories. Although it was possible that he was being manipulated, but it wasn't apparent. After all, he didn't bother arguing with Tofei and Sandor.
It will take some time before a complete hijack. From the moment one puts it on, the fighting god armor will start dominating your mind, and you will gradually be unable to differentiate between good and evil, and will only wish to fight. Although, Bodyguardy's body is made up of a special meat, which can't be perceived by the demon eye. It's possible that the fighting god armor can't completely take over him.
So that meant Bodyguardy hadn't worn it for that long. Still, I've heard about this hijack thing somewhere before. The fighting god armor is similar to your magic armor. The only difference it has from yours, which moves with the wearer's mana as fuel, is that it takes the wearer's very life force as a fuel, and you can't take it off until it completely drains you of it. If it has attached itself to Bodyguardy's body, it can almost operate forever. The moment that the armor is put on, it will adjust itself to the perfect shape for the wearer. In doing so, the optimal weapon is obtained. Although the weapon range depends on the weapon itself, if Bodyguardy equips it, it probably won't be long distance.
The golden light radiating from the armor will render most magic ineffective. But there is a limit. Your full-powered stone cannon may be able to get through. He's very knowledgeable. But I see. Rather than a lightning strike, the stone cannon would have been more effective. Orsted-sama, when you fought the fighting god, who was wearing the armor? One of the sea race, although his mana quickly ran out and he died. Any other cases? I've put it on myself a few times. A human put it on once, and a demon race once. He experienced it himself before? Well, I guess if he hadn't put it on himself a few times, he wouldn't have understood the details.
So how exactly are we supposed to defeat it?
I do not know.
You don't know?
When wearing the fighting god armor, you feel neither pain nor fatigue. And on top of that, it is possible to fight constantly at full strength. But it is simply forcing you to move. It cannot heal injuries sustained while wearing it. Therefore, if you manage to land an attack, a battle of endurance will be in effect.
But with Body Gotti as the opponent, that becomes impossible. The fighting god army will continue to move until its wearer dies. Body Gotti is immortal. In other words, perpetual motion. How did Laplace defeat it?
He overwhelmed the defensive limits of the fighting god armor by hitting it with a spell with a massive output, temporarily annihilating the contents and separating them. As a result, a large hole opened up in the continent and the ring sea was created.
I see.
Depending on the power of the attack, it was possible to deal damage. It was just a matter of his recovery after that. But if it was so, then this gives us one plan. But I heard the wearer from that time died, so it was Body Gotti. You didn't know?
Laplace, at that time, also didn't seem to know who was wearing it. After I heard about his death, I lost my remaining interest, since I never would have thought that the fighting god would appear before me like this.
Did you hear it from Laplace himself in a previous loop?
That's right. I am the son of the first-generation dragon god. First-generation dragon god also instructed me on how to apply this curse.
But you said that Laplace must be killed.
That's right. To reach the place where Hitagami is, the 5 dragon generals must be killed and the sacred treasures retrieved.
I think this is the first time that I've heard him say clearly that they must be killed. So it's like that after all. Then I guess we really can't count on Perugius' support after all. I also wouldn't want to help someone who has the intention of betraying me later on. But I guess there's no benefit in discussing that here.
This is probably an unpleasant conversation for you.
No. Right now, I have to think about what's in front of me. That is Body Gotti. If Hitagami was acting while seeing his own future, then he couldn't freely move such a chess piece like Body Gotti who acted selfishly. Or this might even be the final trump card that Hitagami held.
When I saw him a few days ago, he seemed to be at his wit's end, fighting God Body Gotti. Body Gotti was originally Hitagami's apostle. It was unknown to me just why Hitagami didn't use Body until this loop, but let's consider that he was suddenly dragged out this time. Oh, well, if he didn't come out in any of the previous loops, then I would have to be the cause.
So what do you intend to do?
Fight! There is no escape!
All right. I'll come. I haven't done it before, but it shouldn't be something that we can't do.
As Orsted said that, he started getting up. However, I interrupted him. No, please wait. Orsted sat back down. I couldn't see his face because of the mask, but I could understand that he probably had an astonished expression.
If Orsted-sama were to exhaust his mana here, it would be a defeat overall. There wouldn't be any meaning.
If you die here, it would also result in defeat. There wouldn't be any meaning.
Well, that's also true. Should we take the chance now or take it later? But I've tried my best until now. I wanted to at least stick through until I think it was truly impossible. But even if Orsted-sama must fight, before then, it should still be possible to weaken the fighting god.
You'll die.
If that happens, then please take care of my remaining family members. I don't want to die. I want to return back alive. But this was definitely a do-or-die situation. The fighting god was Hitogami and Gisu's final card. There might still be another card, but in this situation, the Dark King, Sword God, North God, and Ogre God have all been defeated. There's only one apostle left too. All of his cards were in the open. There were no more cards to pull out. If we defeated the fighting god here, the other side should suffer in turn. We must persevere, fight, and take the victory.
I understand. But as soon as you realize that you can't win, retreat immediately. Understood?
Thank you very much.
Osted, I bowed my head and stood up. So, did Roxy contact you yet?
Not yet.
Is that so? When it happens, please let me know immediately.
After I saw Orsted nod, I got out of the house. The soldiers were waiting. With a sharp glint in her eye, radiating bloodlust, was Eris. Standing with a clear bearing was Ruijerd. The slightly nervous, scared, and excited Cliff. With an expression that wanted to protect Cliff was Elenalisa. Sad after hearing of Sondor's defeat, the weeping Doga. Having lost all his clothes during the previous battle, he was wearing the Supard's local dress, Zanaba, and the Supard warriors aiming to protect the village. This group, honestly, I'm uneasy. The gap left by Sondor, Atofe, and Molta was huge. But Zanaba and Doga were a good replacement for the Ogre God. Beatty Gotti was a close combat type. The compatibility wasn't bad. They were inferior to the Ogre God. Even if their compatibility wasn't bad, it was unknown just how much meaning that held. It was possible that this group would be able to stall for time for 2 days, or at least 1 day. And within that 1 or 2 days, the possibility of my trump card arriving was low. Then there was no guarantee whether or not I would win even while using my trump card. But it was possible that my comrades would just die in vain. Let's go. However, I walked nonetheless. I had a plan, but no chance of success. I couldn't even guarantee whether my decision was right. We might have some time to lay traps, but the enemy wasn't someone who would be defeated from just that. Everyone, without expressing any opinions, simply followed behind me. I will fight the fighting god. Author's question and answer. Question. Was the reason that the Ogre God's speech was crude and that he didn't use Demon God language while negotiating because there were people around him who didn't understand Demon God language? Answer. The Ogre God, who was an ogre who surrendered to Rudy, who was a human. That's why he thought that talking in human language to respect the winner were obvious manners. That's how it is. Question. If the president was fighting the one who was wearing the armor, then his words that the fighting god never once stood in his way as an enemy was a little strange. Answer. This is a little difficult, but bear with me. In short, he meant that he hadn't fought anyone at the level of the third world power wearing the fighting god armor. Question. The president knows nearly everything. It's like he's Wikipedia sensei or Google sensei, and the lithograph looked like his Twitter. Answer.
you'll often get, "This article does not exist."
Question. An inertia game is better than Arcana Heart, you know. If it's a fighting game with fighting in the sky while ignoring inertia, then I guess a Toho-like game system is close to it. Answer. They don't have floating steps in that image. Question. The person who wears the fighting god armor becomes the fighting god? Or His Majesty body who wears the fighting god armor is the fighting god? Answer. The latter. Among the 7 great world powers, it becomes a somewhat special type of pattern. Question. If the conditions for the change in 7 great world powers monument is losing consciousness or death, then when the abstinent Rudeus carelessly reached his hand out to Eris's mountain range and was knocked out with one punch, would it change then? Answer. When they realized the 7th rank was changed to a sword-style mark. Question. When the city was annihilated, I got the image that it disappeared without leaving any traces. Shouldn't it be collapsed or destroyed? Or was it literally annihilated? Why, in a hand-to-hand battle, was the city annihilated? Answer. It's the result of normal hand-to-hand combat and the support that Moore and the rest provided using magic for a long period of time. At the very least, it was possibly annihilated. Question. When Orsted wore the fighting god armor, was he unable to take it off until he died? Answer. Yes. He died right there and then looped.
Question. It feels like the president's mana capacity absolutely can't be charged by outside factors. Would there be no other choice in future other than normal self-recovery? Answer. This might be researched by someone in the future. Question. A god rank for a swordsman has made an appearance, but a god rank for a mage has yet to come out. And someone with a god rank magic who can cure the magic stone disease hasn't come out yet either. This work is going to be over soon, but does that mean they will never appear? Answer. Probably never. Question. It has become such a desperate situation, but there's still not that much bloodshed yet. How come there's no fight scene either? Answer. Let's see. I did write that Rudeus fell unconscious. I should have depicted it with more depth, I guess. Question. After fighting the fighting god, literally everyone is still alive, except those who are still missing. Does that mean that Body Gotti is going easy on them? Answer. Even without wearing armor, it may be that the rest of the guys are at a level where it would be hard to kill them instantly. Question. But Orsted should have disposed of the fighting god armor. Answer. When performing a speed run in an RPG, the strongest, most powerful weapon was in an extremely deep labyrinth. It is not required to defeat the last boss, and hence there was no need to get it. Something like that. There was a time when he tried it once for trial and error, but he thought that it was unreasonable and wasted a lot of mana. Just hitting with the god sword is fine, and so he did not use it. And for someone who doesn't want to be famous and stand out in the world for getting it, it is quite. Volume 23, Chapter 19, Trump Card, Part 1. The fighting god appeared after 2 days. It was thanks to Atofei and the others holding him back, but they did not return. Rudeus Greyrat. I did not think that the immortal demon race would die that easily, but the fighting god probably did enough damage so that they could not follow. In any case, thanks to them, our preparations were complete. The fighting god came at us head on. Without hiding or rushing, calmly he made an appearance. Gisu was sitting on his shoulder. As if to say that no matter what we did, we could not stop him. Part 2. The battle began at the entrance of the forest. I was standing at the top of a giant wall created at the entrance of the forest. It was about 10 meters high and 2 meters wide. From the top of this wall, which was made as if to protect the forest, I would be hurling magic. Stone cannons. I would hurl quite a number of them so that I could at least knock down Gisu. The clairvoyance eye didn't work against Body Gotti. It seemed that even Orsted didn't know the reason. Body Gotti was probably just that kind of Miko, or as a result of something in the past, he obtained resistance to those demon eyes. The gold gleamed in the far distance. On top of that, ever since I was born into this world, Stone Cannon had been the spell I had used the most. I aimed for a direct hit.
1 in every 10 shots made it hit.
But even from this distance, I understood that it didn't do much damage. A direct hit would open a hole in the golden armor, but it would quickly be filled again. It didn't penetrate. Even stalling him was a failure. The fighting god continued forward without even defending himself. At this distance, there seemed to be a drop in power. As I thought, it would have to be at close range. Incidentally, one also hit Gisu. It was hard to see from this distance, but he fell off from the shoulder when it hit, so I am pretty sure that it hit him. But he got up as if nothing had happened, so it seemed he took almost no damage. He may have simply gotten off Fighting God's shoulder as a measure of precaution and went around the back. If he was a bit closer, Gisu might have taken enough damage to cause instant death. But when you think about how he wasn't annihilated by the Thunderfall, it looked like Gisu himself also had some kind of magic resistance. In the end, we couldn't even halt his advance. When the fighting god got close enough, I casted fire magic towards the exteriors of wall and retreated into the forest. I didn't have any intention to let him get any closer than necessary. So far, it's within expectations. Once I confirmed the destruction of the wall, a mutter leaked from my mouth. Within expectations. I knew that this would happen. When the fighting god entered the forest, the entire forest was covered in a wide and dense fog by me, while activating a quagmire of the same size.
Reconnaissance and spreading confusion were entrusted to a force of Supard warriors led by Rufujin. Magic eyes didn't seem to be effective against him, but the Supard's third eye was. Their senses could catch the fighting god. It was effective. According to the report, as a result of the Supard's guerrilla warfare, the fighting god had lost his way and had been wandering aimlessly for a couple hours. I hoped that he continued to wander around like this and end up at the exit to the forest. While hoping that, I continued to extend the range of the fog and quagmire.
Rufujin Superdia, stoic and direct. The fighting god has changed his direction. And with that timing, Rufujin appeared to report. It seemed the fighting god was now moving right towards the Earth Dragon Valley. This was probably Gisu's contribution. Rather than Bodigadi alone, it seemed Gisu knew how to walk inside a forest with a fog this dense.
Rudeus Greyrat. The question arises whether he could still walk even if he knew the way, but if one considers that he used some kind of magic tool or magic item, then it wouldn't be strange to think otherwise. No, if he had a magic tool, then he wouldn't have wandered around for hours like that. Among the mud and the dense fog, he probably had to use some anachronistic way, taking his time and then deciding on one path. The fog, quagmire, and the Supard's guerrilla warfare. Even with all that, we were only able to stall him for 3 hours. There were a total of 3 casualties. 3 Supard warriors who got too close were done in by the fighting god. But their deaths were not in vain. Thanks to them, the sun had gone down, and at the same time, the fighting god's movements had stopped. Although it was probably not solar-powered, it seemed he stopped moving during the night. But I did not stop. I didn't loosen the effect of the fog or quagmire, nor did the Supards stop their guerrilla warfare. A long-distance attack with exploding stone cannons was thrown at him. I wasn't expecting much damage, but I would simply not let them sleep. I would keep firing to not let them rest. It may not have much effect on Bodigadi, but to Gisu it had meaning. With those thoughts, the first day ended. Part 3. On the second day, continuing what I was doing during the latter half of the first day, we tried with all our might to lure the fighting god to the Earth Dragon Valley. Dawn of the second day, I crossed the valley. From on top of the rampart, I glared down at the forest. Standing next to me was Rufujin, looking out in the same way. The topography of the Earth Dragon Valley was extremely well suited for defense. It was a chasm more than 1 kilometer deep. I did not notice it when I first crossed it, but the cliff on the Supard village side was slightly higher. It does not have much to do with magic, but fundamentally, a higher position in battle is advantageous. One could see better from an elevated position, and with gravity working against you, it would take more energy to go uphill than down. With that mindset, I created a rampart with earth magic from the depths of the cliff at the side of the Supard village. It was a little less than 20 meters high, so it is not as wide as the one at the entrance to the forest, but this was the only place that the valley was quite narrow, so it is not a problem. I had opened a hole in it where the bridge was connected as an entrance, but I closed it up after I dropped the bridge. This way, he could not just jump across and suddenly start the battle like the ogre god did. Probably. I never thought lightly of the fighting god, but this was the strongest and highest wall I could prepare in such short time. If he could jump over this, I would have to give up on it.
Even if he did not jump across and simply arrived at the surface of the wall, it was possible to pelt him with the stone cannons from above. He could render magic invalid, but he could not reverse terrain changes. I was now aware of that during the previous battle. Again, because of the confirmation I got at the start of the battle, I realized that stone cannons were sufficiently effective. If they were to cling to this wall, and I hit Gisu with the stone cannon from the top of this wall, then Gisu, who did not possess any power at all, will fall into the valley. If not, then it should be possible to create a large quantity of water over the top of them, making them slip and fall into the valley. Gisu may be a useful guy, but in a straight-up fight, he is powerless. Still, Body was someone who was good at executing strategy, and Gisu was someone who was proficient at making strategies from his ingenuity. They have the greatest compatibility. There was also a risk in leading him to this narrow stretch of valley, but it was better than him crossing the valley by himself in some place I do not know and attacking from that side. At the top of the valley were Cliff, Roygerd, the Supard warriors, and me. The remaining Supard warriors were stationed somewhere off the wall for surveillance. Worst case scenario, if he crossed the valley somewhere other than here, we would know immediately. Right behind the rampart, Eris and the rest were on standby. If they broke through here, it would be an all-out war.
We managed to buy some time. What would have been a one-day trip in a straight line took 3. We earned 2 days. There still had not been any contact from Roxy. The time we bought might have been pointless, but I do not have any intention of changing our decision to buy time. From the battle at the port city, we understood that we cannot win in a straight-up fight. I have to bet on my trump card. Dawn arrived. We did not know when he would arrive. I was looking over the forest with the Supard warriors. According to their observations, the enemy camp was outside their range. I wasn't sure of what to think. They're here. As I was thinking that, Rifujin called out. Looking at the dim forest, I strained my eyes to the best of my ability. I could see it. It is only the size of a speck, but someone was standing in the forest. But it is not gold. It was someone in a white robe.
I recognized the feeling that robe gave off. It was Gisu. It was possible that it may be someone else, but it looked like Gisu. Who's that?
Gisu.
Rujerd looked hard and confirmed it. From here to there was within the range of the third eye. Therefore, the probability of it being Gisu was high. Not from the bare edge of the valley, but from deep into the forest, he was making his way to us through the thicket. It was difficult to see since it was still dark, but it definitely looked like Gisu. But the golden color could not be seen near him. Gisu was alone. Huh? Alone? Was he scouting alone? Gisu, who knew just what kind of magic I should be capable of casting, was alone? Was he confident? Or was Bodigadi near him in standby? No, he is about 100 meters from the valley. If Bodigadi was close enough to provide backup, Rujerd would have been able to see him. At this distance, should not my attack be able to kill him? Thinking that, my heart began to beat faster. The stone cannon will reach.
Gisu seems to be investigating over here, but I get the feeling he has not noticed me yet. I can hit him. 100 meters. Taking into account the elevation, it cannot be more than 120 meters. If aimed properly, I can definitely hit him at this distance.
Should I? No. What would I do if it was someone else? An adventurer wearing a white robe that just got lost in the forest. No. No one should have been able to even move because of the fog and quagmire from yesterday. Someone could not have just suddenly come along in this far. If they were already this close to the valley before the battle started, then they would have already been picked up on the Supard's radar. Right now, I can defeat Gisu. What should I do? It has to be a trap. But what kind of trap? Right now, I could attack. What kind of card does the other side have? If I attack, will he gain some kind of advantage? Could it be that the person over there was someone who looked like Gisu? Was it possible that it is one of my allies or family? No, it cannot be. Impossible. Up until yesterday, it was just the two of them. Someone could not have just suddenly come along. Isn't this my chance? Up until now, I have been focused primarily on buying time. I have not yet made an actual attack. From the port until here, slowly advancing backwards. On the journey with the carefree Batagati, it is possible that he thinks this might be an easy victory. Was it unlikely that they let their guard down and ended up showing their faces here?
The attack would be very brief, and the risk would be little. Was there any reason not to attack? There was the possibility that they had put a guy over there by some means, or something that I would not want to kill. But what was the meaning in doing something like that, strategically speaking? What is the meaning that I do not attack from here? Confusion. It feels like a trap, but I could not think of any demerits at the least if I attacked from here. All right, let's shoot. It may be a trap, but there is no demerit in just shooting him. I will just deal with it when the time comes. All right, I'll be attacking.
Got it. I concentrated mana in my right hand. I stressed accuracy rather than speed or power. I could not see him through the clairvoyance as usual, but I was changing the scenery using clairvoyance while predicting the impact by on-offing mana to the foresight eye. An exploding stone cannon was used if it missed the target. I hesitated for a moment at the brink of shooting. But immediately after my moment of hesitation, the stone cannon got released from my finger. With an almost straight trajectory, it was sucked into the opposite side of the valley. There was no sound. After it impacted on the person at the opposite side of the valley, that person fell down as if a dull string was cut. After that, he did not move. It hit. There was a response. As if nothing had happened at all, time continued to flow as usual. The fallen person was not moving. Within the morning glow, nothing could be heard other than the rustling noises of the forest. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. No, the accurate passage of time was unknown, but time was simply moving nevertheless. During that time, something sprouted within me.
Rudeus Greyrat? I want to confirm it. I wanted to confirm just who was the person fallen there. Was it Gisu or was it someone else? Dead or not? I would quickly go there, confirm it, and then come back immediately. Only that much is safe. That thought born inside me. But I sensed something at the same time. This was the trap. Attacking him was not the trap, but this feeling that was budding within me right now was Gisu's strategy. If the person fallen over there was really Gisu at the verge of dying, and it came to that, finishing him off were the circumstances. If the person fallen over there was Sylphie, who was caught unnoticed, and somehow they were able to fool Ruijerd's eye, and we had to go there and save her immediately, or else she would die. When I go there, the fighting god would appear, and then I would be killed. I must not go there. 1 hour passed. I was becoming nervous.
Did I do some kind of mistake that cannot be undone? Should I not have fired after all? Was their objective to make me shoot and then stall me here? Were they crossing the valley from some other place right now? No, just in case, the warriors of the Supard race were keeping guard at various places of the valley. I will believe in them. 2 hours passed. Should I go there and confirm it after all? After confirming, would I not be able to predict Gisu's next move? Could it be that I was running away from the act of confirming because of some kind of reasoning? 3 hours passed. No movements whatsoever. Various patterns came to mind. I got tired of thinking so much already. If making me tired in this way was Gisu's strategy, then it was working.
4 hours passed. That was a corpse. If it did not move for 4 hours straight, then I have no doubt that it was a corpse. But I wonder just whose corpse it is. Gisu was dead, but it was likely Barigari was not moving. If Roxy were here at a time like this, then I could have heard some kind of constructive opinion from her. Cliff was just shaking his head with a sullen face. 6 hours passed. After having a light lunch, we continued to gaze at the corpse. It did not move. 8 hours passed. It was soon mid-afternoon. The day was gradually passing. As a result of bracing myself for so long, I was now starting to get tired. If nothing happened after the day had been completely passed, I would be going out there to confirm it. 10 hours passed. Roygerd! He's here! On Roygerd's words, I looked at the forest, taken aback. From there, an armor glittering with golden color was coming out of the forest. When the golden armor approached the corpse, he slowly stood up. And then, after they faced each other and talked about something, he faced this way. When he shrugged his shoulders, I realized that gesture was without a doubt Gisu's. They quickly returned back deep into the forest, and then silence arrived for a short while again.
Whew. So it was a trap. That was Gisu. He made himself a decoy to lure me to him. That was dangerous. Still, after a little more and it will be night. I will entrust the Supard warriors over here with the lookout, and then sleep myself a little bit. I was too tired. It was not likely that they could come at night, but let's make it a quick nap regardless. I'll be sleeping for a short while. While thinking that, I wrapped myself up with a blanket. The third day was over. Part 4. The night of the third day. It seemed the opposing side was in a bind after looking at the rampart. They couldn't just try to leap over the rampart. And if they couldn't leap over, then there was no way to protect Gisu. That thought hit me. I could understand that because a stone came flying from the other side. It was a pretty big stone at first. Even as that came at such an alarmingly fast rate that we got goosebumps, it impacted the wall, and one part of it was destroyed. After that, logs and stones came flying towards us at a terrific speed, which were all intercepted by me, who was startled by the banging roars, and we were able to avoid collateral on the rampart. If they didn't do something about the wall, then they couldn't break through. That was probably why they were acting like this. Not to mention, looking at Barigari's fighting style until now, he could have easily broken through here if he was alone, even if it was something impossible. So it was Gisu after all.
If he left Gisu behind, then he could break through. But it was possible that someone would pursue him from the back, taking Gisu's life. Kalian. Of course, there was nothing like reinforcements coming from outside the forest. But it was possible that Adofi would revive and come chasing after them. They were possibly afraid about this matter. Even if that was not true, then just leaving one Supard warrior on the forest side would be sufficient for the job. But it could be possible that Adofi was exposed yesterday. Even if there's a watchguard in my absence, it would be a quick story. It wouldn't be surprising if Fighting God leaped over here alone any time now. And then, no reinforcements came. The fourth day. The fighting god arrived along with the sunrise, alone, as I had expected, while running with long jumps similar to Malta and clung near the bottom of the walls. As I had expected. Yes, as I had expected. Gisu wasn't riding on his back.
The moment I confirmed that, I faced towards the opposite side of the valley and fired magic. A wide-range flashover. The forest was engulfed in fire in an instant. The effective range was unknown, but there was no time to confirm it. While dedicating a fraction of my vision towards the forest fire, I concentrated on the enemy in front of me. The fighting god made good use of his 6 arms to quickly climb up the wall like a spider. Cliff, it's useless. Retreat. Roijard-san, I'll leave it up to you. Got it. Rudeus took the 2 of us and jumped down the rampart. Of course, I didn't wait for Fighting God to pass over the rampart. The moment we landed, I used magic and knocked down the rampart. The huge rampart fell towards the valley. It was futile. The slowly falling rampart blew up like a dynamite being used. The huge stones flew into the air. A golden armor was flying within them. The stones poured like rain. While dealing with them with my magic, I didn't take my eyes off from the fighting god. The fighting god landed nearby me, a spot 5 meters away from me. And then he slowly turned towards us.
Now then, once again!
With his upper arms folding themselves, the middle arm pointing towards me, and the lower arms being put on his waist. Bodigadi saw me.
My name is Fighting God Bodigadi, the one who has taken the name of the Fighting God only as a sworn friend of Hitogami. I challenge you, bastard, to a personal duel.
Wah! I want to ask about one thing before that, I shouted at once. While putting aside the thought that there would be no use in arguing, I still shouted. Your Majesty Badii, just why are you supporting Hitogami? What does it mean to be a sworn friend? Were you not deceived by Hitogami before?
He certainly deceived me. I was deceived when, in order to protect Kishirika, I tried to kill Laplace by wearing this armor. But I killed Laplace and ended up murdering Kishirika as well!
Then just why?
Hitogami apologized to me about that time by bowing to me. And on top of that, he requested me for my cooperation. Thus, the Great Eye couldn't say no to him.
Hitogami apologized? That's a lie. I couldn't think of him apologizing of all things. Even if he did apologize, it would be like, ah ha ha, that time was my bad, Kay, while grinning.
He's deceiving you again.
Don't care. Even if he deceives me, as long as he keeps apologizing, I'll just keep forgiving him. The Great I am immortal. Kishirika resurrected too. Even if he apologized now, there's no longer any source of resent. He may wish for anything even more than this.
He's too lenient. It felt like he was saying some very good things. Even I might let it go if it was a trivial lie. But I couldn't convince myself that killing my family was something trivial. I wasn't one of the immortal demon clan. My common sense was different. Would you not think about changing sides?
Futile! I was never on the Dragon God side to begin with. But if you were to gain victory in this battle, I will think about it.
Fight and then convey your desire. This part of him resembled Atofe a lot. If I recall, it was also a duel when I first met this demon lord. Did I win that time, or did I lose? At the very least, it ended with Bodigadi acknowledging my strength. That's why he might have gotten along well with me. I understand. I will accept your Majesty's challenge. But the declaration this time, Bodigadi had forgotten a few words.
We'll fight your Majesty with everyone here.
Eris, Elinalis, Zanoba, and Doga showed up from the thicket behind me. Furthermore, many warriors of the Supard race who were standing guard near the valley gathered one by one. And thus, an all-out war began. Part 6.
The vanguard tanks were Zenoba and Doga. Eris and Ruijerd were the vanguard attackers. Elinalis and Supard warriors were supporting in the middle. In the rear, I was the attacker, and Cliff was the healer. A standard battle formation, with standard strategy. Basically, Zenoba and Doga would take the frontal attacks. Eris and Ruijerd would be the main offense. Elinalis and the Supard warriors, who were inferior in fighting strength, were to go around back at times and create small disturbances. Instant kill from just one blow was likely possible, except for Zenoba and Doga. But by combining our efforts and covering our weaknesses together, we could avoid a direct hit. Even if a direct hit was avoided, bone fractures or other minor injuries would still be left, all of which would be healed by me and Cliff. We only aimed to avoid instant deaths or loss of consciousness.
Cliff would devote himself to healing. I would be healing from time to time while firing stone cannons here and there, giving damage to Fighting God and averting his attacks. Body Gaudy couldn't be seen by the foresight eye. Even so, I cut the mana supply to the clairvoyance, and by looking at my comrade's movements through the foresight eye, I could in turn predict his movements. Doing something like this was a first for me. I hadn't practiced using it, nor was trained to use it, but I was somehow able to do it. I was able to understand my comrade's movements as well as the enemies within this battle while closing one of my eyes. In fact, it went smoother than when I usually went about doing such things. I wonder if it was only because of the pivotal support of my allies, or is it because of Body Gaudy's frank movements? At least, Body Gaudy didn't have Alex's level of skill. Despite being surrounded by Eris, Ruijerd, and Sandor, Alec kept fighting with almost no injuries. But Body Gaudy was different. The number of people was different this time around, but his body was getting hit by almost all of our attacks. Things were progressing well. I could properly see the enemy's movements and could predict them as well. Nevertheless, a winning vision doesn't come to mind. Body Gaudy was receiving all of our attacks, but that's just it. Even if Eris cut him, even if Ruijerd pierced him, it quickly repaired itself. The golden armor crawled like a living being and filled up the holes in an instant. Probably restoration was taking place even inside the armor.
At first, it looked like we were gaining easy victory, but he wasn't getting any damage at all, and he wasn't getting fatigued as well. At first, it looked like we would gain easy victory, but fatigue wasn't even getting accumulated like in Alex's case. It felt like the fight would just keep on continuing forever, and our side was getting in an unfavorable position. We had no chance of winning. We were just holding out. Until this battle formation reached its limits, until someone suddenly collapsed, we were simply holding out till then. It had been a few hours since our clash, yet we held out. We didn't know what would happen if we held out like this, but we simply held out. But it seemed forced nonetheless. As expected, the first to go down were the Supard warriors. They were by no means weak, but many were inferior compared to Ruijerd. It was because these people simply hadn't fought enough real battles. Or it was possible that these warriors were the ones who weren't born during the time of Laplace's military campaign. These warriors, who since the time of their birth only hunted the invisible wolves and nothing else, couldn't keep up with the Fighting God's battle. They fell one by one from the battlefield, just like the falling dominoes. There were those who clearly died instantly, those who were seriously injured but still fought, and those who remained indistinct. In the end, a group of more than 10 warriors was reduced to only 3. The one to go down next was Elinalis. She was also by no means at all weak. She was practically one of the top class among the adventurers. She was on a level where she could become a vanguard during the capture of a S-class labyrinth. But that was still among the adventurers. Her specialty was her skillful use of a shield to ward off attacks, and from there, with as little injuries as possible, she was able to control the soldiers that would be prevalent. But the shield that she was accustomed to wasn't with her. Although she warded off most of Fighting God Bodygody's attacks with her skills by making use of the shield I made using earth magic, it was still easily penetrated. Elenalize danced in midair and was slapped into a large tree, rendering her unconsciousness. It started collapsing from that point onwards. When Elenalize fainted, Cliff's mind was preoccupied by her. During that little window, he was dragged up into the Fighting God's charge. As if hit by a truck, Cliff was blown off into a thicket and vanished. Was it instant death or a grave injury? There wasn't any distinction, but he wasn't returning. After that, I had no doubt that he had lost consciousness.
When Cliff fainted, Zanoba and Doga, who were receiving healing magic from him, lost their support. They who were struck by the attacks only a few times because of my stone cannons as support, and with Elenalize's backing, were now getting struck by almost all of the attacks. They were still able to hold out for some more because of my healing magic, but that was it. Catching up with the two of them who were getting blown each time they were hit and sending them out after casting healing magic was impossible for me. If I had been wearing some equipment of Magic Armor MK2, then it might have been possible. We gradually lost our timing, and the two of them were blown off simultaneously. After that, he took aim at Eris, due to which Rudeus covered up for her and became unfit to fight. I hurriedly healed Doga and ran to Zanoba's side, but it was too late. Our front had already started to crumble as quickly as Doga was blown away. And when I was healing Zanoba, what I saw at the corner of my eyes was Eris getting a direct hit by Fighting God's fist. Eris fell while vomiting blood. That was fatal. My brain shouted that if I didn't heal her immediately, it would be too late. But I was too late. Fighting God closed the distance between me and Zanoba. Whoa! Zanoba howled. He caught Fighting God's upper right fist and then upper left fist. He was punched in the stomach with the lower right fist, and his body bent in a 90-degree angle. While being punched in the head by the middle right fist, he was blown away horizontally. And then the Fighting God approached me. I quickly casted healing magic and stood up. A hell-like scene extended right before my eyes. Not even a single person was getting up. During the time when I was down, the Fighting God swept up the remaining Supard warriors. They were annihilated. I erred in my decision of when to retreat. We couldn't even retreat anymore. Now that I think about it, we should have retreated the moment Elenalize fell. We should have retreated back to the Supard village, judging that we could no longer hold out, and then entrust the rest to Orsted. It was too late for regrets now. Fighting God was finally standing in front of me.
Ho 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 ho! Do you have any last wishes?
Honestly, I want to plead for my life.
I can listen to it, but can't grant it, since what Hitogami wants is your life.
I just want to at least heal Eris somehow. It didn't seem like I had the free time to think about pleading my life with my wobbling head. Isn't there something that can be done? I just needed only 3 minutes to rush over to Eris while Bodygoody was distracted. It was fine even if Cliff came to and healed someone. Somehow, some way, can't it be done? Then it's fine if you take my life. In exchange, would you be willing to protect my family?
Oh, family, huh?
Your Majesty isn't aware of it, but I already have 4 kids, and they are 4 very lively children.
Ho 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 ho! Children are something excellent. Even the Great Eye want to create some with Kishirika.
Bodygoody nodded.
Very well. However, even the Great Eye wouldn't pardon those who would define me.
That is, of course. After my death, Hitogami would aim at my children. But Bodygoody wouldn't support this. Even just holding on to that promise, it would be acceptable for first. But it was also possible that this held no meaning. This was my final job.
Bodygoody laughed a lot,
and then raised his fist.
Well then, farewell.
On those words, I faced both of my hands forwards. I just wanted to at least fire stone cannons with all my might in my final moment, screaming in instinct, "Lay down!" I quickly laid on my fours like a dog. Something, which was even lower than my stance, passed by my side. That something quickly passed through Fighting God's thigh and stopped at the opposite side. With dark skin, animal ears, having a cat-like tail, it was the Black Wolf. Fighting God's area around the knee was torn into pieces. He violently shook for an instant as he was thrown off balance, but it was only for an instant. It was quickly restored by the armor, and as if nothing had happened, he swung his fist downwards. And then, a long skirt fluttered in the wind, covering my vision.
Hooah! I could no longer see the fighting god who swung his fist downward. I felt something big getting blown away in midair slightly behind me. After a delay, I could hear something falling with a boop hum. Just what happened? The only thing that I saw, which appeared out of nowhere in front of me, was the light blue-colored panties inside that long skirt. And the wearer of those panties, I felt like I might have seen her several times, or maybe not. But I knew one other person. I remembered. Like hell I could forget. Those movements, that sand-colored hair, that dark reddish-brown body, a swaying tail with animal ears.
Ghislaine! Then that means that black-haired person was Isolde, Water Emperor Isolde. Ghislaine and Isolde. The one who was moving along with them was Sylphie. Sylphie was quickly running along the battlefield like a rat. She approached the fallen ones and only held out her hand. With just that, the injuries of the fallen ones were getting healed instantly. And thus, she healed Zenoba and Doga in a flash. Chantless healing magic. When I saw it, Eris and Rudeus came out of the thicket and were coming back towards here. Before I knew it, our battlefront was reorganized. Isolde as the main shield, Doga and Zenoba as the sub-shields, Eris, Rudeus, and Ghislaine as the attackers, and Sylphie as a healer was added who could use chantless healing magic. Our battlefront was reorganized. The hell was over.
Sylphiette! Rudy, we will hold him back here, so go to the village. Roxy is waiting. Got it.
I caught those words and quickly began running towards the supered village. I ran with all my might. I ran, putting in all of my strength for the first time in my life. Sylphie had arrived. Even though the valley's bridge was dropped, she arrived, which meant that she came from the village's side. Then that meant the bet that I had been waiting for had finally arrived. While jumping over the roots of trees, going through the forest, I arrived at the supered village. The moment I saw that thing, I was delighted. I saw it. I could see it at the inner part the moment I jumped inside the village. The teleport formation that was written in advance at the inner part of the village. The long-awaited thing was around there. I kept running. I ran with all my might.
Nissan! Norn? Grandmaster? Honored Onicha?
I saw Aisha, Norn, and Julie on the way, but ignored them. I was simply dead set on running and arrived at that spot. Near the destroyed teleport formation, one girl was sitting completely exhausted.
Roxy!
Rudy.
When I shouted, she raised her face. There were dark circles below her eyes. Was her mana exhausted, or did she do an all-nighter?
I terribly apologize. I made a mistake in the procedure. I started the teleport formation after digging it out and bringing it up. If I had drawn the teleport formation before and then asked you to dig it out, then it wouldn't have taken so long.
It's all right. You've done more than enough. At least you made it in time.
The thing behind her, it was a giant armor.
Its height was 3 meters, with a deep blue coloring, Gatling on the right hand and shotgun on the left. Furthermore, mounted on the tip of its fist was the cursed sword, which had the effect of ignoring defense. Small but quite wide, an armor resembling a sumo wrestler was lying face down. Its appearance didn't really differ from the MK1. But this wasn't the MK1. I had prepared this in advance if something like this happened. The real trump card. Its mana consumption was twice the normal one, capable of multiplying the mobility and defense manyfold, a short-term decisive weapon machine. Due to its concept being the complete reverse of MK3, the name it was given was, "It's the Magic Armor MK0! The last resort, my trump card. If I didn't win with this? No, it's not about whether I could win. It was clear to me that our chances of winning were low. Roxy, I'll be going then.
Rudy, please be careful.
I boarded the MK0 while getting dizzy as a huge amount of my mana was sucked up from me. I stood up. And then I saw Orsted at the center of the village. He was holding a large sword in his hand.
Orsted, take this. Orsted very easily threw that large sword towards me. I immediately caught it. A large sword which was a perfect size for the 3 meters tall armor. The Dragon King sword Kajakuto. I, who was horrible in swordsmanship, could feel a tremendous amount of force simply by holding the cursed sword.
Orsted-sama, I'm off. Orsted didn't answer. He simply nodded. I moved the MK0 with all my might and headed towards the battlefield. Author's Q&A. Q. Since Body couldn't take the armor off, he died once and then revived, and at that time he was able to take it off? A. That's right. Well, if the wearer is hit by a very strong attack, then the armor will be left, but the insides will be dead, so it can be taken off. It can also be taken off if the wearer is hit with an attack strong enough, which the armor's restoration ability can't keep up. But, well, thinking realistically, the insides are going to die first anyway. Q. I've realized it these days, but at times this girl deus that comes out occasionally, is it Pero of Automedius? A. That's right. Q. What Roxy said this time, and then asked you to dig it out, then it wouldn't have taken so long, wasn't above the teleport formation, but rather teleporting below it, below the teleport formation of the Supard village. Simply put, teleporting it underground. Would it find to interpret it as such? Wrong. When she realized that the MK0 was buried, she should have immediately connected with the Supard village via the teleport formation and asked Rudy to excavate it using earth magic. That's what it meant. Q. Rudy should have volleyed shots at the fallen Gisu at once. Would that unorthodox remark be no good?
A. That way of thinking isn't unorthodox or something like that, but it was unknown whether attacking itself was a trap or not, and yet simply thinking about pursuing him was enough. Q. The magic armor MK0 can't perform super advanced information analysis and situation predictions. Loaded with the Zero system, which can calculate and predict infinite results and transmitting it directly to the wearer's mind. A. It's all clear to me now. So that was the mind of Universe, huh? Q. Where is Paul's cursed sword attached on the MK0? Left hand or right hand? A. It's mounted with the Gatling, so maybe right. Q. If it's the usual route, then it's possible, but I don't know how it feels to attempt a speed run in a route that came out for the first time. A. An example like speed run was poor, huh? Q. I've been wondering this for a long time now, but the protagonist is too worried by things like fight and strategy. He certainly is far from becoming the strongest, but he was still able to fight a formidable enemy and win, survive. That's why I think that it's better to grow his mental level even further. A. Leaving the thought of tying his victory with his growth aside, if he didn't worry, he will grow mentally? I cannot consent to such a diagram.
rejected. Q. If the president dies, then would the current world keep on continuing? Or would it become like it never existed? A. Until now, the outcome is that it never existed.
Quote, I might have not understood Body's reasoning a little bit. The one who tried to kill his beloved once apologized, so for his benefit he tried to kill a friend? He thought that it was only a friend, but it ended up being Rudeus? A. The human god and dragon god have been at war since the ancient times. Body Gotti only maintained a lurking distance from both sides, but since the human god apologized, so he swept the past under the carpet and joined human god's faction, which meant that dragon god's faction was the enemy. Whether the enemy in front of him would be a friend or a blood relative, well, those kind of thoughts might have risen up. But if he was the boss of the enemy faction, and if he isn't killed, then victory can't be achieved, so he would obviously kill him. Quote, just how many more chapters will be in this volume, and how many volumes would come out next? A. This volume contains 21 chapters in all, and Vol 24 will be the concluding volume. I'm thinking about writing Vol 25 and thereafter, which will contain the afterward story, or the mundane episodes that I wasn't able to include in the real story, named Redundancy Chapter, with a sluggish pace.
Volume 23, Chapter 20, Turning Point 5, Part 1. When I returned back, Eris and the rest had managed to hold on. Without me and without the Supard warriors, it was like back when Cliff and Elanalis had dropped out. Yet, the sense of stability was increasing. Ghislaine was basically running around the battlefield on all fours. The range of the fighting god's fist was high. In order to escape that, she was running around with her body extremely close to the ground and was supporting others by firing sword flash from the front, back, and sides. Her offensive ability wasn't doing much damage, but the fighting god was swinging his hands around as if he was being annoyed by it. Also, Sylphiette's existence played a crucial part. Her chantless healing magic went quite well with this situation, where the demand for faster healing was high. Even when Zanoba or Doga were blown away by the fighting god, she quickly ran towards them and healed them. She's been away from active duty for quite a long time. She probably doesn't have much stamina. Yet, as a healer, she was keeping up with Cliff and my portion. And worthy of a special mention was Isolte's existence. She, who stood as the extreme vanguard of this battle, was warding off all of the fighting god's attacks and firing counters. Her actions were fluent and accurate. The fighting god's attack, which was quite capable of dealing a one-hit instant kill, looked like the tantrum of a child in front of that skill.
Of course. But of course he wouldn't go down with just that. No matter how many times and how strong the counter she fired towards the fighting god, even when she cut his arms or legs, there was no damage. If she were to fight him one-on-one, she may put up a good fight, but she still wouldn't be able to stand victorious at the very end. She would eventually be fatigued, leading to her loss. However, if we were to say that they were only stalling for time until my return, then her presence was overwhelmingly important.
I've made you all wait!
Rudy! Everyone retreat!
On Sylphiette's signal, everyone took their distance.
Ho! The fighting god didn't give chase. There was no need to. Without even glancing at the people retreating from him, he simply looked at me. The difference in size wasn't that much. The fighting god armor was 2.5 meters tall. The magic armor was 3 meters tall. The difference was only around 20 to 30 centimeters. Mine was slightly taller. Since I had stopped some 10 meters away from him, he didn't have to look up to me.
Is that the one? The power that was acknowledged by the dragon god himself, and the one that took down my older sister. Is that the magic armor?
Did you not see the Mark I on the beach?
Was there something like that?
Rudeus Greyrat. Well, you did break it into small pieces with just one hit. Rudeus Greyrat grim internal monologue. Thinking back about that one hit,
I trusted its defense too much and ended up taking a direct hit. However, Eris and Rifujin took similar hits and were still alive. Rudeus Greyrat anxious monologue. This might be the difference between normal defense and Toki's defense. If that's the case, then I'm worried about Cliff. Although he wasn't hit directly by a fist, he probably couldn't wear Toki.
Then, if that was the Mark I, then this one is different?
About that, please look forward to it. So. Now. Sylphiette was rushing towards the injured ones as usual. Then I'll entrust Cliff to Sylphiette. Well then, shall we begin?
And thus, the fight began. Part 2. The gong of the battle was rung by my stone cannon. While moving back, I shot stone cannons, and Bodigadi chased after me. I was following the same pattern as when I fought with Orsted. I fired stone cannons randomly while retreating. Honestly, I thought that only doing this much would be hard. But when I loaded the Dragon King sword with mana, the MK0, which was supposed to be slow, was moving quite smoothly. So this is what it meant to manipulate gravity. I hadn't even practiced doing it to begin with. I wasn't going to make it any lighter than this.
Ho, 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 ho! It's not even as effective as a mosquito bite!
The fighting god smashed many trees and made holes in the earth, all while drawing closer to me. It was clear from watching that the effect was weak. He neither dodged it nor repelled it. Even in such short distance, his body just kept taking those hits, as if absorbing them, and they were just falling in large drops from his back. It was clear from watching that there was no damage. It may have worked against Orsted, but it wasn't working here.
Are you just going to keep running away?
Of course, I had no intention of doing that. After I finally reached my targeted location, I gouged out the earth from Bodigadi's feet. As a large part of the ground was removed with the shotgun, the fighting god's foothold was taken away from him. His posture collapsed only for an instant. I took that opportunity.
Whoa! And purged him with the Gatling. I brandished the sword that was attached on my right hand. The sword cut the armor like butter, and black skin was exposed on the inside. Shotgun trigger! I drove the shotgun inside that. One of Bodigadi's arms was torn off and blown away.
Ho, ho, ho! Payback time!
However, I was hit by 4 counters simultaneously. The shockwave ran throughout the magic armor, and I was blown back a few meters. But it's all right. It was a direct hit, but I was somehow able to withstand it. I moved my body back immediately and retrieved Bodigadi's arm that was blown away. The arm was pulsating timidly, wrapped up by the golden gauntlet. I threw it strongly.
Useless! Useless!
As Bodigadi said that, his arm began to regrow. It popped out like a certain person from Namek. But it's quite apparent that it wasn't useless. The arm that grew back was bare. The armor wasn't attached to it.
Oh, so that's how it is. You've thought things through.
Where I had thrown his arm just now, I had prepared a certain magic circle over there. Within it, Bodigadi's arm and the fighting god armor couldn't regenerate. It also seemed that Bodigadi's size had decreased somewhat. I hadn't actually thought about it, but I got a hint.
Fighting god Bodigadi. Due to his armor, he possessed both high speed and power, but his speed, compared to the sword masters I've faced before, was nothing special. Orsted and even Alec were probably faster. Although, obviously, he's faster than me. When wearing the Magir armor, it was at a level that I could compete with. It's thanks to the training that I've received from Eris and Orsted that I was still alive. What's troublesome was his ridiculously high defense and durability. The fighting god armor was hard. It could be boasted that it was even harder than the magic armor. At the very least, if Eris and the others were to hit it with all their might, it would leave a scratch,
but the arm or head parts might not get separated. The armor would instantly restore itself and would keep on fighting as if nothing had happened. Normally, that would cause damage to accumulate on the inside, but on the immortal demon lord Bodigadi, it does not. Eris's slash or Ruger's thrust would normally cause damage on the inside of the armor, but with Bodigadi, it didn't cause that damage. Whether it's a slash or a thrust or a strike, it's immediately healed. Before long, the ones who were attacking would become tired, and they would inevitably succumb to the destructive power of those 6 arms. Then, just how should he be brought down? This hint laid with Atofe, immortal demon lord Atofe, the symbol of fear itself for the various demon lords of the demon continent, the one who would keep getting up no matter how many times she was brought down and would keep charging towards the enemy. There were 2 methods in order to bring her down. The first was to disconnect the limbs and seal them so that they can't be restored. This was the most standard way, and Atofe was defeated 2 times using this method in the past. A barrier which was fit to seal them for hundreds of years would be required, but for now, simply surrounding the parts in an advanced level magic barrier was enough to stop regeneration. The other way was to make her admit defeat. The immortal demon lord Atofe, in accordance with her own rule, would fight many opponents. And so, by that rule, when she realizes that she has lost, she will admit defeat. Although I didn't think that it would be a simple matter to make the current Bodigadi admit defeat. So this time, I'd have to go with the former. For this purpose, Cliff prepared various barrier magic circles throughout the forest. They were set to activate when Bodigadi's limbs were thrown into them. I was previously unsure about their effectiveness against the fighting god armor, but they were working. Use the defense-ignoring sword to cut through the armor, separate the arms, and seal them. By doing this 6 times, I could make Bodigadi admit defeat. I'd like to seal his whole body, but without Cliff here, I couldn't use the magic circle to seal his entire body. I charged at him while yelling. I no longer cared about damage. Not even I knew just how long the MK0 could run at full power. Thanks to the Dragon King's sword, the operation time may have been extended to some extent, but it wouldn't be strange if it stopped any time soon. There was no path besides a short and decisive battle.
Come to me, hero!
The fighting god spreads his arms wide to my challenge, and at the same time, he swung his right hand. In response to the fighting god's flying fist, I brandished my sword and prepared for a counter. The movement of those 6 arms exceeded my expectations, but I had already gotten used to it during the fight. I was at my best today. I could evade it. I cut into the lower left arm. At the same time, I aimed the shotgun at the cut and fired, blowing it apart. But there was an unavoidable opening in that moment. In the moment that I blew his arm away, I was hit by a fist and sent flying backwards. The surface of the magic armor cracked. As expected, it couldn't stand up to the fighting god's fist. But the arms not wearing any armor could be ignored. 4 more left. The magic armor only had to last until I send them all flying. Huh? I noticed something else. The barrier is. The magic circle drawn on the ground was scraped off during that exchange, from the aftermath of the battle. How did I not realize something so simple sooner? Of course, there were still undamaged magic circles left, but I didn't know which ones were still okay. Damn it. I immediately threw away the arm I had cut. I threw it into the Earth Dragon Valley. The more beat up Atofe became, the longer it took her to revive, and if her beat up parts were spread out, she wouldn't be able to revive immediately. They could probably revive eventually, but it should have some meaning. For some reason, part of the armor wasn't getting restored. Did dismembering the user cause a loss in efficiency? The restoration seemed to be slowing. Have the many years of not being used caused a drop in performance even in the fighting god armor? Or was it Bodigadi's strategy? No, don't worry about useless things right now. I should take advantage of the fact that he's not restoring and simply think of how to send all of his arms flying.
Bodigadi continued to groan, but a new arm didn't come out. And contrary to that, the arm that was restored before was now covered in some turtle-like armor. Oh, I wonder what it is. In the next instant, from the remaining 4 arms, 2 vanished. The arms and the gauntlets were sucked into the armor, and the remaining 2 arms got thicker. They got thicker with a gurgling sound.
The remaining 2. Now that they're thicker, can I cut them? No, I can. The harder the object, the better this sword cuts. There's no meaning in it, even if he reinforced his arms and increased his defense. After promptly deciding that, I kicked the ground and closed in on the fighting god. An alarm bell rang somewhere in my mind. But no matter what the enemy was planning, I had already revealed my trump card. With every passing moment, my mana was approaching 0. If I didn't attack, I couldn't win. I could only shout. In doing so, power came out, denying both fear and uncertainty. A small amount of courage showed its face. This small amount of courage became profound, charging at him to obtain victory, just like Eris. I rammed into the fighting god. He staggered, but took the blow. I swung my right hand. Biting into his left hand, I kept cutting. I brought out my left hand and pushed the shotgun against where I cut, and then shouted, "Shotgun trigger!" Both Badigadi's arm and the fighting god armor went flying. But at the same time, I was also sent flying. I was knocked back. Badigadi's remaining arm, I was hit by it. The entire front of the magic armor was completely destroyed. The shockwave traveled to the interior, and my body was assaulted by a pressure that felt like it would crush me flat. I fell on my back. I coughed up blood. My heart screamed, "Not yet!" in vain. I had misread him. The reason Badigadi reduced his arms to 2 was for a single devastating attack. Let your opponent cut your flesh so that you can cut him to the bone, was it? He drove his fist accurately into the crack, breaking the magic armor apart. But not yet. Not yet. Just one more. Badigadi, menacing and calm. Good plan, good fighting spirit, and a good match. Farewell, Rudeus. Not even Laplace thought this elaborately. Something red flew in from under his arm and knocked the fist off course. The arm was cut off at the base and flew in midair.
But for what?
Rudeus.
There were only a few things that had the color red in this forest. It's Eris. Was she following us? Had she been right behind us? I didn't know. There's no other backup. Only Eris jumped in. But in the next instant, I realized something was out of place. The sword! Eris's sword broke! The famous elegant phoenix dragon sword broke at the base! Of course, up until now, even when damage was taken on the surface, the base was never broken. If it's forcefully cut from the base, then it'll obviously break.
But Eris did not cease. As if she hadn't realized that her sword broke, while crying out, she continued to face the fighting god. Looking again, it's not just her. Coming out of the forest one after the other as if chasing Eris were Sylphie, Ruijerd, Gislin, and Assault. But it's too late. Badigadi.
It's foolish to stand before me alone.
Badigadi approached Eris. There was nothing to protect her. In that instant, I activated the escape function and slipped out of the magic armor. And from the back of the magic armor, I took out the single sword that I had stored there. The second I grabbed the handle, a tremendous feeling of omnipotence ran through my body. An overwhelming amount of mana.
upon which I poured in even more mana with the intention of filling the sword with all of my remaining mana. I didn't think of using it myself, but in front of me there was a family member whose sword broke, who, in order to protect me, was brandishing a broken sword. I threw the sword with her as the target.
Eris!
In a loose arc, the cursed sword flew. Eris turned around and grabbed it. Dragon King Sword Kajakuto, the world's strongest and most famous cursed sword. The peak of the cursed swords forged by the blacksmith master Yulian.
Bada di gadi! Oh! Thoughts!
A downward swing. Right before impact, just for an instant, the fighting god's body floated. The sword bit right into the fighting god's body, and at the same time, a bright flash filled my vision. The explosion numbed my eardrums. Something overwhelming dominated the place. Destruction unfolded before me, but there was no blast, nor a shockwave. Only silence came. The destruction headed towards the interior. The mana driven into the sword became a sphere and enveloped Badigadi. It wasn't just Eris's power. The mana I had loaded it with was being released by the cursed sword. And inside the sphere of magic, I saw it. While slowly rising up to the surface, its interior contents were being destroyed. The fighting god armor was cracking and breaking. Badigadi, without a sound, was being compressed and disappearing. I thought that Badigadi would struggle, but he couldn't do anything. The sphere disappeared. The fragments of the armor left in midair fell towards the Earth Dragon Valley. While making cling and clang noises, the fragments rolled down into the valley, with the Dragon King's sword stuck in it. In just the armor, Badigadi's black body had disappeared without a trace. I gazed at it. I gazed at it for a while, until the sound was lost in the valley and the armor disappeared. Close by, Badigadi's arm still remained. It wasn't moving. It wasn't even twitching. There was no sign of restoration.
Was he dead? Did we win? Is there still something else? Is it soon? Something's not going to rise up and appear with a foo-ha-ha-ha, is it? With those feelings, I simply stared at the valley. Nothing rose up. There's no sign of anything rising up. Only stillness was left in that place. I heard someone falling from behind. When I turned around, Eris was on her knees, with a ghastly pale face. I rushed over in a hurry. An injury? Was she countered? I immediately stretched out my hand to cast healing magic, but I also fell to my knees. It's not an injury. What I'm feeling and the look on Eris's face, I recognize them. Mana exhaustion. The Dragon King sword Kajakuto had sucked up all of my mana and exhausted Eris's as well. This was probably the first time since childhood that Eris's magic had been this exhausted. While blinking in surprise, she sat down. Eris.
Rudeus, your hair has gotten whiter again.
She said so and touched my head. I don't know about myself, but some portion of Eris's hair had also become white. Her hair now had white streaks.
Yours is too.
Then we match.
Eris said that and fell forward. She didn't lose consciousness. She had simply used up all of her power. I wanted to fall down on top of her, but I held on.
Rudy!
Sylphie looked worried when she saw our faces. Not just Sylphie. Rudeus, Gizlan, and Assault.
Rudeus, where's Cliff? After healing the wounds of others, he was carried by Zanaba and Doga to the village. We immediately chased after you, but thought that we'd be a bother, so we hesitated. But then Eris jumped in alone? Huh?
When Sylphie felt Eris's head, she tilted her head in confusion. She probably immediately used healing magic. But Eris wasn't injured. She wasn't going to get up anytime soon.
It's magic exhaustion. That sword sucks out all of the wielder's mana.
So that's how it is. For now, Sylphie, can you put the arm fallen over there in one of the undamaged magic circles? After that, I want you to take Eris, return to the village, and report to Orsted about the current details, and bring Cliff back with you.
I stood up. The MK0 was destroyed. I myself was basically entirely out of mana, but I could still move. We don't know how much time lag there is before Bodigadi revives. At the very least, with that much compressed magic, it looked like he was obliterated. There's no sign that the arm will regenerate. I'd like to think that we have a lot of time. However, wishful thinking like that may be presumptuous. But the MK0 was destroyed. The MK1 was no more. In addition to my almost exhausted mana, in this situation where the barrier magic couldn't be activated without Cliff, we couldn't have Bodigadi reviving from the bottom of the valley. If we descend to the bottom of the valley and he's waiting for us, victory would be far off. There'd be no option but for Orsted to take the front line. I wanted him to not use magic until the very end, but we may not have a choice. Rudeus, Ghislaine, and Iseult too, please follow me.
What will you do, Rudy?
I'm going after Gisu.
We immediately found Gisu, very easily and quickly. I didn't even have to use my almost exhausted mana. We found him that easily. The moment we crossed the valley and entered the burnt black forest, within the shadow of a big burnt tree, Gisu had fallen there. He had large burns all over, and he was lying there with his body completely black. The flashover I casted over the forest seemed to have burnt him as well. He looked pretty dead to us when we first found him. He didn't move a muscle and looked like a black stone. But the one who found him was Rudeus, using his third eye. It wasn't a corpse. Gisu.
You, Senpai. He hadn't become a corpse yet, but it was clear that he was at death's door. Rudeus, internal monologue, cold detachment. I didn't feel like curing him either. This was why I came here. But I didn't feel like finishing him off right away either. Isu, raspy and straining. Water magic, earth magic, demon eyes, and magic armor. I had countermeasures for each one of them, and yet look at me now. Gisu was wearing many things. A blue vest, a light brown chest protector, and something like a chainmail. Each of them was burnt now, but they were probably countermeasures for each type of magic. This meant that him being able to withstand the thunderfall in the third city was not because of the fighting god armor's power. Gisu with strain. Now that you've come here, this means that even the final plan has ended in failure.
Rudeus Greyrat, thinking internally, pondering. The final plan. Would it be okay to say that sending Bodigadi out alone was a plan? Gisu, with bitter regret.
Sword God, North God, Ogre God, Dark King. If any one of them were still left, it would have been different. If they had listened to me, that is. Well, they seemed like the type who wouldn't listen to others. You say that, but Eris, a Tophe, and is that Ghislaine I see over there? You have nothing but people who listen to you. Humble and introspective. That's probably because my luck is good. Nope, that ain't right, Senpai. It's because you did it properly. You told them the whole story, earnestly gained their trust, and in turn, they became your perfect allies. It's all because of the effort that you put in. That's why in the time of need, they listened to you properly, and they accepted your instructions properly.
Certainly, that may be true. Atofe and Malta. It was necessary at that time, so we took them in as allies. But they didn't listen to my instructions at all. Sandor and Doga were exceptions, but Ariel would listen to me. In the end, preparing with war as a motive, gathering up forces, cooking up strategies, and stealthily moving behind people's backs. By only doing things like that, it was impossible after all. Neither the Sword God nor the North God listened to Gisu's instructions. They simply prioritized their own motives. As a result of that, I was alive. I knew that this was happening. I didn't thought much about it. I thought that I'd somehow be able to pull through. Not to mention, the one who didn't understand it at all ain't me. Gisu laughed. It's Hitagami. He shouted till the very end. He said, "Why? Why? It's because of you. If only you acted more cleverly. Ain't that obvious, eh? Just who would work so hard for someone like you who deceives people? Someone like you who keeps sneering at other people? Just who will lend the likes of you a hand up front?"
Then, Gisu? Does that mean that you were cutting corners as well? Don't know. You think so? Was it that easy? I intended to go all out for once, you know?
Gisu coughed violently. Something black, like soot, passed through his lips.
Well, me and Bodyguardi were the exceptions, as we're soft-hearted. This late in the game, a person who would lend a hand to someone who shouts and calls their own allies useless, that'd be soft-hearted.
The black soot looked like Gisu's soul itself. It was clear that Gisu was losing strength.
But you know, Senpai, I was still saved by that guy, Hitagami. There were some bad things, but looking at the total sum of it, I was still saved. You wouldn't understand, Senpai. For someone like you who can do anything and can walk the world alone, you wouldn't understand the feelings of someone like me who can't do anything at all. You just can't.
I understand. I feel like I understand. About the ordinary things, the feelings of someone who couldn't do things ordinarily. I could understand that. Gisu was me, the me from before, but a little different from me. The me from before didn't even try. I just slammed the door and ran. I only ran. But Gisu was really not able to do it. Within this world where beasts and violence dominated, the thing which can be said to be the most important, fighting power, he couldn't attain that. He was able to do anything besides that, but he couldn't keep on living. Wrong, Gisu. You're wrong. That's why I couldn't say anything but that he was wrong. I couldn't say that I understood. I don't even want to. The only thing I could do was to deny him.
Ha, Rudeus. If you're gonna deny me, then do it while puffing up your chest, since you've won anyway. You've defeated me. In this world, the one who wins is right, and the one who loses is wrong. That's why puff up your chest and say, "That ain't right, Gisu. That ain't how it works." And then, well, let's see. Scold me or something for my sake, since I'm about to die. You should have done this. Leaving Hitagami's side, you should have joined my side. Something like that.
Gisu said this, and then breathed out with a puff, and then spoke with a blank expression. Me, Bodyguardi, and the Dark King are no longer. There ain't anyone left who would personally and assertively help out Hitagami anymore. It's a loss. There ain't anyone left in this world who can deal with Rudeus Greyrat in some way or another. Actually, Hitagami said this as well. He said that if we lost here, then nothing can be done about Rudeus. That's why Hitagami will probably remain silent until your death. But he'll probably work in the shadows.
What? That's a lie, isn't it?
If you think that's how it is, then why not? Something like remaining silently is, well, that's a bit too much even for my expectations, after all. You should just move with the flag of overthrowing Hitogami from now on. That would be inconvenient for Hitogami, but it wouldn't be an inconvenience for you, right? Oi, oi, that's some gloomy face you got there. Aren't you Paul's son? If Paul was here, he would have laughed out loud, you know. Nah, even he wouldn't laugh at the verge of my death, since I looked after him for a short while as well. But you know, you should be more proud. It may be a short-lived elation, but you should still rejoice. If you don't, it wouldn't look overwhelming. I had finally won over the Sword God, North God, and Ogre God as companions by going around the world. So you should be enthusiastic about overthrowing them. And for me, since it didn't go well, I look like an idiot. That's because I couldn't control my allies properly. I burdened Body with the final risk and sent them out. Not just look at me now, but at least think of me as a strong enemy. Just give me that recognition.
Gisu had started crying at some point. Tears trailed down his soot-stained face. When I saw that, I understood that Gisu would never have cut corners. I get it. Gisu, you were strong. It's true that I'm standing here like this, but if even a single gear had fallen out of place, I'm sure that our positions would have been reversed. This has been the single most painful and difficult fight of my life.
Thanks, Rudeus. He was without a doubt strong. It took me a year to beat him. I fought for a year. There's no way that he wasn't strong.
Gisu. Ghislaine stepped forward thereupon. She looked down at Gisu. Her expression was behind her hair, so I couldn't see it.
Yeah, give my regards to Paul.
Sure.
Maybe, when you come to, at that time, let's drink together. Paul getting drunk and shoving his face in your chest, and Zenith getting all sullen. I'd like to see that again. Zenith probably won't be there for a while. I'll probably come first. Hey, I get it. Well, till we all meet again.
Gisu was suddenly stopped. He fell to the side, suddenly in the middle of his talk. Silence. Ghislaine's ears twitched. Her tail drooped. He's dead. Gisu was defeated. That notion should be good enough, but my heart was still unclear. I knew that I had gotten a shock. Someone that you know dying in front of you like that is something incomprehensible. He was an enemy. I was aware that he must be defeated, but it's not like I hated Gisu from the bottom of my heart. Although, if we had lost in this battle, and Eris or someone close to me had died, then it was possible that I would harbor hate. If things had turned out that way, would my heart feel refreshed then, thinking that I would have been paid back by defeating the one who I hated the most? I don't know. The only thing I could say was that the reason I was able to think like this while being exhausted was because I didn't lose any of my loved ones during this battle. I met the conditions for victory. While preserving Orsted's mana capacity, I was able to finish off every apostle. We had hard battles, and there were failures as well, but it was a complete victory. That was unusual for me. It's possible that I've embarrassed myself by letting Gisu die like that. Perhaps I could have brought Gisu to my side. I had taken that matter into consideration somewhere deep within my heart. Even if I say this now, it's something that can't be helped. Well, I'll make sure to at least carry his bones to the graveyard. I guess it's fine if I put him next to Paul. I thought about doing that as I burnt Gisu's body. Nalene was staring at us, cremating Gisu. After it ended and we collected his bones, somehow her ears and tail didn't seem energetic. Let's head back, shall we? Yeah. We crossed the valley, Anyway, now it's finally over. I'm tired. I only had a scarce amount of mana left. My stamina was completely drained as well.
I'd lose consciousness the moment I hit the bed, though I couldn't just sleep before completely sealing Bodigadi. But I want to return back to Sharia as fast as possible. I want to sleep tight on my bed. When I wake up, I'll eat. I'll eat rice. Oh, right, this country had soy sauce. I can eat a perfect egg rice mix. I'll eat it when I get back. I'll eat to my heart's content. After that, it's sexy time. The abstinent Rudeus had died along with Gisu. Sylphie, Roxy, or Eris? Who should I choose? How about all three of them together? Eris might dislike it, but it should be fine to try it out just once, right? It's my long-awaited moment. Yep, long-awaited. Let's postpone the review for this battle. I'll try to forget what Gisu said this time. Anyway, I'll take a day off. I'm tired.
Rudeus. As I walked dragging along my now completely exhausted body, someone called out to me from behind. It was Ruichard. The one who was walking at the very back had turned around. Behind him, towards the valley.
What's the matter?
Enemy.
Huh?
A hand was rising from the edge of the valley. Hand. It's a hand. Something was climbing out of the valley. Something? No. Giving it a vague description like something would be a grave mistake. That hand. The color of the hand was gold. It was a golden gauntlet.
Are you serious?
Bodigadi. This is too fast. But I see. Come to think of it, after throwing a number of his arms down the valley, his body was dropped into the valley as well. It looked like his body was completely annihilated, but big parts like his hands still remained. So it's possible that the remaining parts gathered together and regenerated in a short amount of time. The armor climbed up from the valley as our petrified bodies gave sidelong glances. But its shape was different. It had two arms, similar to when we brought it down, but its overall design had changed. Its helmet was different, and it wasn't that tall either. It wasn't even 2 meters. On top of that, it was holding a sword. A large sword. The world's strongest sword made by the King Dragon King himself. Wrong. This one was different. This guy wasn't Bodigadi. The hero will revive no matter how much he's cornered and then turn the situation around. I guess that's just how a hero's style should be. North God Kalman III? Alexander Ryback?
He was still alive? Even though I thought that he had died? Even though he didn't even twitch at that time? He was still alive? But I see. Come to think of it, he's from the lineage of the immortal demon clan, which meant that given enough time, he would regenerate. No, that's wrong. It's that. It's the final plan Gisu was talking about. So this is it. Did he intend to do this from the start, or did he change it midway? I thought it was strange. I thought that it was strange that the fighting god armor wasn't restoring itself. It was intentionally not restoring itself. And then Alec wore the fighting god armor at the bottom of the valley, and it was restored. It was possible that they were making preliminary arrangements during the time Gisu was playing dead. Something like dropping a part of Bodigadi and the fighting god armor down the valley, resurrecting Alec. Damn it. Must we do it again? Must we fight again? We're bored already. Shouldn't it be fine to just end it at that? Cut it out already! Why did someone who already died come out now of all times?
No, it's my fault. I didn't properly dispose of Alec's body. I left it as is, thinking that I had defeated him, that I had won. It might be different if I had burnt his body, but I left it as is. But just how was he still fine? Within those conditions, beyond that state. Well, it's fine. The past is in the past. What to do now? I don't even have the MK0 now. No allies, Ghislaine, Rudeus, and Assault, and I with almost completely exhausted mana, with no weapons and no shield, no method. I don't think we can win. What should be done? What to do? Could we win against North God Kalman III wearing the fighting god armor? Could we at least shave off some of his power? Alec looked at me as I gazed with my dumbfounded face, as if to say that he had no questions as to why I was standing there, as if to say that he had been looking forward to this as a matter of course.
Rudeus Greyrat, I apologize that I called you a novice. You're a splendid warrior. Unlike your looks, you're an enemy worthy of me. Thanks to you, I have once again leveled up and have become stronger. You have my gratitude. I turned my completely exhausted body towards the golden armor. He'd just catch up to us if we ran away. We didn't have enough of a fighting force to even stall for time. Then, I'll struggle. I'll struggle while putting everything on the line. While thinking that, I stepped forward. Huh? When I realized, I had already fallen to the ground. The powerful voice of Alex sounded overwhelming. The current me can win against anyone!
I realized that we were blown away by the fighting god when I saw the three of them fall over. Rudeus, Ghislaine, and Iseult too. They were knocked down with just one hit.
I give you my gratitude for making me even stronger, Rudeus. I'll spare your life in return.
Delayed pain ran through my body. My leg was broken. He's too fast. Although he wasn't a match for the Foresight Eye, I still couldn't react at all. Except for me, the other three couldn't even respond. So that fact wouldn't change even if he was a match for the Foresight Eye. I wonder if this was the real power of the fighting god armor. If the one inside was strong, then it would strengthen... No, that's wrong. It's not like Body Gotti was weak. Despite his appearance, he was strong. The only difference was that if the user changed, then there would be a sudden change in performance. Depending on who's inside, it'll change its shape.
Well then, goodbye.
Alec walked off. There was no time to be surprised. I immediately used healing magic and healed the three in my surroundings. The three had fainted. They were at the verge of dying, but hadn't died yet. Was it Alec's mercy? Damn it. Was he still underestimating us? Well, fine. After healing the three of them, I hid them in an earth fortress and then chased after Alec myself.
I just chased after him, with no idea what to do. I didn't have any plan. Did Sylphie already reach the village? What would Orsted do now? I didn't know. But that destination must be protected at all costs. To protect Eris, Sylphie, and Norn. And the same applies for every Superd. We mustn't let him trample it all down. There was no reason not to chase after him. My legs weren't moving well. I was getting feedback that something was coming loose, but I still ran. While chasing after the golden armor, I advanced forward. Part 5. The Superd village was far too quiet, so much so that when I arrived, I thought it was already over.
Why isn't anyone here?
Alec shouted out. When he passed through the entrance, there was nobody there. The Superd race wasn't here. Neither was Julie or Norn, nor was the injured Cliff who should have been carried here. Neither was Eris or Sylphie who should have delivered the message to Orsted. There were no traces at all. The people had disappeared like a magic act. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't this the place that Rudeus was protecting? Yes, it was. I was protecting this place. It's odd. Until now, everyone was right here. How much time had passed? It's about 3 hours from here to the valley. Aboard the MK0, it's faster, taking only 1 hour. Fighting Bodigati, after that looking for Gisu and returning, so about 5 to 6 hours? At that time, everyone was indeed here.
I was in a rush, so I didn't get a good look at the surroundings, but everyone should have been there.
Huh? No, wait, wasn't that a bit too much? There's someone who should be here, right?
Damn it! Does this mean that I have been successfully deceived by you, Rudeus Greyrat?
Alec turned around. While radiating an angry aura, he turned around.
It's a misunderstanding. Even I didn't know. If Orsted wasn't here, then why did I follow such a dangerous guy here? Wasn't that stupid? I should have taken advantage of my luck and ran somewhere else in the forest.
Orsted and the Supard race weren't here from the start. Is that how it is?
No. The Supard race and Rudeus were here, right?
While he was still giving off a feeling like he was about to attack at any moment, I took a step back. I couldn't tell what's what anymore. Could this be a dream that I'm seeing? Did the Dark King survive and was now showing me a dream after I had defeated Bodigadi? Alec.
I thought I'd let you live, but I'll take that back. If you choose to fight me until the end, I'll let you have your wish. Not good. I didn't get the meaning. I had to get away. There's no reason to fight. I had to run.
When I thought that and turned around, suddenly my back froze. My legs stopped. Did Alec do something? No, that's wrong. He's also frozen.
What's this chill?
He let out a frightened voice and began looking around in a frenzy. How could he still be this frightened after obtaining the fighting god armor? Why? It's because of the curse. A curse that fills every human with fear. Though I was immune to that curse, I understood that the person emanating that curse was radiating killing intent as well. I possessed a great trauma in relation to this killing intent. That was why it's frightening. The origin of the bloodlust made his appearance. From the depths of the Supard village. It's not the black-helmeted figure I was familiar with. Silver hair and cruel Sanpaku eyes. The man with a terrifying face slowly headed this way.
Rudeus.
Orsted-sama. Why? Orsted. He threw the helmet he had in his hand towards me. I caught it in a hurry.
Orsted, when I heard the story from Sylphiette, Cliff Grimoire's mana had already run out. Therefore, I judged him inadequate to seal Bodigadi the fighting god, and bowed my head to a certain man. That's why I was a little delayed. Forgive me.
No, it's not about that. I didn't want to hear why you're late. I want to know the reason why nobody is...
But I never thought that this would happen.
Orsted said that and looked at Alec. He looked at North God Kalman III, wearing the fighting god armor.
Leave the rest to me.
Orsted took a single step forward as he said that. Alec, looking frightened, took a step back. I couldn't tell what was going on. I only asked Orsted.
But, Orsted-sama, your mana. It's fine. You've done enough. I've resolved myself as well.
Orsted shook his head.
Resolved? About what? He saw me and smiled a little, but his face was also slightly stiff.
The man with the most frightening face in the world declared.
Orsted.
I, too, want to try fighting, believing in my comrades for once.
The exchange was short, so I couldn't understand, but for some reason it remained in my heart. I understood that Orsted had decided on something with those words.
Oh, I understand. Then I'll leave the rest to you. I stepped back. There was nothing else to say. I had thought that I must absolutely not let Orsted fight, but when I saw that slight smile on his face, I understood. I had been slightly mistaken. It's not something that needed to be said, but Orsted cared for me far more than I had thought. Not for his own self-interest, but through his feelings. He thought of me as an ally, and Orsted wanted to fight for that ally that he believed in. From here on out, he's not alone, but with me. Not using me to fight, but fighting alongside me. That was something that I was happy about.
Orsted. Now then, North God Kalman III, Alexander Ryback. Are you the dragon god Orsted? Upon hearing his name called, Alec gripped his sword. That was the Dragon King's sword, Kajakoto. I see. So he was going to fight with that. The Dragon King's sword and the fighting god armor. The strongest, despair-inducing equipment. If we could at least prevent him from using one of them, was there anything I could do? Orsted spoke. I was thinking that, but it seems that Orsted had something different in mind. In response to Alec's raised sword, he showed a composed smile, as if to freeze everything, a terrifying smile. Possessing the fighting god armor and the Dragon King's sword, I assume that you'll have no excuses when you lose with both. Wah! Alec's bloodlust swelled. Are you making fun of me? That's not it. Orsted said that and pressed his hands in together, and then separated them slowly. He extracted something from his left hand, a single katana. The moment I saw that, I felt my legs shake. I had only seen that katana once. Orsted called that katana a single word, God Sword. All I knew was that it used a great amount of magic power. The only thing I want to do is to thoroughly defeat you and completely break your spirit into pieces. Orsted held out the katana right in between his eyes. Alec was openly outraged. Releasing a prickling bloodlust, he held out the Dragon King's sword.
Shouting with killing intent! Try me if you think you can!
Dragon god Orsted and the fighting god armor-clad North god Alexander Hard, the be-all, end-all final battle began. Part 6. 10 minutes later, a fourth of the forest of the valley was annihilated. The wilderness had become a burnt area with a heap of large broken trees scattered about. A boy with both of his arms now gone was on his knees. A sword was put against that boy's neck. The boy looked in amazement at the wielder of that sword. The wielder of that sword was one man, with silver hair and sunpuku eyes. His entire body was completely unscathed. He was standing spotless, as if he hadn't even fought yet. Only his clothes were a little bit torn.
Will you die here, or become my subordinate? Choose.
The Dragon God and the North God who wore the fighting god armor. There may not be any objections to calling the matchup a legendary battle. Perhaps they would form a companionship in their remaining lifetime. But calling the actual battle a legendary fight would be too lame. It was too one-sided and overwhelming. Honestly, it is difficult even for me to explain the fight with my meager mouth. Indeed, I witnessed that fight. While getting wrapped up in it and getting close to death, I witnessed it. But it was too fast, and I couldn't see most of it. Even using the foresight eye, I didn't know what the two of them were doing. The only thing clear to me was that Orsted constantly dominated the fight. It was clear that even if Alec tried to reverse the situation, and each time that he did, he was thoroughly crushed. There was a complete difference in power. Even with the fighting god armor and Dragon King sword, he couldn't even lay so much as a finger on him. The fighting god armor had completely broken. The armor itself started restoring, but it got separated from Alec's body. The Dragon King sword was lying with Alec's hand in his immediate vicinity. Alec no longer had any fighting spirit left. With the eyes of a loser, his mouth partly agape, fear clinging onto his face, he was looking at Orsted while shedding tears. It was no longer the face of a boy who was enthused at the concept of becoming a hero. With his spirit thoroughly broken into pieces, he had become a dog with its tail in between his legs. Alec, I'll become your subordinate. At the end of the long silence, Alec spoke at last. Now, this time for sure, the final battle had finally come to a finish. Author's Q&A. Question. The number of comments has already passed 25,000, eh? Answer. This too is all because of everyone's patronage. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart.
Question. The President's God Sword was used a lot in this battle, but didn't it consume a lot of mana? I think that, instead of using a huge amount of mana, if the sword can obtain a terrifying sharpness, then Rudy should just use it. Answer. A lot of mana gets consumed just by summoning it, and it also has a time restriction on it. This is the truth about the God Sword. Question. Was Cliff Senpai living a stressful life in the religious organization, where he had to remain vigilant every day for poisons? I think that's how it is, since he examined the food with the identification eyes many times. Answer. Even if Cliff Senpai himself doesn't become the prey of poison, he still possesses the identification eye, so there are many times when he's chosen as a tester for poison during mealtimes, or something like that. Question. The fighting god Bodigadi or fighting god Alec, which one would be stronger? Is it fighting god Bodigadi after all? Answer. If the capture method is not known, then it would be Body. If it's known, then Alec. However, if Alec has 50 years of fighting experience against Orsted from now on? Question. Growing out of a one-man administration. Answer. And Rudeus becoming a board member. Question. What about the possibility that nobody knew that Rudeus Chan's vast mana would finally activate the Dragon King Sword's true power? Answer. That possibility is high. Question. Was clairvoyance ever needed?
Answer. In the future, if there are many occurrences of baths, then it will surely become useful. Question. I really wanted to saw the grand monster playoff between the fighting god versus magic armor MK0. Answer. When the timer on the MK0 man's chest starts beeping after 3 minutes. Question. Gisu or Vita, or His Majesty Body, was treated so badly by Hitogami, but they still obeyed him because they had to repay a debt. Was this Hitogami's curse that every living creature would like him that the president spoke of? Answer. Normally, it's true that no one would want to work with such trash, but if you change the background and context, friendship may result. Question. Perhaps turning point is? Answer. Turning point basically happens the moment that the history of the fight between Orsted and Hitogami changes dramatically. At the very least, it's not for knocking down the reader at the bottom of despair. Question. I'm worried about Doga. I think that such a naive young man might have been invited by Sandor to enroll in the Golden Knight Party, but I wonder if his innermost thoughts are that this was not what he signed up for? Answer. Doga-kun is honest and naive, so he won't raise those types of questions. Question. Was there some kind of grudge depicted towards the dragon god? Answer. The one who fought fighting god Body was the vanguard of the dragon god's side, that is, Laplace.
Question. Leaving Kajakuto as it is, and then leaving to look for Gisu, was unnatural. Answer. It fell into the valley, so it can't be helped. Question. Is the President's God Sword Laplace's work too? Answer. No, it was the work of the founding dragon god, or the founding 5 dragon generals. Volume 23, Chapter 21, End of Battle, Part 1. 1 month passed after that. Right now, I was close to the exit to the forest of Earth Dragon Valley. Wooden buildings that were built with a simplistic structure were standing in a row. In an open space cleared of trees, various men and women were restlessly walking around. Woodcutters, laborers, and carpenters of the human race that were employed by the behavioral kingdom, and Supard race, which came from the Rudo mercenary group.
Oni-chan, would you please open up the east side of the forest a bit?
There was Aisha as well. She was giving instructions to each team as if she owned this village. Rinia and Persena were receiving her instructions and then commanding the group members to act on them. This made it difficult to discern just who was the captain.
Yeah, got it. I was mixed up with them as well, and was currently helping out in the reconstruction of the Supard village. I opened up the forests with magic, made the foundations of houses with earth magic, and made a road up to the village of the Earth Dragon Valley. There were a lot of things to do. Now then, just why were Aisha and Rudo mercenary group here? Just why was there no one except Orsted when Alec arrived at the village? Explaining that is a must. Although I said that an explanation was needed, I will only finish it up with a few words. It was Aisha's deed. Saying it was her deed makes her look like she was guilty of a prank or something, so I should rephrase that to work. It was Aisha's work. When the teleport formation and communication lithograph stopped working, Aisha and Rudo mercenary group 2 were in the polar regions of confusion. In a faraway land, with their means of contact and movement sealed, anxiety and impatience were born. Within those circumstances, Aisha was calm. She calmly took things into consideration and thought. If the fight had already started at the actual spot, then for them who were near the national border, it would be too late once they actually reached their destination, and the things that could be done were few as well. The conclusion Aisha had arrived at took into consideration the possibility of Gisu escaping while trying to restore the teleport formation. That is to say, the restoration of infrastructure.
Although, in addition to the teleport formations, the reserved formation that Aisha had, which corresponded to the formation at the office, were all already destroyed. There was no way. Or so I would think and give up, because I already gave up. However, Aisha was struck with an idea. Her gifted brain recalled the secret arts of a certain person. Those secret arts, which had a complete grasp of the damaged teleport formations of the other side and the formations that corresponded to those ones, were a technique capable of drawing such formations and able to teleport wherever desired. Just who was that certain person? That's right, it was the armored dragon king Perugius Dola. She searched for a stone monument of the 7 great world powers near the national border in order to ask him for a favor. Depending on whether she could find it, she would then travel to the Sky Fortress after using Perugius's flute. Perugius, who knew that we were helping a demon race, was reluctant. He declared, "I'll only make one," towards Aisha's request, to which Aisha chose the option of creating a magic formation at the national border which connected to the Supard village. And that's how it was.
Rudeus Greyrat.
You were able to persuade Perugius, eh?
Around here?
After that, when I was in the middle of battle, everyone teleported from the Supard village. They quickly made use of the teleport formation after hearing about the circumstances, and the inhabitants and the rest all took shelter at a city near the national border, or so how it went. If we had prioritized on making a normal teleport formation, rather than making one for Roxy's return to Sharia to summon the magic armor MK0, it would have been almost in vain. It was somehow clever that Roxy's mistake was followed up by Aisha, although it was inevitable that Roxy felt pretty guilty after that and curled herself up.
Yeah, clean it all up. It should be fine to spread the area a little more, right? I guess. Got it. When you're done, call me again. I'll make the mercenary group carry the wood and all. Roger.
And so, it had been a month since the fight. Although we were prepared while staying vigilant, there was no sign of any more battles. It seemed that there would no longer be any battles. Therefore, I asked Sylphie, Roxy, and Zenoba to return back to Sharia. I also asked Eris to return back under the pretext of making her their guard. I asked of them this because the teleport formations used for the summoning of MK0 and the one used by refugees were destroyed during the Battle of Orsted and Alec. It took the same pattern, just like the time with Perugius. I had asked them to rebuild the office,
restore the teleport formations and communication lithographs, and such. It seemed that nothing happened at Sharia. The receptionist, Little Elf-chan, was fine too. The only damage was that the weapons and armor and the documents in which Orsted wrote every day were buried. The refugees of the Separd race traveled from the national border to Second City Irel and came back to the Separd village using the teleport formation, which was reconnected. Afterwards, they were officially welcomed by the Bahirial Kingdom. It was affirmed that Bahirial Kingdom would be accepting the Separd race as citizens. They weren't in any position to say no after losing both Ogre God and the Third City.
They had added a condition for accepting the Supards as official citizens, in that at least 3 people from the Supard race should choose to do a profession for the sake of country. It was the same as what happened with the Ogre race. For now, the selection of those 3 had finished, and were currently starting reconstruction on the Supard village. If the reconstruction continues without any incident, then the Supards would be able to live in the Behavioral Kingdom's urban area. We had defeated all of the apostles, and had made the Behavioral Kingdom, Ogre race, and Supard race our allies. We were victorious. But did we really gain complete victory?
Rudeus Dono.
Sander-san. While I pondered, the lumbering of woods continued. Unaware of my surroundings, Sander was now standing behind me. It wasn't just Sander. Ghislaine, Iseult, and Doga were there too. Sander came back about 10 days later after the fight was over. He was knocked off into the sea by the fighting god and drifted ashore to Ogre Island, where he strained himself to recuperate. Or should I say how admirable it was that he came back alive after fighting against the fighting god. Thank you for your efforts. What happened?
Nothing really. Just, we were thinking that it was about time we returned back to Ashura Kingdom, so we came to give our farewells.
The work of Sandor and the rest was over. They were at best Ariel's subordinates. If there was no fight, then they could only return back.
Sandor-san, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, then all of this wouldn't have happened. If it's gratitude, then give it to Her Majesty Ariel. Of course. Please convey to Her Majesty that if something happens from now on, then Her Majesty can inform me first, that I would be willing to cooperate. I understand. Sandor, Doga, Ghislaine, and Iseult. Each one of them was as strong as king class or above. I couldn't thank her enough for lending me such strong people. Ghislaine-san too. Thank you very much.
No need for thanks. But I'm thinking about visiting the grave next time.
I understand. I will be patiently awaiting.
Ghislaine only said a few words.
Doga too, thank you. When I fell into the valley, if you weren't there, then I would have died.
Yup.
If you get into some kind of trouble, please do tell me. I too want to repay my lifesaver.
Yup.
Doga only said yup, but he looked a little lonely. Iseult-san too, thank you very much. If you hadn't come at that moment, I would have died.
No, I was able to learn various things as well. It is I who should say thank you very much.
Please, give my heartfelt thanks to the team of doctors as well.
Yes, well then, we'll be taking our leave.
Sandor bowed once and turned on his heels. But after seeing his back, I recalled something that I had completely forgotten and called out to him. It was regretful what happened to Atofe-sama. Sandor came back, but it was only him who returned. Atofe was still missing. If she was washed away by the sea, then she wouldn't be found for another several years. It was the same with Moore, too. There's no need to worry about Mother. I think if you give her enough time, she would suddenly make her appearance someday. I think the most regretful thing that had happened was Ogre God's death. That's right. Ogre God's death was confirmed. He put up a good fight against Fighting God, but he wasn't one of the immortal demon race. He used up all of his strength in the end and died, even though I had finally reconciled with him too. Although nothing can be gained by just mourning the dead. Indeed, we must look ahead of ourselves. I had promised Molta,
That if he were to die, then I would be protecting the survivors of the ogre race. Right now, there was no one who would be a threat to ogre race. But if something happened, then I'd want to protect them even if there wasn't a promise. Well then, goodbye. Yes, many thanks for your hard work. Oh, right. Please take care of Alec. Yes. Sandor said that and left. And then Cliff could be seen coming my way as if replacing them, along with Ellen Elise.
Rudeus! Cliff-senpai! Are they returning as well? Yes. Are you going too, Cliff-senpai?
Yeah. The relocation is over. In the end, I just couldn't find out the cause of plague. But it's been almost a month now, and the people living there have moved away. So I've decided to head back for now.
I was indebted to Cliff as well. If it weren't for him, the plague couldn't have been cured. It's possible that the plague was the Dark King's doing. Cliff-senpai, thank you very much. If you hadn't come, then just what would have happened?
Well, I do think that you would have been able to do something, since it's you. If the plague relapses, contact me. Yes, I've been getting nothing but favors from you. Just how should I show my gratitude, I wonder? The reason I'm able to work hard in Melis while leaving Lise and Clive is because your family is looking after mine. We are of equal status in that regard. I'm grateful if he says something like that. Well then, till next time. I'll be meeting your family on my way back, so are there any messages? Tell them I'll be coming back soon. Got it.
Cliff said that and left. In the end, Ellen Elisa winked at me. I've troubled her a lot as well, but didn't say anything to her. Well, I'd do that the next time we talk as neighbors. But I sure was saved by various people this time. First was Cliff. If it weren't for him, then the Supard race might have perished by the plague. Then Sandor and Doga. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be standing here right now. Atofe's timing looked like God's itself. The Atofe hand and the attack at Ogre Island at just the right time. It could be said that this victory, with almost no injuries, was thanks to Atofe. That Atofe was now missing. That is to say, I wanted to search for her in the sea once things had calmed down, as a way of not showing too much ingratitude. The battle was now over, and everyone was returning. A big event had ended, and it looked like we were breaking up as a result. It was somehow lonely.
All right.
As I pondered such things, the lumbering of the woods was finished. In front of my eyes was a clean, stretched-out ground. The trees that were pulled out from their roots were neatly lined up using earth magic. I had done a nice job, if I say so myself. Now then, Aisha is... When I turned, I could see Rudeus and Norn walking towards me, just at the right time.
Ah, Nissan.
Norn, you've come at just the right time. Won't you tell Aisha that the lumbering has been finished?
Yes, I understand.
Norn turned on her heels and quickly ran towards the village. Rudeus, who was left behind, was now walking up to me. Rudeus.
Rudeus-san.
Sorry. I've burdened you with various things.
You've promised that you wouldn't say that, right, Dad?
I don't remember making such a promise.
Right.
Rudeus was engaged in the reconstruction of the Supard village. After that, he would probably come and go from our office, or be placed as the Bihero Kingdom's negotiator. Norn was clinging to Rudeus. She too, until this village had finished rebuilding, intended to help Rudeus. After the village's completion, please do visit our house in Sharia.
Yeah, even I want to see your children.
They're super cute.
Your kids are just like that.
Rudeus laughed and then eyed me. His height hadn't changed very much.
You became really strong, didn't you? I never would have thought that you would become one of the 7 great world powers.
If it's the you right now, then even you can become one, Rudeus-san. If it's you, I would be done in by just one punch,
in just one punch.
Don't joke around.
But I'm certain that I didn't become one only on my power alone.
That power might be yours as well.
I wonder.
Greyrat looked at me a little, gave out a little laugh, removed the pendant hanging from his neck, and held it out towards me. It was Roxy's pendant.
I'll return this back to you now.
But this is...
You should hold on to this after all.
The pendant I gave to Rifujin when we first parted. Roxy's pendant. Unaware, this pendant had become my mark. The pendant which was my motive for setting out into the world. I understand. I accepted that pendant. Before, when I handed him this pendant, it was over a trivial matter. When we parted, I never intended for him to give it back to me. I hoped that he would hold on to it. Or perhaps I wanted to have a link with him. But he had returned it now. Because we were already brethren. Because we won't be parting for quite some time now. Rifujin-san, please take care of me from now on.
Yeah, though I might lack the ability.
We'll just have to compensate for each other's mistakes.
That's right.
I laughed, and Rifujin too smiled. Norn came back along with the mercenary group and left with Rifujin. I left the place as well and started walking towards the teleport formation. I thought of finally returning back to Sharia. Then I realized that someone was approaching me from behind. It was Orsted, just as always, with the black helmet. He wasn't alone. Behind him was a black-haired boy who was following like a loyal retainer. It was Alexander Ryback. From that day forward, he started following Orsted everywhere as his subordinate, like Moore, who followed Atofe, like Silveril, who followed Perugius, as if to say that he had been in this position since hundreds of years ago. I wanted to make him acknowledge me as his superior, but if we were to fight, I'd lose, so I kept quiet. However, no matter how many times I see him, I end up getting cautious. Is there something wrong? Nothing. If there is something, then please do say so. I'll quickly mend it.
Although contrary to my cautiousness, Alek was quite obedient from that day. I thought that he would hold some kind of grudge against me, but he was honest. He was completely obedient towards me, and of course towards Orsted as well. I can understand why you would be cautious. However, my position was clear to me after the battle the other day, that just how much inexperienced and stunted I was. I will be devoting myself under Orsted-sama and Rudeus-sama's studies for a while, and during that time, I intend to search for the meaning of what being a hero means, what being a North god means. As a proof of that, and as my punishment, my dominant arm has been sealed in this way. While saying that, Alec raised his right arm to show it. Everything down from his wrist was now gone, and a pattern was carved into the wrist section. It was sealing magic performed by Orsted. The immortal demon race's blood that flowed in Alec's veins could resurrect him even if he was scattered into pieces. That is why his dominant arm was cut off, and Orsted put a seal on it so that it didn't regenerate. It was his proof of loyalty. Incidentally, the one who loaded the mana into the sealing magic formation was me.
If it's just my left hand, then I wouldn't be that much of a threat.
Rudeus Greyrat. No, if it's you, you would be able to defeat me even without a single hand, I think. Like headbutting or something.
You're too humble.
Well, that modest nature of yours might be valuable. Please do guide and encourage me from now on.
Yeah.
Orsted had faith in that Alec, so even if he served near him, he had no complaints. But I felt like that he would someday stab me in the back. Honestly, I'm scared. If you ever want your world power position back, then tell me. I'll immediately return it.
No, I've acknowledged that you yourself aren't that immature. So once again, please do take care of me.
You will be diligent, right? You won't just surprise backstab me someday, right?
Perhaps not you, Rudeus Dono, but I might challenge someone from the Sword Temple. Of course, when it'll come to that, I'll fight you head-on, fair and square. Let's fight with the back of our swords, Kay? Let's not kill ourselves at that time, Kay? Yep. As of now, I had become the 7th rank of the 7 great world powers. First rank, Technique God Laplace. Second rank, Dragon God Orsted. Third rank, Fighting God Body Gotti. Fourth rank, Demon God Laplace. Fifth rank, Death God Randolph. Sixth rank, Sword God Gino Britz. Seventh rank, Quagmire Rudeus Greyrat. And so it was. Only my name was looking terribly out of place, and I was getting sick of it.
Rudeus Greyrat? From this point onwards, I was sure guys hoping to snatch the world power rank from me would come running. I'm bummed out. Although my mark was the McGurd race's mark, there were only a few times I had shown off that mark as mine. I received Roxy's pendant just now, but I didn't intend on showing it off, so no one would be able to tell just who the real world power was. My popularity shouldn't be that high, so challengers shouldn't come gathering up. Yep, let's go with the belief that the 7th rank was unidentified for now. Yep. Incidentally, during that fight, Fighting God's rank didn't change. According to Orsted, it seemed that unless the Fighting God armor itself was completely destroyed, the ranking wouldn't change. I looked away from Alek's face that was full of determination and looked at Orsted. Orsted-sama, how about that condition of yours? I faced toward Orsted, who was silent throughout the conversation.
Orsted. Not bad. It's not like it'll get worse if I use mana to some extent. In the final battle, Orsted used his mana. A lot of mana. It could be said that he used half of the total amount. It was an easy victory in front of my eyes. Actually, his HP remained at full, and only his MP was spent to 50%, so it was certain that it was an easy victory. However, the recovery of that MP was a different story altogether. Orsted had ended up using his mana that he was saving for his fight against Laplace and Hitagami. We were victorious, but Hitagami was able to meet his winning conditions as well. Then, was it really our victory?
Our allies have increased, and our enemies decreased. The amount of times from now on that I will have to use my mana will be few, I guess. Although Orsted wasn't paying much attention to it, he might have made up his mind about it.
That would be nice. Even if it's not, it's different this time around. As such, it's fine to take a different direction, and then proceed accordingly. I've already resolved myself for that.
Orsted had wagered it on me. He was thinking that even if he used up the mana that was going to be used against Laplace and Hitagami, if he fought together with me, then he could do it. He was thinking that we had completely won this time. If I think that he had won, then it should be a victory. There were almost no casualties, actually. Ogre God, some people of the Supard race, and some people of the Imperial Guards. That's all the damage to this side. There wasn't any losing factor. Then what would be your course of action now?
I don't mind. There should be at least a place to sleep.
At the bare minimum, the teleport formation in the basement was dug out. Still, if repair works were going to continue, there would be a need for expansion work. We must think about a countermeasure by taking into consideration how the Ogre God destroyed the office, although even now a good plan doesn't come to mind. Perhaps it would be better to not place magic formations in countries other than the major ones. Until now, I hadn't taken into consideration the possibility of an enemy using it to invade, and so I was quite surprised. Orsted.
That guy, huh? Let me accompany you.
That evening, Orsted and I proceeded towards the Earth Dragon Valley. Towards the bottom of the Earth Dragon Valley, a leveled path where blue mushrooms and moss were growing in abundance, there was a carefully hidden small hole on the wall. The hole that was about 1 meter in diameter was in a slightly curved position. It looked like a dead end at a glance if seen from outside. However, a huge room awaited if someone were to proceed some 10 meters inside it. There, a large magic formation was shedding light with one sword as its core. Though I say it's large, its radius was 5 meters at best. One male was lying within that formation.
So you've come.
It was Demon Lord Bodigadi. His body had been separated into 5 pieces, and each of them were sealed in different places in the valley. His main body was here. This barrier would never get destroyed unless all of the remaining 4 seals were destroyed first. And then the barrier was operating using the mana of Bodigadi's body, which was further amplified with the Dragon King's sword and fighting god armor as a catalyst. It could keep operating almost forever. The barrier magic formation was reverently made by Perugius himself. It was the god-class barrier magic created in order to seal the demon god. If the sealing object that would become the medium and the magic item that would become the intermediary were strong enough, they could increase the barrier's strength. In addition to the fighting god armor, even the Dragon King sword was used by the seal as a catalyst. It was powerful enough that not even Orsted could break out of it.
It's possible that using 2 Guy-class equipment as one part of the barrier was somewhat wasteful. However, both of them would be terrifying weapons in the hands of the enemy. Since the enemy proved this by using the teleport formations for their own gain, if these things were getting used up here, then it's not such a bad thing. As long as this seal existed, not only Bodigadi, but the fighting god armor and the Dragon King's sword would be sealed here as well. If this was destroyed, then there would be no choice left but to give up. That's the conclusion I'd come with. Orsted had requested Perugius to set up this barrier. He bowed his head and requested to borrow his strength, and Perugius acknowledged that. He became Orsted's brethren, his ally. But Perugius was someone that must be killed, which meant that Orsted had chosen the path of betrayal. I owed both Orsted and Perugius a lot. As an individual, it's a complex feeling, but I could understand that Orsted had no choice left but to choose that path. On top of that, if it's something that Orsted had decided on, then I was in no position to complain. I did think that it would have been nice if we at least knew some way to reach Hitogami's place without using the 5 dragon race treasures. But it was clear that just a little bit of research wasn't going to be enough to find it. Well, perhaps I didn't really need to think about that. The enemy was in front of me right now. I must terribly apologize, Your Majesty. I had no choice but to do this if you were to become Hitogami's apostle again.
Quite uncomfortable. Can you let me move a little bit more? Bodigadi said pompously, while lying in a pose similar to the sleeping Buddha. Even for my personal opinion regarding this jail, this was certainly an uncomfortable and narrow ceiling barrier. Still, I couldn't bring myself to kill him. Please don't kill him, was Kishirika's earnest request to me.
I'm terribly sorry. This is the best I can do right now.
But it can't be helped.
Bodigadi said and laughed with a fwahaha. He had 2 arms, and his body was comparatively smaller than before. This was the result of the seal.
So, what's your business here?
Don't tell me. Did you come here to have a drinking bout with my charming figure? Orsted-sama has something to talk with you.
I said that and handed over the scene to Orsted.
Demon Lord Bodigadi.
Good evening, Dragon God Dono. What would be your business today? Abandon Hitogami and work under me.
Fa-ha-ha-ha-ha. Bodigadi's laughter echoed within the cave.
The despicable dragon race is asking me, one of the immortal demon race, to join him?
Orsted, Ernest, although you became an enemy for a while, you bastard, are still Rudeus's friend. Alex, Alexander, and Atofi have already turned to this side, so do you have any room for consideration?
No!
He declared plainly.
But why, respected granduncle?
Alec, who was standing near the entrance, came forward.
You have already lost, you know? Then, in accordance with the immortal demon race's law...
Do not misunderstand, little Alec. That is not the law of the immortal demon race. That's only Atofe's own rule.
Then, respected granduncle, have you pledged allegiance to Hitogami?
Wrong!
Body Gotti raised his body and shook his head, and then he folded his only 2 arms and sat cross-legged. I don't like fighting anyone to begin with. What I do like is going on journeys, laughing while drinking alcohol, making advances on casual women, sleep with them, getting shouted at by my fiancé at times, drinking alcohol along with friends, laughing, singing, and looking at the sleeping but satisfied faces of tired people. I went out of my way this time only because Hitogami requested me while bowing his head. He wanted me to kill Rudeus Greyrat and Dragon God Orsted no matter what. Do you know just thanks to whom both me and Kisharika were able to live up till this age? I remembered the matter of 4,200 years ago and simply wanted to repay back my debt. On those terms, I accepted, but only once. Now, that only once is over. I won't be becoming anyone's ally from now on. If given the choice of getting sealed here or fight, I'll choose to get sealed. If that's how it is, then I think that it would be fine to let him out. Of course, on top of being Hitogami's apostle and his nature of getting deceived so easily, I couldn't just thoughtlessly leave him alone. Yep. At any rate, when the fight between you and Hitogami is over, won't you let me out then? Body Gotti said to the perplexed me with a broad grin.
Yeah, I realized after seeing Orsted nod. That's right. It would be impossible within my lifetime, but if Orsted wins against Hitogami, then there would no longer be any meaning to jail him.
After 100 years?
That would arrive before long. Then I'll just obediently wait here.
Badagardi said that and lay down once again. Orsted nodded and turned on his heels. The talk was over with this. That was quick.
Rudeus, it's probably not the right time to say this, but thank you very much for various things in the Magic University.
Yeah, Rudeus, I don't know if this is the last time we'll ever meet, but I should say congratulations to you.
Congratulations, is it?
I'm congratulating because you've won. I wonder if I've really won.
That's what I'm worried about. In the end, Orsted ended up using mana. A mistake was made at the very last moment. However, Body Gotti wasn't eluding that one bit.
Yeah, you've made Hitogami taste the sense of defeat.
Sense of defeat, is it?
Yeah, you've made Hitogami realize that no matter what I do, I can't kill this guy. Hitogami has completely lost all will to continue. Explaining how Hitogami looked the last time I saw him is difficult, but his figure certainly looked that of a loser. If it's so, then just what would you call it if not his enemy's victory?
Is that true?
If you don't believe it, then go ahead and remove that bracelet and see for yourself.
When pointed at by him, I unconsciously hid my hand with the bracelet on. I'll pass on that. I see. That's fine either way. That trick won't work on me. I didn't even want to meet Hitogami. However, indeed, when I saw him at the valley's bottom, he seemed to be at his wits' ends. If Hitogami realized a huge sense of defeat in this battle, then it might just be true. But I wasn't confident on the comment that he would lose all his motivation and not do anything.
Is the talk over?
There's nothing more from me.
I see. Well then, be in good health.
I turned around and followed Orsted. At that moment, Alec leaped in with an intolerable face. Respected granduncle, I am...
Alexander, if you want to become a hero, then find your true enemy. Your father could never find someone like that. When you defeat that, you will become a hero who will surpass his father.
I understand.
Alec turned around as well. This might be my final farewell to Bodigadi. It would be nice if I showed myself once every few years, but it could be that through some way or another, the seal comes undone. Then it should be fine to not come. There's no need to tell other people at the Magic University that Bodigadi was sealed here. The only ones who knew about this place were me, Orsted, Alec, Ruijerd, and Perugius. Only 5 people. I'd made arrangements for Ruijerd to keep watch from the village's entrance so that no one would visit this valley. On top of that, the amount of people who could descend and ascend the valley were few. Even for 100 years, the seal may not break even by chance. And, furthermore...
Rudeus, the entrance.
Yes. I covered up the small hole, so that no one would be able to dig it out or able to find it. It was my farewell. Bodigadi, I pray that someday your curse is lifted. In the end, Bodigadi's faint voice could be heard from the cave. Part 4. The next day. When the early morning was yet to arrive, before the sunrise, I returned back to Sharia. My destination, the office that was in the middle of construction. The office which was now in front of the remaining debris. Zenoba and the rest who were working on the reconstruction were sleeping in a huddle over there. This time, I was indebted to Zenoba as well.
Well then, Rudeus, I'll be relying on you from now on as well.
And along with Orsted as well.
Yes.
I separated from Orsted outside the town and walked in the morning mist that had covered the town. I had many souvenirs in my hands from the Behavioral Kingdom, especially a great sum of soy sauce. If I have this soy sauce, then from now on, I would be able to live my whole life. The town of Sharia was the same as before. The people here didn't change as well. People who were working in the fields, the adventurers who were training in the gardens of hotels, the university teachers and men with robes could also be seen. While passing by them, I walked my way back through the snow via the open place in the central part and towards the residential district. That scene was somehow nostalgic. I had walked this path almost every day, but I wonder why a feeling that I finally returned was welling up from my chest. From the street, I entered an alleyway. It was a narrow path through which not even a carriage could pass. I had become accustomed to this path, which was just a little shortcut. After exiting the alleyway, I could see my house. Beat, who had twined itself around the gatepost, upon seeing my arrival, opened the gate. The kitchen garden lacked a little bit of grooming. When the armadillo Jiro saw me, he snuggled up to me. When I crouched and started petting his head, he rolled and showed his belly. He's a cute pet. At that time, the entrance to the house soundlessly opened. The ones who came out were the sacred beast Leo and Eris.
Ara, Rudeus, welcome back.
I'm back. Where's everyone? They're safe. Not that. What are they doing?
Lilia and Sylphie are preparing food. Roxy, the kids, and mother-in-law are still sleeping. I was just about to go running.
I see. I muttered and took Eris's hand. And Eris grasped my hand tightly, as if to answer to that. I wonder if she had just done practice swinging, because it felt warm. When I saw her face, she looked a little red.
What?
Eris, let's take a day off today.
I got it.
She said, I got it, as if to say she had already seen through what we were going to do. Bang on the money. Leo, it's regrettable, but today's stroll is canceled.
Woof. Leo had a somewhat disappointed face, but he licked my other hand and then returned inside the house. While holding hands with Eris, I entered the house as well, and then headed towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lilia and Sylphie were lined up and making food.
I'm back. Welcome back, Rudy.
Welcome back home, Master. The usual smiles showed by Sylphie and Lilia with relieved faces.
Lilia-san, thank you very much for your effort in looking after the house.
Not at all. I'm really glad that you were safely able to return back, Master.
Norn and Aisha will be staying there for a little while longer.
I understand.
After bowing to Lilia, I turned towards Sylphie. Sylphie, let's take a day off today.
All right, if it's a day off.
Tilting her head in confusion was Sylphie, but it seemed the Lilia had quickly realized it.
I got it now.
While shyly smiling, she clutched my arm opposite to Eris. As a result of cooking and washing the plates, her hands were somewhat cold.
Lilia-san, let's go out to eat at noon.
I understand.
A smile that looked as if she had seen through everything.
Rudeus Greyrat. It's a little embarrassing, really, but it doesn't matter this late in the game. While holding both Eris's and Sylphie's hands, I head towards the children's room. When I slowly opened the door, 4 kids could be seen sleeping peacefully. Lucy, Laura, Ars, Sieg. And as if to protect them, Leo was curled up at the entrance of the room. In the middle of the fight, I got worried about the house many times, but contrary to my anxiousness, the children were in peace. Perhaps some kind of fight took place in my absence, and Leo protected them all? Anyhow, after confirming the health of the children, I slowly closed the door. Continuing from there, I descended down the stairs and headed towards Roxy's room. I knocked as part of my manners.
Rudy, welcome back.
I'm back, Roxy. I was thinking about taking a day off today. How about it?
After looking blankly, she caught hold of the meaning of day off. While playing with her bangs of her bed hair with her finger, she blushed slightly.
I won't mind, but...
Among the 2 women on my left and right-hand sides, she looked at one of them.
Is Eris all right with it?
I looked at Eris. With a slightly puzzled look, her face was becoming reddish.
Rudeus Greyrat. I was going to ask her now. I faced Eris. Eris, I want to go to bed with all 4 of us like this. Is that fine? When I asked, Eris seemed to have understood what I was trying to do. Her face became even redder, and she pouted. If she wasn't holding me like this, she would have taken her usual pose.
If Rudeus wants to no matter what, then...
Sorry, Eris. I want to reward myself today a little. I want to say goodbye to the abstinent Rudeus. Thank you.
I didn't say this to just Eris because she had given me permission. I said this in regards to all the 3 that have supported me until now. I thanked that no one went missing after the end of battle. Gisu and Bodigadi said that this was the end, that Hitogami would no longer interfere with me. Of course, I shouldn't believe those words. As long as Hitogami lives, he would be considered my enemy. But let's just take a day off for today, so that I can work with more energy tomorrow, so that the day passes calmly, so that I can still keep on laughing. Just kidding. I just want to have some sexy time. Now then, from today onwards, the ban on Rudeus will be lifting up. While thinking that, I headed towards the bedroom, 3 women in tow. Volume 23, Young Man Period, Decisive Battle Chapter. The End. Author's Q&A.
Question. That was a good finale. Thank you very much. Answer. Thank you very much as well.
Question. Why didn't Gisu assume the possibility of fire magic at all? Did he thought that it would be strange, which resulted weak defense only towards fire magic? Answer. Rudeus mostly used water and earth magic when it was necessary, so his defense against fire and wind magic was weak. The question why he didn't completely defend himself against all types was because he simply couldn't carry that much weight.
Question. On Kishirika's request, he wasn't killed, so that means there's a way to kill him? Answer. The immortal demon race are only humans who can't die. That's why if some way or another they die, it wouldn't be strange.
Question. I've asked this before, but you didn't answer, so I'm asking this question again. I'm sorry if it's a question that's hard to answer, but it's a question regarding mana. If our Great Highness, President Orsted, opened the Dragon Gate, and Mr. Rudeus, with his full mana tank, stood in front of it and fired away magic at it ceaselessly, which in turn would charge President's mana, would he not like to recover his mana that way? Answer. I feel like I've answered this question before, but it's not possible for me to answer twice. The sucked up mana will only charge the gate in the end. In the midst of battle, it could be useful to lower mana consumption, but there aren't any other advantages. Also, that technique has conditions, like the enemy shouldn't be able to move, or it should be used indoors or in a narrow path. If not, the enemy can get out of its effective range.
Question. As the story progresses, there's a saying that characters can easily move like they have a will of their own, contrary to author's intention. Did something like this happen in your experience, Magonote-sensei? Something like, even though you thought this way, but Eris still jumped in to save Rudeus. Or just when you made Rudeus alone, he was rolled up by anxiousness and as a result became cautious.
Answer. Just when you thought that he was alone, he was rolled up by anxiousness. That thing happens a lot, really. LOL.
Question. Did Gino become a sword god in other loops as well? Or was it just in this loop?
Question. A one-punch weapon that makes you naked, similar to Dragon King's sword. Which one would be a more powerful weapon?
Answer. Obviously the Dragon King sword. However, that's one perfected weapon. Depending on the situations or its genericness and augmentation, and in the case it's declared a winner against the magic armor.
Question. Judging from President's words, I assume that you'll have no excuses when you lose with both. Does that mean he was able to come up with an excuse in an earlier loop? LOL?
Answer. Alec, who held the Dragon King sword, was somehow or another powerful. He's tenacious and doesn't hesitate. That's why whenever he defeated Alec in his previous loops, he was prepared from the beginning to let go of the sword or do something else, so the President could win, and Alec had an excuse.
Question. Quote, however, Bodigatti wasn't eluding that one bit. End quote. I feel like he quickly hinted something after that. Was there a need for that previous statement like that, I wonder?
Answer. I've written the part before that where it states that ended up using Orsted's mana. They couldn't meet the winning conditions, but wasn't it a victory? Or so Rudeus thought, but Bodigatti wasn't hinting at the winning or losing conditions, but he thought, no, I thought that Hitogami had lost, so you guys should have won. I'll go ahead and rewrite it a little. Question. It would have been nice if the President could be supplied mana from Rudeus, just like in High School DxD. Answer. Yeah, it would have been nice if it could.
Question. Rudy, who had huge mana reserves similar to Laplace, used all of it to the point of exhaustion. Although he wasn't even able to fight Orsted by doing that then, I wonder just how Laplace was able to blow off half of the entire continent. Answer. Laplace knew how to properly implement his magic. He had something like final secret arts of magic, and so you can think like that.
Question.
Even though Rudy's mana, which was similar in amount to Laplace's, was exhausted by wearing the magic armor, and yet the fighting god armor worn by Badigati, which had anti-magic, restoration, and other gimmicks like that, was able to work for days at end, and yet the mana didn't run out. I wonder why. I feel like it would be difficult to explain it with just the fuel consumption as the basis for both.
Answer. First of all, the magic armor is a counterfeit of the fighting god armor. The fighting god armor was the crystallization of Laplace's 10,000 years of research and study. It's not necessary that Hitogami or Orsted would know every principle behind it.
Question. Are there no problem for Alec to not be using the Kajakuto, just like always? I also think that especially sealing his hands wasn't important. Answer. Alec might think, it's no good if I kept relying on this sword. Question. As expected, the way of thinking of going to bed in a harem situation, just like Rudeus, is uncommon in that world? Answer. Rather than the world, wouldn't it better to say the thinking of the common man, or perhaps each country? At the very least, Sylphie doesn't think it's uncommon. I reread from Turning Point 2, but the president was hated by Ruagerd, which made him feel considerably dejected. Just how much were they getting along until this loop? At the very least, even if there is the objective of defeating Laplace to the point of loaning out his beloved daughter. The president's documents, which were written in dragon language, were now buried under the rubble, but I can't help but feel that there was a naming list for the magic armor written inside it that was quickly rejected by Rudeus, or a list of names for Rudy's children when the time comes for consulting those names. The buried notes of the dark past. Would the new office be constructed somewhere else than the usual place? Yes, the construction of the new office and removal of debris of old office are progressing simultaneously. I always wondered just how Badigati was able to play Gandhara, why he knew about such music in such a world. If someone is teleported in any time axis, then could he be the reincarnation of Nanahoshi's boyfriend, who were teleported off together? Or was it someone important in the afterstory that would make his appearance? I know these are all wild ideas, but still I wonder what it was. It only sounded the same rhythm as that song. He didn't know the song itself, and it seemed clumsy as well. It suddenly hit me. Why wasn't the Dark King chased by the Death God? Did the Dark King ask Hitogami to not tell about his whereabouts to Death God? It is a somewhat soft topic. How much level has Perugia-sama attained in other places, like healing or attack classes? He is somewhat saint rank. For barriers and summoning, he is god class. Isn't it unreasonable for the president to not fight? At first, Rudeus declared that I won't let President fight this time. He shouldn't be allowed to fight. But after looking at the situation deteriorate, he thought, I guess I have no choice but to rely on President. During Badigati's fight, there were only the result turned out better than predicted and mistook when to retreat, but he planned to entrust the rest to President if the Magic Armor Zero hadn't arrived, or so it was. Even though Badigati said that he'll think about becoming an ally, but didn't, he didn't think that he would be a character like, when I said I'll think about it, I'll only think. No, Badigati is that type of character. The lying Badigati. The type of person who would say, "Foo ha ha ha, that was a lie." If he has used up 50% of MP overall this time, and add to that the previous times he used it, then there's only around 30% left, is it? Did he not splurge too much and had become like the 7th rank of the world powers? Does that mean he will now rely on the fighting force's weight for the most part? He will be relying most of the time on the weight of fighting force, yes. As one who has joined the Roxy religion, I would have liked it if I could get my hands on those 1/10 size figurines if they were selling, you know? Laughing out loud. It looks like there was a person who was making it. I wonder what would have happened. I'm looking forward to the final chapter. If the book is translated, then just how many volumes would it take? Won't it take 24 volumes? Atofe's crew. As the Atofe pirates, it seems they would come back after conquering the Grand Line. Laughing out loud. Come on board and bring along all your hopes and dreams.
Together we will find everything that we're looking for. A Tofei who has been swept away by the sea. Magonote-san, please write a postscript about the warriors that were killed in action that fought for a Tofei. That's so? I will append some. How did a Tofei's father die? Or did he perish? I am curious about that part. There's some kind of way to do that.
Even though the second-generation dragon god Laplace was able to tear apart the fighting god into two, it was strange that the dragon god was at the second place and the fighting god at third. Were they able to get tied by a narrow margin? In the first place, the rankings came into existence after the fight. So it was the Quagmire. I thought he would have become some other kind of god or an unusual god. Would you please explain how the monument carves the nicknames of the acknowledged people? Only the marks are carved onto the monument. The word Quagmire was only because Rudeus always called himself, "I'm Rudeus of the Quagmire." The setting that even after wearing the fighting god armor, only his majesty body was able to rise until the third rank is contradictory to the information that came from this work so far. I'm glad about the contents. Only this thing is regrettable. Fighting god armor has a will of its own. Unlike humans, it doesn't have a head of its own, and even if it's more or less destroyed, that consciousness won't disappear. That's why it shouldn't be contradictory. All right, is Mushoku Tensei as a series a type of prologue story, or is it some kind of opening setting? But might the second human-demon war be the beginning? All in all, it would probably be in the center of it all. It will become the start of the endgame at the very least. Maybe the fight between Hitogami and the founding dragon god would be the prologue. Could it that you're a blue-haired lolly girl with sleepy-like reproachful eyes, Mogonote-san? As a matter of fact, yes. Once in a while, the Magonote you see in events and such things like that is actually a familiar summoned by me. The hero named Golden Knight Aldebaran. According to one theory, it's said that that human was the human god. In the end, just who is he? It's still unknown just who is Aldebaran. However, he seems to have worn the fighting god armor. When the conclusion volume is over, which one would it be? While focusing on the published version, I'll sluggishly write out redundancy chapter. After that, start an entirely different story, or start a story with a different main character in the Mushoku Tensei world. If I got tired when writing and lost all motivation, then take a holiday for a while from writing activity, or retire. Thank you so much for listening. Creating these audiobooks takes a lot of time and effort, so if you enjoyed this journey, please consider subscribing to support the channel. Only a small percentage of our listeners are subscribed, and your support makes a huge difference. If you want to hear more light novels, let me know in the comments below. See you in the next chapter.